Hello everyone, welcome to Tech with Shaping Pixel. We are giving you free certification course. This time we are bringing you Azure Fundamentals, which is also called AZ-900. So get ready to ace the AZ-900 Microsoft Azure Fundamentals exam with our comprehensive learning path. Whether you are aiming for certification or just want to deepen your understanding of Microsoft Azure, this course has got you covered. We'll guide you through the three key subject areas of the AZ-900 exam. So that by the end of this course, you'll have a solid grasp of cloud concepts, Azure architecture and services, and Azure management and governance. So get ready to level up your Azure knowledge. Ever wondered what the cloud really is? Let's demystify cloud computing and virtualization. Cloud computing is a remote, virtual pool of on-demand shared resources that can be rapidly deployed at scale. It's used in various sectors from IT to retail and finance. Virtualization is the foundation of cloud computing. It allows the creation of multiple virtual machines on a single server, each with its own operating systems and applications. A hypervisor is used to create the virtualized environment, ensuring proper sharing of hardware resources. Virtualization offers benefits like resource sharing, reduced waste, lower operating costs, and environmental friendliness. Virtual machines can be used to build and share compute, storage, database, and network resources, providing on demand processing power, data storage, structured data storage, and resource communication control. Cloud computing is a remote, virtual pool of on demand shared resources that can be rapidly deployed at scale. So it's a game changer in the world of technology. Let's dive into the different types of cloud computing: public, private, and hybrid. A public cloud offers on demand services to the public with resources accessible from anywhere. The vendor handles all maintenance, and customers can specify the geographic region for data storage. Similar to a public cloud, a private cloud is not shared with the general public. It's hosted, managed, and owned by a company, providing direct control over resources. Different teams share the same scalable resources, but it requires significant initial capital and maintenance. Hybrid cloud. A hybrid cloud combines public and private clouds, allowing for dedicated resources in a private cloud and the option to request more from a public cloud. While it offers flexibility, it can suffer from the negatives of both models and is often a transitional state for enterprises. So let's dive into some of the cloud concepts. On-demand resourcing. Looking to provision a resource within the cloud. With on-demand resourcing, it's almost immediately available to you. No more waiting around for hardware to be ordered, installed, cabled, and configured. It's often as simple as filling out a form and clicking submit. Consumption based. With many cloud services, you only pay for what you use. Just like your power bill at home, you only pay for the electricity you use. If you only have a server running for 2 hours and then you shut it down, then you are only going to pay for 2 hours worth of compute resources. Scalability and agility. Cloud computing offers you the agility to rapidly scale your environment's resources, both up and down and in and out. It gives you the ultimate flexibility to keep up with the ever changing demands of the market and frees you up to try new things and experiment with much lower initial costs. Economy of scale. Public cloud vendors can procure hardware for much cheaper due to bulk pricing. You, as the end user, can benefit from these exceptionally low resource cost compared to traditional hosting. Highly available. By design, many of the core services on the public cloud are replicated across different geographic zones and regions. That means that a disruption in one area does not have to result in any downtime. You can ensure the durability of your data and the availability of your services. Flexibility and elasticity. Cloud computing offers huge flexibility and elasticity to your design approach. You have full control and can make fairly significant changes without worrying about waste. Shared infrastructure. Multiple instances running on the same hardware significantly reduce the amount of physical hardware required, resulting in cheaper cost for you, the customer. Security. The major public cloud vendors are considered to be more secure than your own data center. They manage the security of the cloud by securing the data centers, and it's up to you to ensure security in the cloud by correctly leveraging the tools, services, and applications available. So let's try understand the cloud service models: IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. IaaS, infrastructure as a service, offers the highest level of customization. You can configure your own virtual data center, including the network, virtual machine instances, and more. It feels a lot closer to your traditional on-premises data center. So platform as a service offers a great level of control than SaaS. It provides a simple platform for developers to deploy and run code on without having to worry about maintaining, upgrading, and patching servers. Software as a service offerings are ready to use applications that require little to no setup. Example including Google Gmail, where users can access the application over the internet without installing anything. These cloud services models cater to different needs, offering varying level of customization and controls. Whether it's IaaS, PaaS, or SaaS, there's a cloud service model for every requirement. So have you ever wondered how cloud computing is used in the real world? So let's dive into some practical use cases that demonstrate the power of the cloud. So for startups, when it comes to startups, the cloud is a perfect fit. It eliminates the need to invest in expensive IT infrastructure and allows for rapid scalability to accommodate sudden growth. For research and development, the cloud offers a cost-effective solution. It enables the creation of prototypes without a hefty initial investments, allowing for better prediction of success or failure. During peak periods, such as the holiday season, the cloud provides on demand resources to handle increased traffic, eliminating the need for ideal hardware. The cloud's resiliency and durability make it an ideal backup solution, offering virtually unlimited storage and quick relocation in the event of a disaster. These are just a few examples of how the cloud is transforming industries. With its scalability, cost effectiveness, and flexibility, the possibilities are endless. What other innovative use cases can you think of? Let's dive into the key differences between public cloud and traditional on-premises data center. So when building and running your own data center, you have a long list of responsibilities. You need to worry about things like picking the right location, ensuring reliable power and internet, and considering physical security, mechanical and electrical infrastructure, and hardware. Now let's look at each of these from the perspective of using the cloud. Public cloud providers have locations all over the globe with stringent security measures and mechanical and electrical infrastructure managed by the vendor. In the public cloud, you no longer have direct access to the network hardware, and all physical networking components have been replaced with virtual components. As you can see, the on-premises data center involves a lot more responsibilities and extra cost. By leveraging the cloud, you can exchange your capital expenditure for operational expenditure, giving your business the agility it needs to stay competitive. Let's explore the benefits of cloud computing for organizations. On demand resourcing. One of the key advantages of cloud computing is on demand resourcing. This means that when you need to provision a resource within the cloud, it's almost immediately available to you to allocate where and when you need it. This alleviates the lengthy process of sourcing additional resources for your infrastructure providing almost instant access to a resource that you have selected and configured via a series of options. Scalability. Cloud computing offers the ability to rapidly scale your environment's resources both up and down and in and out depending on your requirements and demand of your applications and services. This is only possible because of the on-demand resourcing of the cloud. Economy of scale. Due to the huge scale of resources public cloud offering provide, you benefit from exceptionally low compute storage and network cost compared to traditional hosting. Public cloud providers can make use of these when buying infrastructure in huge scales, passing on the savings to you. Flexibility and elasticity. Cloud computing offers huge flexibility and elasticity to your design approach, allowing you to deploy different resources and services within minutes or seconds. This flexibility is often coupled with automation, ensuring your infrastructure will always deliver great service to your customers. Utility-based metering. With many cloud services, you only pay for what you use. This means you only pay for resources when you are using them, similar to paying for electricity when you use it. Shared infrastructure. Hosts within the cloud are virtualized, allowing for shared infrastructure, which significantly reduces the amount of physical hardware required, resulting in cheaper cost for you. So let's dive into advantages of cloud computing for businesses. The cloud offers a new wave of life to your businesses and its architecture, providing new ways of working, deployment, and automation. It presents a massive potential within your businesses to innovate and take advantage of new services and technologies. For example, serverless computing can be a game changer, allowing you to focus solely on your code. These can lead to faster production release and innovation, helping you bring new products and applications to market more quickly. The cloud also helps businesses reduce their carbon footprint, making it a huge plus point as a differentiator in leading change for the better. Additionally, it allows for remote working, reducing cost and increasing the scope for talent sourcing. Furthermore, it reduces business risks such as data durability and product risks while making the business more dynamic and efficient. Utilizing the cloud can open up access to data and services for authorized third-party vendors, providing significant benefits and leading to a change in business strategy, making your organization stronger within the market. So welcome to Understanding Microsoft Azure, which consists of compute, storage, and networking. Let's dive into the core elements of Microsoft Azure and explore the key services it offers. In Azure, you have a range of compute options, from virtual machines to serverless computing with Azure Functions. Whether you're migrating existing applications or building new ones, Azure provides the flexibility you need. Azure offers various storage options, including blob storage for unstructured data, Azure File Storage for hierarchical file storage, and the range of databases including Azure SQL Database and Cosmos DB for NoSQL. When it comes to networking, Azure provides virtual networks, VNet pairing, and secure connection to on-premises networks through VPN and Azure Express Route. With Azure comprehensive suite of services, you can build, host, and deliver applications without the hassle of managing on-premises infrastructure. Stay tuned for more insights into Azure capabilities. Understanding the shared responsibility model is crucial for building and maintaining a highly secure and reliable environment on Azure Cloud. So you can pause the video to have a look at this image to understand this responsibility model. Are you ready to dive into using Azure? Let's start by knowing the steps to create the virtual machine. To begin, head to portal.azure.com and click Add to create a new virtual machine. Choose a subscription and create a new resource group to hold the VM. Then select a region closest to yours users and decide on the availability zone. Next, choose a VM image and size. Create an administrator account and set inbound port rules. Review your settings, click Create, and wait for the VM to be created. Once it's done, explore the details of your new VM, including its status and public IP address. Take a look at the controls and options available in the menu on the left. Now you're ready to explore the possibilities with your new VM. If you are ready to learn more about using command line interface, let's move forward. Ever wondered if there's a more efficient way to create and manage Azure resources than clicking around the portal? Well, there is. So let me tell you how to use the command line interface to create a website using Azure App Service. To get started, click on the Cloud Shell icon located on the right of the search bar in the Azure portal. These will open a small virtual machine where you can run Azure commands. Once in the Cloud Shell, switch to the Bash shell for simpler commands. If you're familiar with Linux commands, this will be especially easy for you. Next, download the files for a sample website and create an Azure App Service web app using a single command. It's as simple as that. After deploying the website, ensure it's working by visiting the provided URL. Then to avoid incurring charges, delete the web app using the command provided. And that's it for using the CLI to create and manage Azure resources. Stay tuned for more efficient ways to work with Azure. So let's dive into some of the key concepts in Azure. Virtual machine availability and scalability. Virtual machines have gone from being revolutionary to being a standard part of nearly every organization's infrastructure. Now, containers are the revolutionary technology, but VMs are still very important. Virtual machines give you full control over not only the software that you want to run, but also the operating system. This is especially useful when you are migrating existing servers to the cloud. High availability with availability sets. When you use VMs to run missions, critical applications, you need to architect the solution so that it will keep running even if there's a hardware failure, a system update, or a spike in demand. Microsoft offers a few different services to help with high availability. The first one is called an availability set. An availability set is a group of virtual machines that's designed to handle both planned and unplanned VM downtime. Handling planned and unplanned downtime. To handle planned downtime, an availability set groups its VMs into what are called update domains. Unplanned downtime is handled in a similar way by using fault domains. Each VM is in both an update domain and a fault domain. Azure will distribute your VMs into these domains automatically. Using availability zones. That's where availability zones come in. They're an alternative to availability sets. An availability zone is a physical separate zone within an Azure region. So if one zone goes down, the other zone will likely stay up. Scalability with scale sets. The simplest way to scale is to switch an individual VM to a larger size. There is known as a vertical scaling. Horizontal scaling, on the other hand, is when you scale by adding more VMs. You need to architect your application so it can run across multiple identical machines and create a scale set. Automated scaling and regional scale sets. You can configure a scale set to automatically increase or decrease the number of VMs in it according to rules you define. By default, a scale set is deployed in a single zone. But for the ultimate in availability and scalability, you can deploy a scale set across availability zones. Let's try to understand the different ways to purchase Azure virtual machines. Leveraging pay-as-you-go. With pay-as-you-go, you pay for your compute capacity by the second, with no long-term commitments or upfront payments. These option provides the flexibility to increase or decrease compute capacity as needed, paying only for what you use. It's recommended for customers who prefer the low cost and flexibility of Azure VMs. Reserved VM instances offer savings of up to 72% compared to pay-as-you-go pricing, making it ideal for applications with steady state usage or for those seeking budget predictability. However, it requires a commitment of at least a year. Spot pricing for unused compute capacity. Spot pricing allows the purchase of unused Azure compute capacity at a discount of up to 90% compared to pay-as-you-go prices. It's suitable for interruptible applications aiming to drastically lower compute cost. Ready to make an informed decision about Azure VM pricing. Let's explore the world of Microsoft Azure services. From migration tools to identity management, development, IoT, analytics, artificial intelligence, and integration, Microsoft Azure offers a wide range of services to meet your organization needs. Azure Migrate, simplifying migration. If you're looking to migrate your existing application to Azure, the Azure Migrate tool is your go-to solution. It discovers your on-premises servers, assesses them, and even helps with the migration process. Azure Active Directory, seamless integration. Integrating on-premises identities with Azure is made easy with Azure Active Directory. This managed identity service takes care of authentication and offers options for synchronizing your on-premises directory with your Azure directory. Azure DevOps automation development. For implementing DevOps processes, Azure DevOps provides a suite of services including Azure pipelines for creating automated workflows and Azure Dev Test Labs for spinning up non-production environments. Azure IoT Analytics, connecting and analyzing. Microsoft suite of IoT services, including Azure IoT Central and Azure IoT Hub, along with analytics offering like HD Insight and Azure Synapse Analytics, help connect, monitor, control IoT devices, and perform advanced analytics. Azure AI, harnessing artificial intelligence. Explore the world of artificial intelligence with Azure Cognitive Services, Azure Bot Service, Azure Machine Learning Studio, and Azure Machine Learning Services, offering pre-built AI tools and custom machine learning capabilities. Azure Integration Tools, automating tasks, simplifying automation with Azure Logic apps, which allows you to automate tasks across various services without writing any code, and Azure Event Bridge for event-driven notifications. This is just a glimpse of the extension range of Microsoft Azure services. Ready to explore more? Visit the Azure products page on the Azure Marketplace for additional options. Are you struggling to manage your Azure infrastructure efficiently and securely? Microsoft offers a range of services to help you with these tasks. Let's explore some of the key tools available to you. Azure Monitor. Azure Monitor is one-stop shop for keeping track of what's happening with your Azure resources. It includes a variety of monitoring tools such as application insights and log analytics to help you run complex queries on multiple logs collected from your Azure resources. Service health and backups. Microsoft provides a dashboard called Service Health where you can find out about problems with the Azure platform itself as well as upcoming maintenance events. Additionally, most Azure services have their own built-in backup capabilities, and Azure VMs can be backed up using Azure Backup. Azure Advisor and Security. Azure Advisor suggests ways to improve the performance, availability, and cost efficiency of your applications. It also provides security recommendations sourced from Microsoft Defender for Cloud, formerly known as Azure Security Center. Azure Policy and Automation. You can customize regulatory compliance policies using Azure Policy and automate the deployment of resources using ARM templates and Azure blueprints. With these powerful tools at your disposal, you can effectively manage your Azure infrastructure with confidence. Ever wondered how Azure Monitor works? Let's dive into understanding Azure Monitor for resource monitoring. Azure Monitor Basics. Azure Monitor collects CRUD type data, performance metrics, historical events, and log data from resources and applications. It saves two basic types of data metrics, which are lightweight numerical data, and logs, which are in depth telemetry data. Data sources. The record data comes from various sources, including application monitoring data, guest OS data, resource monitoring, and subscription and tenant monitoring. It also supports custom sources through APIs for data ingestion. Data analysis. Metrics can be viewed through the monitoring and metrics function within a resource or via the Azure Monitor service. Log data can be analyzed using the Custo query language and visualized in dashboards and reporting tools like Power BI. Insights and automation. Azure Monitor provides deeper insights through automated artificial intelligence analysis, enabling suggestions and advice on improving resource performance. It also allows setting up rules for triggering specific actions like alerts or resource scaling to meet increased demands. Data streaming. Log and metrics data can be streamed to Azure Events Hubs to make it accessible to third party tools, either within or external to Azure. That's a glimpse into Azure Monitor for resource monitoring. Let's dive into some valuable recommendations from Azure Advisor that can help you save money and maximize your resources. Cost optimization recommendations. Azure Advisor provides essential cost saving measures for virtual machines. One option is to utilize reserved instances, potentially saving up to 72% over a pay as you go subscription. Another approach is to right size underutilized VMs, reducing cost without sacrificing performance. Reducing VM uptime. To reduce VM uptime, you can manually stop and start virtual machines or create a schedule using Azure Automation Runbooks. These allows you to put the machine to sleep between specified times, minimizing cost for non-production environments. Resizing VMs and scale sets. If workloads volume changes, consider resizing the VM or creating a virtual machine scale set. With a scale set, you can set policies based on CPU usage thresholds, automatically adjusting the number of instances to match demand. By implementing these cost optimization recommendations, you can effectively manage your Azure resources and reduce unnecessary expenses. So start maximizing your cost savings today by Azure Advisor. Thinking about hosting a website on Azure? Let's explore the best options available for you. Azure App Service. The most popular way to host a website on Azure is by using Azure App Service. It's a platform as a service that manages the underlying infrastructure for you, making deployment and maintenance easy. Azure App Service supports a wide variety of programming languages and frameworks, including ASP.NET, ASP.NET Core, Java, Ruby, Node.js, PHP, and Python. It also allows you to run applications on Windows or Linux. App Service is well integrated with Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code, and it supports continuous integration and continuous delivery. Tools like Azure DevOps, GitHub, and Gitbucket. One of the biggest advantages of using App Service is its enterprise class features, including high availability, scalability, and security measures such as authenticating capabilities and IP address control. With its ease of deployment, maintenance, and enterprise class feature, Azure App Service is the preferred choice for hosting web apps on Azure. Microsoft App Service Plans. Let's dive into understanding Microsoft App Service Plans and Azure Cloud Services. Microsoft offers 6 tiers of app service plans: free, standard, shared, basic, premium, and isolated. Each tier provides different features and capabilities, catering to various development and production needs. Cost saving and best practices. To save cost, consider purchasing separate plans for development and production environments. Utilize the auto scale feature for automating scaling based on workload metrics. Also take advantage of discounted Azure pricing for Visual Studio subscribers. Azure Cloud Services. Azure Cloud Services offers more control over virtual machines and the ability to deploy web and worker roles. Like app service plans, cloud service plans are available in different tiers, allowing you to choose the best plan for your application's demand. Consider leveraging content delivery networks for a cost-effective approach to localizing web content. CDNs store cached content in point of presence location, delivering web content to user efficiently. Choose the right app service plan and cloud service plan to optimize your Azure cost and meet your application's demands. Azure App Service Deployment. Welcome to a quick review of Azure App Service Deployment. Azure App Service simplifies web application deployment by managing the underlying infrastructure for you. It supports a wide range of programming languages and frameworks such as ASP.NET, Java, Ruby, Node.js, PHP, and Python. Docker container and deployment. For other programming languages, you can utilize Docker containers with the necessary dependencies installed. Deployment can be done from Visual Studio, Visual Studio Code, or the Azure command line interface using AZ Web App UP. App Service Plan Settings. When setting up an app service plan, you will need to choose the operating system, region, and pricing tier. And the tier you select determines whether your app share compute resources with other Azure customers or placed on dedicated virtual machines. Scaling and tiers. Auto scaling is supported on the standard tier and higher, while the premium tier offers additional CPU, memory, and storage options. The isolated tier provides a private dedicated environment within its own virtual network. Remember, regardless of pricing tier, multiple apps in your service plan will share the same compute resources. Virtual networks in Azure. Ever wonder how virtual networks work in Azure? Let's dive in. Azure's equivalent of a local area network is called a Azure Virtual Network, a VNet. Unlike traditional local area networks, VNets in Azure have to be isolated from one another, and only certain types of resources can be placed within them. When creating a VNet, you will need to specify its IP addresses space, subnets, name, subscription, and region. The IP address space determines the pool of addresses available for resources within the VNet, and subnets are used to logically group resources and apply different security rules. Resources within different subnets can still communicate with each other. The Azure provides default routes for internal communication and internet access. Additionally, there are options for custom routes and name resolution services, including Azure Provide Name Resolution, Azure DNS Private Zones, and using your own DNS server. And that's a quick overview of Azure Virtual Networks. Ready to explore more? Stay tuned. Are you looking to connect your Azure Virtual Network to a resource outside of it? Let's explore the best ways to do that. To connect your Azure Virtual Network to another one, consider using VNet pairing. These allows resources to communicate as if they were on the same network, and it's faster and more secure than setting up an internet connection between the two. If you want to connect your VNet to an on-premises network, you can use a VPN or Azure Express route. A VPN traverses the internet, while Express route is a direct connection between your on-premises network and Azure. For VPN connections, you can choose between site to site and point to site connections depending on your needs. Side-to-side connections are ideal for multiple devices in the same location, while point-to-side connections are suitable for individual devices like mobile phones. When setting up a VPN connection, it's important to choose the right routing. Based route-based routing is the recommended option, especially for point-to-side connections. If you need more bandwidth on a connection that doesn't go over the internet, consider setting up a direct connection using Azure Express Route. There are different options based on your IT infrastructure location, and that's how you can efficiently connect your Azure virtual network to other networks. Welcome to Understanding Side-to-Side VPNs. We are diving into the world of side-to-side VPNs, exploring what they are, why they are used, and how to deploy one. A site-to-site VPN gateway is used to connect an on-premises network to an Azure virtual network, establishing an IPsec or IKE VPN tunnel between the two. This type of connection requires a VPN device deployed on-premises with a public IP address assigned to it. To deploy a site-to-site VPN connection, you start by creating the Azure virtual network, followed by creation of a gateway subnet and a VPN gateway. After creating the VPN gateway, you proceed to create the local network gateway representing the on-prem endpoint of the VPN connection. Once the VPN gateway and local network gateway are connected, the on-prem VPN device is configured and a VPN connection is deployed in Azure. Creating the site-to-site connection. The final step involves verifying the connection to ensure everything is provisioned correctly. Welcome to an introduction to point-to-site VPN. We'll explore the fundamentals of point-to-site VPNs and their practical applications. A point-to-site VPN gateway connection is a secure way to connect a single client computer to a virtual network in Azure. It's commonly used by remote workers who need access to resources on an Azure virtual network. When creating a point-to-site VPN, you have the option to use OpenVPN protocol, Secure Socket Tunneling Protocol, or IKE V2 VPN. Each protocol has its own unique advantages and compatibility with different operating systems. User initiating a point-to-site VPN connection to Azure must be authenticated. These can be done through native Azure certificate authentication, native Azure AD authentication, or traditional Active Directory domain server authentication. Point-to-site VPNs offer a secure and flexible solution for remote workers to access resources on Azure virtual networks. So stay tuned for more insights on optimizing your network connections. Welcome to Express Route. We'll explore the features and benefits of Express Route, a private connection from your network to Azure facilitated by a third-party connectivity provider. Express Route allows you to extend your on-premise network into Azure, offering secure, reliable, and fast connectivity without traversing the public internet. It supports any-to-any, point-to-point Ethernet and virtual cross-connection networks. Express Route Connection provides dynamic routing, built-in redundancy, and a 99.95 uptime SLA. They enable access to Microsoft Cloud Services and Office 365 with bandwidth options ranging from 50 Mbps to 10 Gbps. Choose between unlimited data or meter data billing models, offering unlimited or meter data transfers for a monthly fee. Additionally, the Express Route Premium add-on increase route limit and VNet links per circuit. With Express Route, you can seamlessly access Microsoft services with enhanced security, reliability, and flexibility. VNet peering. VNet peering allows seamless connection between Azure virtual networks, making them appear as one. Traffic between peered networks uses the Microsoft backbone infrastructure, ensuring low latency, high bandwidth connectivity. Azure supports virtual network pairing and global virtual network pairing. The former connects networks within the same Azure region, while the latter connects networks in different Azure regions. VNet pairing facilitates data transfers across different virtual networks, even across different Azure subscriptions, Azure Active Directory tenants, and Azure regions. It also allows connection between networks created through different deployment models. Pairing ensures private traffic between networks without the need for public internet gateways or encryption. It also maintains low network latency and allows the application of network security groups for added control. Introducing private endpoints in Azure. Private endpoints provide a secure way to connect Azure resources like SQL database instances and storage containers to a virtual network. They offer a private IP address within the VNet connecting to resources outside of it. By using private endpoints, you can avoid the security risk of public endpoints as they are exposed to the internet. This solution allows you to disable public access and access resources only through the Microsoft Backbone network from your VNet. To set up a private endpoint, you configure it within a specific subnet in your VNet and then configure its target resource. For example, you can create a private endpoint for a SQL database instance and configure its connectivity method to private endpoint. Private endpoints are not limited to just one VNet. They can also be used when connecting other networks to a VNet, such as peered VNets or on-premises environments. And that's the power of private endpoints in Azure networking. Let's dive into the world of Azure load balancers. Let's explore what they are and how they can benefit your applications. Azure load balancers distribute incoming network traffic across multiple backend resources, such as virtual machines in a backend pool or instances in a virtual machine scale set. They operate at the transport layer, serving as the single point of access for applications running on VMs or scale sets. There are two types of Azure load balancers, public and internal. Public load balancers handle incoming internet traffic, while internal load balancers are used for traffic within an Azure virtual network or from a connected on-prem network. When deploying a load balancer, you have the choice of two SKUs, basic and standard. The standard load balancer offers more scalability and security features compared to the basic load balancer. Load balancers are commonly used to increase application availability and provide outbound connectivity for VMs. The standard load balancer, built upon the zero trust model, is inherently secure and recommended by Microsoft for its advanced security features. So, whether it's enhancing availability or strengthening security, Azure load balancers have got you covered. So, let's dive into the world of load balancer components. Let's explore the key elements that make up an Azure load balancer. The front-end IP is the point of contact for clients, whether it's a private or public IP address. It's the entry point for accessing load balanced applications and can even have multiple IP addresses assigned to it. The backend pool is a collection of VMs or VM instance configured to handle incoming requests. The load balancer automatically adjusts to changes in the backend pool, ensuring efficient traffic distribution. Health probes determine the status of instances in the backend pool, ensuring that only healthy instances receive traffic. They play a crucial role in maintaining the load balancer's performance. Load balancing rules dictate how inbound traffic is distributed across backend pool instances. They are essential for optimizing the distribution of traffic, such as routing HTTP traffic to the appropriate backend instances. High availability ports, inbound NAT rules, and outbound rules. These components play a vital role in ensuring seamless and efficient traffic management, from high availability port configurations to forwarding inbound traffic and providing outbound communication to the internet for instances within the backend pool. Introducing Azure Application Gateway. Azure Application Gateway uses HTTP attributes for routing decisions, such as URI path and host headers. These allow for precise traffic routing based on specific criteria. At layer 7 of the OSI model, the gateway can route traffic to the correct server pool based on URL paths such as images or videos. The gateway offers SSL termination, autoscaling, web application firewall, and zone redundancy for efficient traffic management and security. Azure Application Gateway provides advanced routing capabilities and essential features for load balancing web traffic to web applications. Let's dive into the key components that make up the application gateway. The application gateway consists of front-end IP addresses, which can be public, private, or both. Listeners are used to check for incoming connections requests to the gateway, specifying protocol, port, hostname, and IP address. Request routing rules determine how to route traffic on the listeners, forwarding requests to the backend. Backend pools consist of resources like NICs, VM scale sets, and public or internal IP addresses. HTTP settings include ports, protocols, and session affinity. Health probe monitors the health of resources within the backend pool, automatically removing and adding resources based on their health status. Let's dive into Azure Front Door, a powerful service offering from Microsoft Global Network. Azure Front Door is a service that provides global load balancing for applications and microservices, allowing you to fail over across different regions or clouds. It enables you to define, manage, and monitor global routing for web traffic, ensuring high availability. The service offers improved application performance through split TCP based Anycast protocol, which speeds access and reduces latency. It also provides increased availability with smart health probes that facilitate quick failover to remaining backend resources. Azure Front Door offers URL-based routing, allowing you to route traffic to backend pools based on URL paths. Additionally, it provides cookie-based session affinity to ensure a specific user session remains on the same backend for the duration of the session. With features like TLS termination, custom domain support, and URL redirection, Azure Front Door offers a comprehensive solution for global load balancing and routing. Let's explore the Azure Web Application Firewall and its powerful features for protecting web applications from common vulnerabilities and exploits. The Web Application Firewall, also known as WAF, offers centralized protection against threats like SQL injection and cross-site scripting attacks. It simplifies security measures and allows for quicker threat response by patching known vulnerabilities. You can deploy WAF with Azure Application Gateway, Azure Front Door, and Azure Content Delivery Network. It provides tailored protection for each service and can safeguard multiple applications simultaneously. When used with Application Gateway, WAF offers protection for web applications without the need for changes to the application code. It can host and protect up to 40 websites on a single instance. WAF, when used with Azure Front Door, provides centralized protection against web threats at edge locations around the world, preventing attacks before they enter your virtual network. With Azure Content Delivery Network, WAF can protect web content itself, mitigating malicious attacks closer to their sources. So, WAF is a versatile solution designed to protect against various web threats, and it can be seamlessly integrated with different Azure services. Azure Traffic Manager. Let's explore the key features and benefits of Azure Traffic Manager. Azure Traffic Manager is a unique load balancer that uses DNS to distribute traffic. It's designed to ensure high availability and responsiveness for global Azure services. When using Traffic Manager, you have several routing methods to choose from, including priority, weighted, performance, geography, multi-value, and subnet. Traffic Manager uses DNS to route incoming connections to the necessary endpoint based on the configured traffic routing method and the health of the endpoints. Despite the various routing methods available, it's important to note that Traffic Manager is not a proxy or gateway. It directs clients to the endpoints, and the clients then make connections directly to those endpoints. So if you're looking for a DNS specified load balancing solution for your global Azure services, Traffic Manager might be the perfect fit for you. Welcome to an overview of Azure Data Services, where we will explore a range of tools designed to help you work with data in innovative ways. First up is Microsoft Purview, a powerful tool that acts as an index to all your data sources, making it easier to discover and understand your data. By registering data services in the catalog, users can search for and find the information they need using the Purview governance portal. Next, let's talk about Azure Data Lake Storage and Data Warehouses. Data warehouses are ideal for business reporting, while data lakes are perfect for data analytics and exploration. Azure Data Lake Storage, built on Azure Blob Storage, is compatible with Hadoop and Spark, making it a modern data lake solution. Azure Synapse Analytics offers a unique mix of data warehouses and data lake capabilities. Whether you need a data warehouse or a data lake, Synapse Analytics has you covered. Plus, with services like Azure Databricks and Azure HD Insights, you can harness the power of Spark for data analytics. To automate data movement and transformation, Azure Data Factory is the go-to tool. It can even automate machine learning jobs. And for creating data models and browsing large amounts of data faster, there's Azure Analysis Services. Let's understand the difference between data warehouses, data lakes, and Azure Synapse Analytics. Data warehouses are designed for reporting and use SQL for querying structured relational tables. On the other hand, data lakes are for big data analytics using Apache Spark to process structured and unstructured data. Azure Synapse Analytics is a new service that combines data warehouses and data lakes. It offers dedicated SQL pools for data warehouses and Spark pools for data lakes. You can build pipelines in Synapse Analytics using code or a no-code approach. The code method involves creating a workspace, linked services, and notebooks, while the no-code method uses data flows for graphical representation of activities. Be cautious with Spark and SQL pools to avoid unnecessary cost. Consider enabling auto scale and auto pause for Spark pools and understand the differences between dedicated and serverless SQL pools for cost effective usage. Understanding these concepts is crucial for efficient data management and analytics. Are you considering running your SQL server on Azure? Let's explore the various options available to you. If you have existing databases running on MySQL or PostgreSQL, consider using Azure Database for MySQL and Azure Database for PostgreSQL. These managed services offer high availability, backups, security, and compliance, making migration to Azure a seamless process. For migrating SQL Server databases, Azure offers two main options. The first is Azure SQL Database, while the second is SQL Server Stretch Database, which is ideal for managing growing data and optimizing backups. Azure provides three service tiers: general purpose, hyperscale, and business critical. each with unique features. Additionally, you can choose between single database, elastic pool, and managed instance sources types based on your specific requirements. When it comes to purchasing models, you can opt for database transaction units or virtual cores. The vCore model offers more flexibility and includes options for provisioned or serverless purchasing, allowing you to tailor your resources to your workload demands. Azure SQL database ensures high availability through automatic failover and active geolocation, with backups automatically managed and stored in read access geo-redundant storage, with a range of options for running and scaling SQL database on Azure. Relational databases are great for online transaction processing, but the rise of big data has led to the need for bigger databases. NoSQL databases are able to scale better because they satisfy fewer requirements than relational databases. Azure Table Storage is a key attribute store intended for simple structured data like address books or user profiles. It has a schemaless design, automatically indexes records, and offers a basic version that's extremely cheap and easy to use. Azure Redis Cache is a managed services for Redis, an in-memory database used to speed up data retrievals in applications. It's offered in three tiers: basic, standard, and premium, each with different features and performance levels. Azure Data Lake Storage is a data warehouse for unstructured data designed for large quantities of any kind of data and is mainly used for data analytics. Azure Search creates an index of text data for easy searches, while Time Series Insights collects time-stamped data, integrating with Azure IoT Hub and Azure Event Hubs. Azure offers a variety of NoSQL data stores, each with unique features and purpose, catering to different data storage and retrieval needs. Ever wondered what makes Cosmos DB so unique? Let's dive into an overview of these extraordinary database service. Cosmos DB is a truly global and multi-model. It offers unparalleled ease in replicating databases across the world and provide service level agreements for latency, guaranteeing the speed of data read and write. When creating a Cosmos DB account, you can choose from various APIs such as MongoDB, PostgreSQL, Cassandra, or Gremlin to suit your specific database needs. From document to graph and column family models, Cosmos DB supports a wide range of data models, offering flexibility and innovation for diverse applications. With Cosmos DB, data can be written to multiple locations and the price model is based on request units, ensuring high availability and scalability. Cosmos DB is not just a database service, it's a game changer in the world of data management. Overview of Azure HT Insight. Azure HT Insight is a fully managed open source analytics service designed for big data analysis. It's a cloud service that enables fast, easy, and cost effective processing of large amounts of data. HT Insight supports various scenarios, including ETL, data warehousing, machine learning, and IoT. It also integrates seamlessly with Azure data stores and services like Azure Cosmos DB, Data Lake Storage, Blob Storage, Event Hubs, and Data Factory. The service supports multiple cluster types such as Hadoop and Spark. When designing a data flow with HT Insights, the choice of programming language is influenced by the cluster type deployed. Since HT Insight can't be paused, it's recommended to create an instance for analysis or transformation work and then delete it when the task is complete. These can be a part of an automation process, especially for infrequent batch data processing. Welcome to a guide on storage account types in Microsoft Azure. Let's dive into the different types of storage accounts available for your Azure subscription. A storage account in Azure is like a container for all your Azure storage data objects, including blobs, Azure files, queues, tables, and disks. When you provision a storage account, you need to provide a unique name as the data within it is accessible globally. There are several types of storage accounts available, each with different features and pricing models. These include General Purpose V2, General Purpose V1, Block Blob, File, and Blob storage accounts. Each storage account type has unique features such as premium performances for block blobs and append blobs in block blob storage accounts, and high performance characteristics for file storage accounts. All storage account types are encrypted using storage service encryption for data at rest. Additionally, zone redundant storage and geo zone redundant storage are available for specific storage account types in certain regions. Now that you have understanding the different storage account types, you can make an informed decision when provisioning storage for your Azure resources. Let's dive into the world of Azure Blob Storage. This object storage solution in Azure is perfect for hosting massive amounts of unstructured data, including images, documents, video, audio, log files, backup data, and more. Why use blob storage? Blob storage is ideal for serving up images and documents on a website, streaming video or audio, storing log files, backup data, archive data, and data for analysis. It's a versatile solution for a wide range of data storage needs. Accessing objects in blob storage is easy. You can use HTTP or HTTPS, the Azure Storage REST API, Azure PowerShell, Azure CLI, or an Azure Storage Client library like Java, PHP, or .NET. When discussing blob storage, familiarize yourself with storage accounts, containers, and blobs. Storage accounts create a unique namespace. Containers organize blobs. And there are three types of blobs: block blobs, append blobs, and page blobs. Welcome to an introduction to Azure Files. Today we are diving into the world of Azure Files and exploring its incredible features and benefits. Azure Files is a fully managed solution that provides cloud-based file shares accessible via the industry standard Server Message Block Protocol or SMB. It's a game changer for organizations looking to streamline their file sharing and storage process. One of the key advantages of Azure Files is its compatibility with various operating systems including Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. This flexibility allows for seamless integration with different types of deployments, making it a versatile solution for diverse IT environments. Organizations often use Azure Files to replace or supplement on-prem file servers, especially with the added benefits of Azure Files AD authentication. It's also a valuable tool for lifting and shifting applications to the cloud, particularly those that rely on file shares for data storage. With Azure Files, you can say goodbye to the complexities of hardware management, OS installation, and server maintenance. It's a fully managed, resilient solution that empowers you to create, mount, and manage file shares with ease using familiar tools like PowerShell commands and Azure CLI. So say hello to new era of efficient cloud-based file sharing with Azure Files. Welcome to an introductory look at Azure Queues. We'll explore the purpose of Azure Queues and how they are utilized. Azure Queues are designed to store large number of messages which are used to facilitate communication between the components of distributed applications. These messages are accessed from anywhere in the world through authenticated calls via HTTP or HTTPS. The Azure Queue service consists of several key components, including the URL format, a storage account, a queue, and messages. Accessing a queue requires a specific URL format, which includes the storage account name and the queue name. All access to Azure storage services is provided through a storage account, which acts as the overarching container for your Azure storage. The queue itself is a set of messages, and when naming a queue, lowercase letters must be used. Messages in Azure queue can be up to 64 KB in any format, and they play a crucial role in facilitating communication between different components of a distributed application. Welcome to an introduction to Azure Table Storage. We'll explore what Azure Table Storage is and its practical applications. Azure Table Storage is a service by Microsoft for storing structured NoSQL data in the cloud. It offers a schema-less design, allowing for flexible data storage without rigid schema constraints. Organizations use table storage for storing user data for web applications, address books, or device information. It's ideal for scenarios requiring the storage of large amounts of structured, non relational data, such as terabytes of data for web scale applications. Azure Table Storage consists of storage accounts, tables, entities, and properties. Each entity can be up to 1 MB in size and can include up to 252 properties. The URL format for accessing Azure Table Storage is displayed on your screen. Leverage Azure's table storage to store and query massive sets of structured non-relational data. It's a powerful tool for organizations needing flexible and scalable data storage solutions. Welcome to Azure Managed Disks, Benefits and Encryption Types. Azure Managed Disk offers 99.999% availability, making them highly durable with three replicas of data stored in each disk. They also facilitate easy deployment and scaling of VMs, supporting up to 50,000 VM disks per region. Integration with availability sets and zones ensures application protection from failures. Azure Backup supports managed disk backup and restore with Azure role-based access control, providing granular access control. Additionally, managed disk simplify the process of uploading on-prem VMs to Azure. There are two encryption options, server-side encryption and Azure Disk Encryption. SSE provides encryption at rest by default, while ADE encryption OS and data disk using BitLocker for Windows VMs and dmcrypt for Linux VMs. In Azure, there are three disk rules, data disk, OS disk, and temporary disks. Data disk stores applications and have a max capacity of 32 terabytes, while OS disk hosts the VM's operating system with a max capacity of 4 terabytes. Temporary disks are not intended for important data storage and are often lost during maintenance events. Azure Managed Disk offers unparalleled benefits and encryption options, making them a robust choice for your virtual machine storage needs. Ever wonder how disaster recovery works with Azure Synapse Analytics? Let's dive in. Azure takes snapshots of your Synapse Analytics data warehouse throughout the day. If you need to restore your data warehouse to a previous state, you can simply choose from the automatic restore points or create your own user-defined restore points. To ensure availability in each case of a region failure, Azure makes a geo-redundant backup once a day to a paired data center. If disaster strikes, you can use that backup to restore a copy of your data warehouse to any region that supports Synapse Analytics. And that's how disaster recovery works with Azure Synapse Analytics. So stay prepared and keep your data safe. Welcome to an overview of Azure Active Directory, your gateway to understanding the key features and functionalities of Azure AD. Azure Active Directory, or Azure AD, serves as a comprehensive user authentication platform. It provides robust authentication methods, including multi-factor authentication and conditional access, ensuring a secure user experience. Explore Azure AD services such as identity protection, privileged identity management, and external identities, which enhance security and expand access capabilities. Discover how Azure AD domain services support legacy authentication methods, offering a seamless transition to cloud-based solutions. Let's know more about Azure Active Directory. Azure Active Directory or Azure AD is used for accessing cloud applications, including Microsoft 365 and web-based applications in your on-premises environment. It's a managed service, so no need to worry about monitoring and underlying infrastructure. You can synchronize your accounts between on-premises Active Directory and Azure AD using Azure AD Connect. These allows for single sign-on and access to Microsoft 365. Azure AD supports multi-factor authentication, including access codes sent by SMS, voice call, and the Microsoft Authenticator app. It also offers passwordless options like Windows Hello and FIDO2 security keys. Upgrade to Azure AD Premium for a conditional access, which allows for various authentication methods and additional login requirements such as device and location restrictions. Use dynamic membership rules to automatically add or remove users in relevant groups, ensuring users are always in the right groups. Azure AD is a powerful tool for managing user access and authentication. Make sure to explore its full potential of your organization. So welcome to a quick overview of some key features of Azure Active Directory. Identity protection. In the world of cybersecurity, identity protection is crucial. Azure AD's identity protection feature automatically detects risky login attempts and takes action such as requiring multi-factor authentication or blocking the attempt. Privileged Identity Management (PIM). To safeguard administrators' accounts, Privileged Identity Management restricts access, adds extra requirements for privileged actions, and maintains an audit trail for administrator activities. Just-in-time access. PIM also offers just-in-time access, allowing eligible users to request temporary, elevated roles, ensuring tight controls over administrator accounts. For external users, Azure AD External Identities feature, including B2B collaboration, B2B Direct Connect, and Azure AD B2C, facilitates secure guest access for partners, suppliers, and customers. These are just a few of many powerful features Azure Active Directory has to offer. Explore more to enhance your organization security and collaboration. Migrating on-premises applications to Azure with Azure Active Directory. If you want to migrate on-premises applications to Azure, one potential issue is if these applications use legacy authentication protocols such as NTLM or Kerberos. An alternative is to use Azure AD Domain Services, which is a managed implementation. It takes care of running and maintaining the domain controllers. Aside from supporting the legacy authentication protocols, Azure ADDS can support applications that uses LDAP and also allows joining computers to domain and applying group policies. Azure AD Domain Services is a good option to consider if you are planning to migrate existing applications from your on-premises environment to Azure, or if you want to move any of your domain controllers to a managed service. Welcome to a quick introduction to role-based access control. We'll explore the fundamentals of role-based access control in Azure, a crucial aspects of managing user permissions and access to resources. Azure Active Directory handles user authentication, while role-based access control manages authorization. Role-based access control allows you to assign different roles to groups, granting them specific permissions within Azure. In more complex scenarios, fine-grained roles and scope come into play. These allow you to assign specific permissions to particular resources or resource groups, ensuring precious access control. You can also assign roles to Azure service instances and create custom roles to tailor permissions to your specific needs. And that's a wrap on this quick introduction to role-based access control. Welcome to Single Sign-On in Azure AD. Azure AD Single Sign-On streamlines the authentication process, allowing users to access multiple software platforms using a single set of credentials. This eliminates the need to sign in separately to each application, providing a seamless experience. There are different SSO approaches: federation, password based, linked, and disabled. Federation based SSO is preferred for its enhanced security and functionality, especially with applications supporting SAML 2.0, WS Federation, or OpenID Connect. Password based SSO is advantageous for on site application set up for application proxy, offering secure passage storage and replay. Linked sign on is beneficial during the gradual migration of applications to Azure AD, while disabled SSO is typically for applications not yet integrated with Azure AD single sign on. The choice of SSO deployment strategy depends on the hosting location of the application, influencing network traffic routing. Both on premises and cloud based applications can benefit from SSO. Azure AD Single Sign-On offers a comprehensive solution for simplifying authentication across various software platforms. Welcome to Azure AD Multi-Factor Authentication, your essential security feature for protecting user accounts. Azure AD MFA requires users to provide additional forms of identification during the sign-in process beyond just a password. This significantly enhances the security of user accounts, making it much more difficult for attackers to gain unauthorized access. Users can choose from several available verification methods, including biometrics like a fingerprint or face scan, a trusted device like a phone or a hardware key, or something you know like a password. The system is flexible, allowing users to select from options like Microsoft Authenticator, Windows Hello for Business, FIDO2 security key, OAuth tokens, SMS, and voice calls. By leveraging Azure AD MFA, organizations can significantly enhance their security posture and protect their resources from unauthorized access. Welcome to Privileged Identity Management in Azure Active Directory. Privileged Identity Management (PIM) is a service provided by Azure Active Directory designed to manage, control, and monitor access to critical resources within your organization. PIM aims to minimize the number of individuals with privileged access, reducing the risk of security breaches. PIM offers just-in-time privileged access, time-bound resources access, role activation approval, multi-factor authentication enforcement, access reviews, and the ability to download audit history. It also prevents the removal of the last active global administrator and privileged role administrator role assignments. Administrators can manage Azure AD roles, Azure resource roles, or PIM for groups. Role assessments in PIM follow specific concepts like eligible assignments, active assignments, assignment states, just-in-time access, and the principle of least privilege access. PIM facilitates the role assignment process, including granting access to resources, activating roles, approving or denying requests, and extending or renewing assignments. Privileged identity management in Azure Active Directory, empowering organizations to secure their critical resources effectively. Welcome to Azure Identity Protection. We'll dive into what it is and what it does. Azure Identity Protection automatically detects identity-based risk and help automate remediation. It can identify various identity centric risks and forward signals to other Azure services like conditional access. When a risk is detected, automatic remediation action can be triggered, such as multi-factor authentication or password resets. Additionally, three reports, risky user, risky sign-ins, and risk detections, assist in investigating detections. Risks are categorized into low, medium, and high tiers, each representing a different confidence level. High risk categorization demands immediate action due to the high confidence level. To access Azure Identity Protection, specific roles like security reader, operator, or administrators are required. Additionally, meaningful use of Azure Identity Protection necessitates an Azure AD Premium P2 license. Welcome to Zero Trust and Defense in Depth on Azure. Zero Trust means not trusting anyone, regardless of their location. Microsoft uses three principles for Zero Trust architecture. Verify explicitly. Verify user identity and access permissions based on all relevant data points, including device location and behavior. Used least privilege access. Only grant the minimum level of access needed for a specific task, limiting the risk of overexposure. Assume breach. Design your architecture to limit the damage caused by an attack, controlling access for each element of your infrastructure. By implementing these principles, you can enhance your organization security and minimize the risk of potential breaches. Protecting your Azure infrastructure with a zero trust philosophy and defense in depth is crucial for safeguarding your data. Let's explore the layers of protection and how they can be secured in Azure. First, there is the physical security maintained by Microsoft at its data centers. Then, identity and access provided by Azure Active Directory and role-based access control. Next, perimeter security, including Azure DDoS defense against denial of service attacks. Following that, network security with network security groups acting as firewall rules for your Azure virtual networks. Then the compute layer, where regular patching of your operating system is essential. After that, application security, ensuring secure application development. Finally, the data layer, where Azure Storage Services offer encryption and advanced threat protection for Azure SQL databases. By implementing these layers of security, you can effectively slow down attackers and increase the likelihood of detecting attacks. Remember, some layers are Microsoft responsibilities, some are entirely yours, and most are a combination of Azure services and your implementation. So protect your data with a comprehensive defense in depth strategy. Microsoft Intune overview. Microsoft Intune is a powerful cloud-based solution for managing mobile devices and applications. It offers data protection at the app level, protection policies, and the ability to manage both organization-owned and employee-owned devices. Intune enables bring your own device mobile application management, allowing organizations to protect and manage personal and corporate data on employee-owned devices. It ensures that personal data is kept separate from company data and allows for selective wipe of corporate data at any time. Intune supports two configurations, Intune MDM plus MAM and MAM without device enrollment, providing app management benefits with differences in device management. Azure Active Directory complements Intune by providing cloud-based identity and access management. It offers user authentication, role-based access control, and single sign-on for a unified user experience. Through Azure AD, organizations can implement conditional access policies to control access to managed apps based on specific conditions such as network connection requirements and compliance settings. Total cost of ownership calculator and pricing calculator. Are you considering migrating to Azure and want to understand the potential cost savings? The total cost of ownership calculator can help with that. However, For estimating the cost of specific Azure services, you will need to use the pricing calculator. Let's say you want to estimate the cost of running a website on Azure App Service. In the pricing calculator, select App Service or simply start typing the product's name for a faster search. Depending on the service, you will need to choose options like region, operating system, and tier. The region and the operating system can impact pricing, and the tier selection can be supported by the information bubble or documentation. After choosing the tier, you can specify instance type, number of instances, hours, SSL connections, support plan, and licensing program. The estimated monthly cost is provided, but it's important to note that it's an estimate and the actual cost could vary. You can add other Azure services to get a total monthly cost. Once done, you can export, save, or share the estimate. And that's how you use the pricing calculator to estimate Azure service costs. Are you looking to optimize your Azure costs? Let's explore some key factors that can affect your Azure expenses. The region where your Azure resources are hosted can significantly impact costs. For instance, using a region closer to you may be more cost effective, but some services can be twice as expensive in certain regions. Consider the cost of transferring data to and from Azure resources. Ingress traffic is free, but egress traffic, especially to other regions or outside the Azure network, may incur costs. Purchasing reserved capacity for long-term use or leveraging the Azure hybrid benefit with existing license can lead to substantial cost savings. Optimize your virtual machines by resizing underutilized instances or using Azure Spot virtual machines for non-mission critical tasks. Remember, even stopped VMs may still incur charges, and deleting a VM doesn't necessarily remove all associated services. So looking to take control of your costs on Azure, Azure Cost Management is the place to do. It offers four key features: cost analysis, budget, alerts, and recommendations. The cost analysis module allows you to delve into your costs, breaking them down by service, region, and subscription. It provides visual representation of your data in charts and tables, making analysis easier. Plus, it forecasts your future spending based on your current usage. Create a budget and set alarms to keep your cost in check. Easily specify your expected monthly spendings and receive alerts as you approach your budgeted amount. You can even set alarms based on forecasted spending. For larger organizations, Azure offers management groups, subscriptions, and resource groups to help track costs separately. These allows you to apply cost analysis, budgets, and alerts at different levels of the hierarchy. Don't forget about tags. By applying the same tag to multiple Azure resources, you can track the total cost of those resources in Azure Cost Management. And that's a wrap for this lesson on controlling your cost with Azure Cost Management. Learn how to effectively manage and optimize your Azure costs. Compare your current workloads cost with Azure using a wide range of factors, including real estate, electricity, and IT labor costs. Understand the different types of subscriptions: free, pay as you go, and member offers, and how to link them to a billing account. Explore the three options for purchasing Azure subscriptions: Web Direct, Enterprise Agreement, and Cloud Solution Provider. Discover how to buy third-party virtual machine images and guest cost estimates for Azure services. Learn about cost-saving strategies such as reducing cost by running applications in less expensive regions, purchasing reserved instances, and utilizing the Azure hybrid benefits. Understand how Azure Cost Management provides cost analysis, budget, alerts, and recommendations to effectively track and manage costs. AWS support plans. AWS offers different levels of support plans based on your requirements, ranging from the free basic support plan to the enterprise plan for customers with mission critical workloads running in the AWS. The basic plan is free and included with all AWS accounts. It provides access to customer service, communities, and AWS Trusted Advisor checks. The paid support plans includes the developer, business, and the enterprise on-ramp plans, each designed for different user needs and workloads. The enterprise plan is designed for companies with multiple AWS accounts running numerous mission-critical, large-scale production environments. Each plan offers different features including access to support, health status and notifications, technical supports availability, case severity and response times, architectural guidance, and technical account manager. Choose the support plan that best suits your needs and ensure the smooth operation of your workloads on AWS. You can pause the video to look at the different support plans and their offerings. AWS Knowledge Center. Access a consolidated set of support resources, including frequently asked questions, videos, and prospective guidance for AWS services. Leverage a global team of experts and solution architects for deep technical knowledge and assistance with AWS cloud projects. Collaborate with over 100,000 AWS partner network organizations, including ISVs and system integrators. AWS Marketplace and Trust and Safety Team. Explore the digital catalog of software offerings from ISVs and AWS partners in the AWS Marketplace. Additionally, get assistance from the AWS Trust and Safety Team if your AWS resources are being used for abuse or malicious activities. Azure API Management, provided by Microsoft, is the ultimate solution for creating, publishing, managing, and securing APIs. With its three key components, the API Gateway, the Management Plane, and the Developer Portal. Azure API Management offers a comprehensive platform for API management. Let's dive into Azure DevOps and DevTest Labs, two powerful tools from Microsoft that can revolutionize the way you build, test, and release application updates. Azure DevOps is a suite of services designed to automate the building, testing, and releasing of application updates. At the heart of this suite is Azure Pipelines, which allows you to create automated workflows for continuous code building, testing, and deployment. Dev Test Labs. Azure Dev Test Lab simplifies the creation of non-production environments, offering unique capabilities like cost control and automated shutdown of virtual machines when not in use. It's a perfect solution for managing development and testing environments efficiently. Looking to boost your application's responsiveness? Meet Azure Content Delivery Network (CDN). Azure CDN catches your most frequently accessed content in locations around the world, ensuring that end users retrieve it from the closest point on the network. This means your web applications will feel more like local applications. By leveraging Microsoft's extensive global network, Azure CDN is a game changer for optimizing application performance. Introducing Azure Functions. Azure Functions are designed to run bits of application logic on demand, similar to any other HTTP accessible endpoint. They are serverless and can be called just like any other API endpoint from within your code or process. Azure Functions are cost effective because they are only provisioned into the cloud when called, unlike standard web servers that run 24 by 7. These on-demand model results in lower operational costs. Azure Functions are especially useful for responding to events such as data operations, timers, and HTTP requests. They connect to data stores and resources through bindings, which provide input data and receive results. Azure functions are typically stateless, meaning they are provisioned into the cloud when needed and deprovisioned immediately afterwards. However, there is an extension called durable functions that allow for state management and coordination. Introducing Microsoft Sentinel. Microsoft Sentinel is a cloud-based SIEM solution providing advanced intelligent tools to secure cloud and on-premises resources. It collects data at scale, detects threats in real time using artificial intelligence, and offers a threat response solution for security teams. Welcome to an introduction to Microsoft Defender for Cloud. We'll explore the key features and benefits of this powerful security tool. Microsoft Defender for Cloud is a comprehensive security posture management and threat protection tool. It's designed to safeguard workloads from threats, track security posture, and streamline security management across Azure, hybrid, and multi-cloud environments. Defender for Cloud provides a secure score, security recommendations, and security alerts. The secure score offers on at a glance view of your security posture, while the security recommendations guide you in hardening your resources. Security alerts notify you of any identified threats and can be streamed to SIEM and SOAR solutions. Explore the various workload protection features, including Microsoft Defender for servers, storage, SQL, containers, app service, key vault, resource manager, DNS, and open source relational databases. With its robust security features and comprehensive protection, Microsoft Defender for Cloud is an essential tool for securing your cloud workloads. Congratulations on reaching this point in your learning journey. As you prepare for the Microsoft AZ-900 exam, there are some additional topics to keep in mind that weren't covered till now. Let's dive into these briefly. Azure region and geographies. Microsoft Azure regions are grouped into geographies, each meeting specific data residency and compliance requirements. For example, the UK geography contains two regions, UK South and UK West, which are paired for recovery during outages. Resource groups and tags. Resource groups organize related resources and tags are labels for management purposes. Remember, resources don't need to be in the same region as the resource group they are in, and tags applied to a resource group don't get inherited by the resources in it. Resource locks and Azure policy. Resource locks prevent accidental modification or deletions, while Azure policy helps enforce governance policies. You can even group policies into initiatives for easier management. Trust Center and Service Trust Portal. Microsoft provides extensive resources on security, privacy, compliance, and trust through the Trust Center and Service Trust Portal. These are essential for understanding how Microsoft handles its side of the arrangement. So let's dive into some real exam question and answers for AZ-900 Microsoft Azure Fundamentals. And these question answers PDF is also available to download from shapingpixel.com website. The full link will be in the description. So let's jump on to the questions. Question number one, a team of developers at your company plans to deploy and then remove 50 customized virtual machines each week. 30 of the virtual machines run Windows Server 2016 and 20 of the virtual machines run Ubuntu Linux. You need to recommend which Azure service will minimize the administrative effort required to deploy and remove the virtual machines. What should you recommend? And the options are option A, Azure reserved virtual machines instances. Option B, Azure virtual machine scale sets. Option C, Azure Dev Test Labs. Option D, Microsoft Managed Desktop. So the right answer here is Option C, Azure DevTest Labs. DevTest Labs creates labs consisting of pre-configured bases or Azure Resource Manager templates. By using DevTest Labs, you can test the latest version of your applications by doing the following tasks. Quickly provision Windows and Linux environments by using reusable templates and artifacts. Easily integrate your deployment pipeline with DevTest Labs to provision on-demand environments. Scale up your load testing by provisioning multi-test agents and create pre-provisioned environments for training and demos. So your company has data centers in Los Angeles and New York. The company has a Microsoft Azure subscription. You are configuring the two data centers as geo-clustered sites for site resiliency. You need to recommend an Azure storage redundancy option. You have the following data storage requirements. Data must be stored on multiple nodes. Data must be stored on nodes in separate geographic locations. Data can be read from the secondary location as well as from the primary location. Which of the following Azure stored redundancy options should you recommend? And you have four options. Option A, geo-redundant storage. Option B, read-only geo-redundant storage. Option C, zone redundant storage. And option D, locally redundant storage. So the right answer is option B, read-only geo-redundant storage. So RAGRS allows you to have higher read availability for your storage account by providing read-only access to the data replicated to the secondary location. Once you enable this feature, the secondary location may be used to achieve higher availability in the event that the data is not available in the primary region. This is an opt-in feature which requires the storage account be geo-replicated. Question number 3. Your company's Azure subscription includes a basic support plan. They would like to request an assessment of an Azure environment's design from Microsoft. This is, however, not supported by the existing plan. You want to make sure that the company subscribes to a support plan that allows these functionality while keeping expenses to a minimum. Solution, you recommend that the company subscribes to the professional direct support plan. Does the solution meet the goal? And you have two options. Option A, yes, and option B, no. So the right answer is option B, no, it does not meet the required goal. So the Azure Pro Direct offering is most appropriate for mid-sized to large companies with substantial business critical utilization of Microsoft Azure. Question number 4. You are tasked with deploying Azure virtual machines for your company. You need to make use of the appropriate cloud deployment solution. Solution, you should make use of software as a service. Does the solution meet the goal? And you have two options. Option A, yes, or option B, no. So the right answer is option B, no, it does not meet the required goal. So Azure virtual machines are computing resources that comes under infrastructure as a service category in Azure. Question number 5. You're planning to migrate a company to Azure. Each of the company's numerous divisions will have an administrator in place to manage the Azure resources used by their respective division. You want to make sure that the Azure deployment you employ allows for Azure to be segmented for the divisions while keeping administrative effort to a minimum. Solution, you plan to make use of several Azure Active directories. Does the solution meet the goal? So the right answer is no, it does not meet the required goal. So Azure Active Directory is a closed based identity and access management service. This service helps your employees access external resources such as Microsoft 365, the Azure portal, and thousands of other SaaS applications. Azure Active Directory also helps them access internal resources like apps on your corporate intranet network, along with any cloud apps developed for your own organization. Question number 6. Your developers have created a portal web app for users in the Miami branch office. The web app will be publicly accessible and used by the Miami users to retrieve customers and product information. The web app is currently running in an on-premises test environment. You plan to host the web app on Azure. You need to determine which Azure web tier plan to host the web app. The web tier plan must meet the following requirements. The website will use the miami.wayland.com URL. The website will be deployed to 2 instances. SSL support must be included. The website requires 12 GB of storage. Cost must be minimized. So which web tier plan should you use? And you have 4 options. Option A, standard. Option B, basic. Option C, free. Or option D, shared. So the right answer is option A, standard. So basic only has 10 GB. So our requirement is 12 GB. So standard is correct and all other options will be costly. Question number 7. Your company is planning to migrate all their virtual machines to an Azure pay-as-you-go subscription. The virtual machines are currently hosted on the Hyper-V host in a data center. You are required make sure that the intended Azure solution uses the correct expenditure model. Solution, you should recommend the use of the elastic expenditure model. Does the solution meet the goal? And you have 2 options, yes or no. So the right answer is no, it does not meet the required goal. So elasticity is not an expenditure model, rather than is one of the characteristics of cloud computing. Question number 8. Your company has virtual machines VMs hosted in Microsoft Azure. The VMs are located in a single Azure virtual network named VNet1. The company has users that work remotely. The remote workers require access to the VMs on VNet1. So you need to provide access for the remote workers. What should you do? And you have 5 options. Option A, configure a site-to-site VPN. Option B, configure a VNet to VNet VPN. Option C, configure a point-to-site VPN. And option D, configure direct access on a Windows Server 2012 server VM. Option E, configure a multi-site VPN. So the right answer is option C, configure a point-to-site VPN. So a point-to-site VPN gateway connection lets you create a secure connection to your virtual network from an individual client computer. Question number 9. You have been informed by your superiors of the company's intentions to automate server deployment to Azure. There is, however, some concern that administrative credentials could be uncovered during this process. You are required to make sure that during the deployment, the administrative credentials are encrypted using a suitable Azure solution. You recommend the use of Azure information protection. Does the solution meet the goal? You have 2 options, yes or no. So the right option is option B, no, it does not meet the required goal. So Azure Information Protection is a cloud-based solution that enables organizations to discover, classify, and protect documents and emails by applying labels to content. Question number 10. The company would like to develop a cloud solution by making use of Azure Government. Azure Government can only be used by certain types of clients to develop cloud solutions. Which of the following are the types of customers that can make use of Azure Government in this situation? Answer by dragging the correct option from the list to the answer area. So we have the following options. So let's see the right options here. So the right options are a United States government contractor and a United States government entity. So Azure government is a mission critical cloud delivering breakthrough innovation to US government customers and their partners. Only US federal, state, local and tribal governments and their partners have access to this dedicated instance. Question number 11. Your company has an Azure Active Directory environment. Users occasionally connect to Azure AD via the internet. You have been tasked with making sure that users who connect to Azure AD via the internet from an unidentified IP address are automatically encouraged to change passwords. Solution: you configure the use of Azure AD identity protection. Does the solution meet the goal? And you have two options, yes or no. So the right answer is yes, it does meet the required goal. So identity protection identifies risk of many types including anonymous IP address use, atypical travel, malware linked IP address, unfamiliar sign-in properties, leaked credentials and password spray and more. Question number 12. Your company has an Azure Active Directory environment. Users occasionally connect to Azure AD via the internet. You have been tasked with making sure that the users who connect to Azure AD via the internet from an unidentified IP address are automatically encouraged to change passwords. Solution: you configure the use of Azure AD privileged identity management. Does the solution meet the goal? And you have two options, yes and no. So the right answer is no, it does not meet the required goal. So privileged identity management provides time-based and approval-based role activation to mitigate the risk of excessive, unnecessary or misused access permissions on resources that you care about. Question number 13. You are required to deploy an artificial intelligence solution in Azure. You want to make sure that you are able to build, test and deploy predictive analytics for the solution. So solution: you should make use of Azure Cosmos DB. Does the solution meet the goal? And you have two options, yes and no. So the right answer is no, it does not meet the required goal. So Azure Cosmos DB is a fully managed NoSQL database for modern app development, single digit milliseconds response times and automatic and instant scalability, guarantee speed at any scale. Question number 14. You are planning a strategy to deploy numerous web servers and database servers to Azure. These strategies should allow for connection types between the web servers and database servers to be controlled. Solution: you include network security groups in your strategy. Does the solution meet the goal? And you have two options, yes and no. So the right answer is option A, yes, it does meet the required goal. So you can use an Azure network security group to filter network traffic to and from Azure resources in an Azure virtual network. A network security group contains security rules that allow or deny inbound network traffic to or outbound network traffic from several types of Azure resources. For each rule, you can specify resource and destination, port and protocol. Question number 15. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So we have the following three statements. So let's see which statements are true and false. So the statement one, a platform as a service solution that hosts web apps in Azure provides full control of the operating systems that host applications. So it's false. A PaaS solution does not provide access to the operating system. The Azure Web App Service provides an environment for you to host your web applications behind the scenes. The web apps are hosted on virtual machines running IIS. However, you have no direct access to the virtual machine. The operating systems are IIS. So the second statement, a platform is a service solution that hosts web apps in Azure provides the ability to scale the platform automatically. This statement is true. A PaaS solution that hosts web apps in Azure does provide the ability to scale the platform automatically. This is known as auto scaling. Behind the scenes, the web apps are hosted on virtual machines running IIS. Auto scaling means adding more load balanced virtual machines to host the web apps. The third statement, a platform as a service solution that hosts web apps in Azure provides professional development services to continuously add features to custom applications. And this statement is also true. So the PaaS provides a framework that developers can build upon to develop or customize cloud-based applications. PaaS development tools can cut the time to takes to code new apps with pre-coded applications components built into the platform, such as workflow, directory services, security features, search, and so on. Question number 16. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So let's see the following statements are true or false. So the first statement is Azure provides flexibility between capital expenditure and operational expenditure, and this statement is true. So traditionally, IT expenses have been considered a capital expenditure. Today, with the move to the cloud and the pay-as-you-go model, organizations have the ability to stretch their budgets and are shifting their IT capital expenditure cost to operating expenditure instead. This flexibility in accounting terms is now an option due to as a service model of purchasing software, cloud storage and other IT related resources. So the second statement, if you create two Azure virtual machines that use the B2 size, each virtual machine will always generate the same monthly cost. And this is not true. Two virtual machines using the same size could have different disk configuration. Therefore, the monthly cost could be different. So the third statement, when an Azure virtual machine is stopped, you continue to pay storage cost associated to the virtual machine. So this statement is true. When an Azure virtual machine is stopped, you don't pay for the virtual machine. However, you do still pay for the storage cost associated to the virtual machine. The most common storage costs are for the disk attached to the virtual machines. So there are also other storage costs associated with the virtual machine, such as storage for diagnostic data and virtual machine backups. Question number 17. You are tasked with deploying Azure virtual machines for your company. You need to make use of the appropriate cloud deployment solution. So solution, you should make use of platform as a service. Does the solution meet the goal? The right answer is no, it does not meet the required goal. So Azure virtual machines are computing resources that comes under infrastructure as a service category in Azure. Question number 18. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So when you are implementing a software as a service solution, you are responsible for, and you have four options. So let's see the right answer here. So the right answer is configuring the SaaS solution. So when you are implementing a software as a service solution, you are responsible for configuring the SaaS solution. Everything else is managed by cloud provider. So SaaS requires the least amount of management. The cloud provider is responsible for managing everything and the end user just uses the software. So software as a service allows users to connect to and use cloud-based apps over the internet. Common examples are email, calendaring, and office tools. So SaaS provides a complete software solution which you purchase on a pay-as-you-go basis from a cloud service provider. You rent the use of an app for your organization and your users connect to it over the internet. So usually with a web browser. All of the underlying infrastructure, middleware, app, software, and app data are located in the service provider's data center. So the service provider manages the hardware and software, and with the appropriate service agreement, will ensure the availability and security of the app and your data as well. Question number 19. You have an on-premises network that contains several servers. You plan to migrate all the servers to Azure. You need to recommend a solution to ensure that some of the servers are available if a single Azure data center goes offline for an extended period. What should you include in the recommendation? And you have four options. Option A, fault tolerance. Option B, elasticity. Option C, scalability. And option D, low latency. So the right answer is option A, fault tolerance. So fault tolerance is the ability of a system to continue to function in the event of a failure of some of its components. So in this question, you could have servers that are replicated across data centers. Availability zones expand the level of control you have to maintain the availability of the application and the data of your VMs. Availability zones are unique physical locations within an Azure region. Each zone is made up of one or more data centers equipped with independent power, cooling, and networking. To ensure resilience, there are a minimum of three separate zones in all enabled regions. The physical separation of availability zones within a region protects application and data from data center failures. With availability zones, Azure offers industry best 99.99% VM uptime SLA by architecting your solution to use replicated VMs in zones. You can protect your application and data from the loss of the data center. If one zone is compromised, then replicated apps and data are instantly available in another zone. Question number 20. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. An organization that hosts its infrastructure no longer requires a data center. And you have four options. So let's see the right option here. So the right answer is in the public cloud. So a private cloud is hosted in your data center. Therefore, you cannot close your data center if you are using a private cloud. A public cloud is hosted externally. For example, in Microsoft Azure, an organization that hosts its infrastructure in a public cloud close its data center. Public cloud is the most common deployment model. In this case, you have no local hardware to manage or keep up to date. Everything runs on your cloud provider's hardware. Microsoft Azure is an example of a public cloud provider. In a private cloud, you create a cloud environment in your own data center and provide self-service access to compute resources to users in your organization. This offers a simulation of a public cloud to your users, but you remain completely responsible for the purchase and maintenance of the hardware and software services you provide. Question number 21. What are two characteristics of the public cloud? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. We have five options. Option A, dedicated hardware. Option B, unsecured connections. Option C, limited storage. Option D, metered pricing. And option E, self-service management. So the right answer is option D, metered pricing. And option E, self-service management. So with the public cloud, you get pay-as-you-go pricing. You pay only for what you use, no capital expenditure cost. With the public cloud, you have self-service management. You are responsible for the deployment and configuration of the cloud services such as virtual machines or websites. The underlying hardware that hosts the cloud resources, it's managed by the cloud provider. Question number 22. Your company's developers intend to deploy a large number of custom virtual machines on a weekly basis. They will also be removing these virtual machines during the same week it was deployed. 60% of the virtual machines have Windows Server 2016 installed, while the other 40% has Ubuntu Linux installed.
You are required to make sure that the administrative effort needed for this process is reduced by employing a suitable Azure service. Solution: you recommend the use of Azure reserved virtual machines instances. Does the solution meet the goal? So let's see the right answer here. No. So the right answer is no, it does not meet the required goal. So Azure Dev Test Labs enable you to quickly create environments using reusable templates and artifacts. Question number 23. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So when planning to migrate a public website to Azure, you must plan to, and you have four options. So let's see the right answer here. So the right answer is pay monthly usage cost. So when planning to migrate a public website to Azure, you must plan to pay monthly usage costs. This is because Azure uses the pay-as-you-go model. Question number 24. Your company plans to migrate all its data and resources to Azure. The company's migration plan states that only platform as a service solution must be used in Azure. You need to deploy an Azure environment that meets the company migration plan. So solution: you create an Azure app service and Azure SQL databases. Does this meet the goal? And we have two options. So the right answer is yes, it does meet the required goal. So Azure App Service and Azure SQL databases are example of Azure PaaS solution. Therefore, the solution does meet the goal. Question number 25. Your company hosts an accounting application named App1 that is used by all the customers of the company. App1 has low usage during the first 3 weeks of each month and very high usage during the last week of each month. Which benefit of Azure Cloud Services supports cost management for this type of usage pattern? And you have four options. Option A, high availability. Option B, high latency. Option C, elasticity. And option D, load balancing. So the right answer is option C, elasticity. So elasticity in this case is the ability to provide additional compute resources when needed and reduce the compute resources when not needed to reduce cost. Autoscaling is an example of elasticity. Elastic computing is the ability to quickly expand or decrease computer processing, memory, and storage resources to meet changing demands without worrying about capacity planning and engineering for peak usage, typically controlled by system monitoring tools. Elastic computing matches the amount of resources allocated to the amount of resources actually needed without disrupting operations. With cloud elasticity, a company avoids paying for unused capacity or idle resources and does not have to worry about investing in the purchase or maintenance of additional resources and equipment. Question number 26. You plan to migrate a web application to Azure. The web application is accessed by external users. You need to recommend a cloud deployment solution to minimize the amount of administrative effort used to manage the web application. What should you include in the recommendation? And you have four options. Option A, software as a service. Option B, platform as a service. Option C, infrastructure as a service. And option D, database as a service. So the right answer is option B, platform as a service. Azure App Service is a platform as a service offering that lets you create web and mobile apps for any platform or device and connect to data anywhere, in the cloud or on premises. App Service includes the web and mobile capabilities that were previously delivered separately as Azure websites and Azure mobile services. Question number 27. Which cloud deployment solution is used for Azure virtual machines, and Azure SQL databases. To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. Azure virtual machines, and you have 3 options, and Azure SQL databases, you have 3 options. So the right answers are for Azure virtual machines, we have infrastructure as a service, and Azure SQL databases, we have platform as a service. So Azure virtual machines are infrastructure as a service. Infrastructure as a service is the most flexible category of cloud services. It aims to give you complete control over the hardware that runs your application, like IT infrastructure, servers and virtual machines, storage, network and operating system. Instead of buying hardware with IaaS, you rent it. So in the second box, we have platform as a service. So Azure SQL databases are platform as a service. Azure SQL databases is a fully managed platform as a service database engine that handles most of the database management functions, such as upgrading, patching, backup, and monitoring without user involvement. Azure SQL database is always running on the latest stable version of SQL Server database engine and patched OS with 99.99% availability. PaaS capabilities that are built into Azure SQL database enable you to focus on the domain specific database administration and optimization activities that are critical for your business. Question number 28. You have an on-premises network that contains 100 servers. You need to recommend a solution that provides additional resources to your users. The solution must minimize capital and operational expenditure costs. What should you include in the recommendation? And you have 4 options. Option a complete migration to the public cloud. Option B, an additional data center. Option C, a private cloud. And option D, a hybrid cloud. So the right answer is option D, a hybrid cloud. So a hybrid cloud is a combination of a private cloud and a public cloud. Capital expenditure is the spending of money upfront for infrastructure such as new servers. With a hybrid cloud, you can continue to use the on-premises servers while adding new servers in the public cloud. Adding new servers in Azure minimizes the capital expenditure cost, as you are not paying for new servers as you would if you deployed new servers on premises. Question number 29. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: to achieve a hybrid cloud model, a company must always migrate from a private cloud model. A company can extend the capacity of its internal network by using the public cloud. So in a public cloud model, only guest users at your company can access the resources in the cloud. So let's see the right answers here. So for the first statement is false. So it is not true that a company must always migrate from a private cloud model to implement a hybrid cloud. You could start with the public cloud and then combine with that with an on-premises infrastructure to implement a hybrid cloud. The second statement is true. So a company can intend the capacity of its internal network by using a public cloud. This is very common. When you need more capacity rather than pay out for new on-premises infrastructure, you can configure a cloud environment and connect your on-premises network to the cloud environment by using a VPN. The third statement is false. So it is not true that only guest users can access cloud resources. You can give anyone with an account in Azure Active Directory access to the cloud resources. So there are many authentication scenarios, but a common one is to replicate your on-premises Active Directory accounts to Azure Active Directory and provide access to the Azure Active Directory accounts. Another commonly used authentication method is federation, where authentication for access to cloud resources is passed to another authentication provider, such as on-premises Active Directory. Question number 30. You plan to migrate several servers from an on-premises network to Azure. What is an advantage of using a public cloud service for the servers over an on-premises network? And you have four options. Option A, the public cloud is owned by the public, not a private corporation. Option B, the public cloud is a crowdsourcing solution that provides corporation with the ability to enhance the cloud. Option C, all public cloud resources can be freely accessed by every member of the public. Option D, the public cloud is a shared entity whereby multiple corporations each use a portion of the resources in the cloud. So the right answer is option D. So a public cloud is a shared entity whereby multiple corporations each use a portion of the resources in the cloud. So the public cloud is a shared entity whereby multiple corporators each use a portion of resources in the cloud. The hardware resources are managed by the cloud provider. Multiple companies create resources such as virtual machines and virtual networks on the hardware resources. Question number 31. You have an accounting application named App1 that uses a legacy database. You plan to move App1 to the cloud. Which service model should you use? And you have three options. Option A, platform as a service. Option B, infrastructure as a service. Option C, software as a service. So the right answer is option B, infrastructure as a service. Cloud infrastructure based application, it moves your existing on-premises app to the infrastructure as a service platform or rehost them. Lift and shift is a common term for this type of relocation. The programs will be nearly identical to what they were before, but they will now be able to run on cloud VMs. Question number 32. In which type of cloud model are all the hardware resources owned by a third party and shared between multiple tenants? And you have three options. Option A, private. Option B, hybrid. And option C, public. So the right answer is option C, public. So Microsoft Azure, Amazon Web Services, and Google Cloud are three examples of public cloud services. Microsoft, Amazon, and Google own the hardware. The tenants are the customers who use the public cloud services. A public cloud is a cloud service offered to multiple customers by a cloud provider. The term public cloud is used to differentiate between the original cloud model of services accessed over the internet and the private cloud model. Public clouds include SaaS, PaaS, and IaaS services. Question number 33. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. An Azure web app that queries an on-premises Microsoft SQL server is an example of a dash cloud. And you have four options. So the right answer is option A, hybrid. So an hybrid cloud, sometimes called a cloud hybrid, is a computing environment that combines an on-premises data center with a public cloud, allowing data and applications to be shared between them. Question number 34. So you have 1000 virtual machines hosted on the Hyper-V host in a data center. You plan to migrate all the virtual machines to an Azure pay-as-you-go subscription. You need to identify which expenditure model to use for the planned Azure solution. Which expenditure model should you identify? And you have four options. Option A, operational. Option B, elastic. Option C, capital. And option D, scalable. So the right answer is option A, operational. So one of the major changes that you will face when you move from on-premises cloud to the public cloud is the switch from capital expenditure to operating expenditure. This switch also requires more careful management of your costs. The benefit of the cloud is that you can fundamentally and positively affect the cost of a service you use by merely shutting down or resizing it when it's not needed. Question number 35. Match the Azure services benefits to the correct descriptions. Instructions to answer: drag the appropriate benefit from the column on the left to its description on the right. Each benefit may be used once, more than once, and not at all. So Options are disaster recovery, fault tolerance, low latency, dynamic scalability. The statements are a cloud service that remains available after a failure occurs. So the right answer is fault tolerance. For the statement, a cloud service that can be recovered from a failure occurs is disaster recovery. And a cloud service that performs quickly when demand increases, you have dynamic scalability. And a cloud service that can be accessed quickly from the internet, low latency. So fault tolerance is the ability of a service to remain available after a failure of one of the components of the service. For example, a service running on multiple servers can withstand the failure of one of the servers. So disaster recovery is the recovery of a service after a failure. For example, restoring a virtual machine from backup after a virtual machine failover. Dynamic scalability is the ability for compute resources to be added to a service when the service is under heavy load. For example, in a virtual machine scale set, additional instances of the virtual machine are added when the existing virtual machines are under heavy load. So latency is the time a service to respond to request. For example, the time it takes for a web page to be returned from a web server. Low latency means low response time, which means a quicker response. Question number 36. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: to implement a hybrid cloud model, a company must have an internal network. So the statement is false. A company can extend the compute resources of its internal network by using a hybrid cloud. The statement is true. In a public cloud model, only guest users at your company can access the resources in the cloud, and this statement is false. So it is not true that a company must always migrate from an internal network to implement a hybrid cloud. You could start with a public cloud and then combine that with an on-premises infrastructure to implement a hybrid cloud. So a company can extend the computing resources of its internal network by using the public cloud. This is very common. So when you need more resources, rather than pay out for a new on-premises infrastructure, you can configure a cloud environment and connect your on-premises network to the cloud environment by using a VPN. So it is not true that only guest users can access cloud resources. You can give anyone with an account in Azure Active Directory access to the cloud resources. So there are many authentication scenarios, but a common one is to replicate your on-premises Active Directory accounts to Azure Active Directory and provide access to the Active Directory accounts. Another commonly used authentication method is federation, which authentication for access to cloud resources is passed with another authentication provider such as an on-premises Active Directory. Question number 37. For each of the following statement, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: a platform as a service solution provides full control of operating system that host applications. A platform as a service solution provides additional memory to apps by changing pricing tiers. A platform as a service solution can automatically scale the number of instances. So the right answers are: the first statement is false. So the second one is true. The third one is false. So APAs provide option to change the pricing tier, and each tier has different processing capacity to offer. So you can create an Azure database for Postgres SQL server in one of three different pricing tiers: basic, general purpose, and memory optimized. The pricing tiers are differentiated by the amount of compute in vCores, and that can be provisioned memory per vCore and the storage technology used to store the data. Scalability is one of the most important characteristics of platform as a service that enables you to dynamically add more resources to your services when needed. Question number 38. You are tasked with deploying a critical LOB application which will be installed on a virtual machine. To Azure, you are informed that the application deployment strategy should allow for a guarantee availability of 99.99%. You need to make sure that the strategy requires as little virtual machines and availability zones as possible. Solution: you include one virtual machine and two availability zones in your strategy. Does the solution meet the goal? And you have two options. So the right answer is no, the solution does not meet the required goal. So for all the virtual machines that have two or more instances deployed across two or more availability zones in the same Azure region, we guarantee you will have virtual connectivity at least one instant at least 99.99% of the time. Question number 39. So your company has an on-premises network that contains multiple servers. The company plans to reduce the following administrative responsibility: backing up application data, replacing failed server hardware, managing physical server security, updating server operating systems, managing permissions to shared documents. The company plans to migrate servers to Azure virtual machines. You need to identify which administrative responsibility will be eliminated after the planned migration. So which two responsibilities should you identify? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. And you have five options. Option A, replacing failed server hardware. Option B, backing up application data. Option C, managing physical server security. Option D, updating server operating systems. And option E, managing permissions to shared documents. So the right answer is option A and option C. So Azure virtual machines run on Hyper-V physical servers. The physical servers are owned and managed by Microsoft. As an Azure customer, you have no access to the physical servers. Microsoft manages the replacement of failed server hardware and the security of the physical servers, so you don't need to. Question number 40. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: Azure pay-as-you-go pricing is an example of capital expenditure. Paying electricity for your data center is an example of operational expenditure. Deploying your own data center is an example of capital expenditure. So the right answers are: the first statement is false, second is one false, and the third one is true. So one of the major changes that you will face when you move from on-premises cloud to the public cloud is the switch from capital expenditure to operating expenditure. So with the pay-as-you-go model, you pay for services, you use them. So this is operational expenditure, not capital expenditure. So capital expenditure is where you pay for something upfront, for example, buying a new physical server. The second statement is false because paying for electricity for your own data center will be classed as capital expenditure, not operational expenditure. And statement third is true. Deploying your own data center is an example of capital expenditure. This is because you need to purchase all the infrastructure upfront before you can use it. Question number 41. You plan to provision infrastructure as a service resources in Azure. Which resource is an example of infrastructure as a service? And you have four options. Option A, an Azure web app. Option B, an Azure virtual machine. Option C, an Azure logic app. And option D, an Azure SQL database. So the right answer is option B, an Azure virtual machine. So an Azure virtual machine is an example of infrastructure as a service. Azure web app, Azure logic app, and Azure SQL databases are all examples of platform as a service. Question number 42. To which cloud model can you deploy physical servers? And you have four options. Option A, private cloud and hybrid cloud only. Option B, private cloud only. Option C, private cloud, hybrid cloud, and public cloud. And option D, hybrid cloud only. So the right answer is a private cloud and a hybrid cloud only. So a private cloud is on premises, so you can deploy physical servers. A hybrid cloud is a mix of on premises and public cloud resources. You can deploy physical servers on premises. Question number 43. You have 50 virtual machines hosted on premises and 50 virtual machines hosted in Azure. The on-premises virtual machines and the Azure virtual machines connect to each other. Which type of cloud model is this? We have three options. Option A, hybrid. Option B, private. And option C, public. So the right answer is option A, hybrid. So a hybrid cloud, sometimes called a cloud hybrid, is a computing environment that combines an on-premises data center, also called as a private cloud, with a public cloud, allowing data and applications to be shared between them. Some people define hybrid cloud to include multi-cloud configurations where an organization uses more than one public cloud in addition to their on-premises data center. Question number 44. So your company is planning to migrate all their virtual machines to an Azure pay-as-you-go subscription. The virtual machines are currently hosted on the Hyper-V host in a data center. You are required make sure that the intended Azure solution uses the correct expenditure model solution. You should recommend the use of the operational expenditure model. Does the solution meet the goal? The right answer is option A. Yes, it does meet the required goal. So operating expenditures are ongoing cost of doing business. Consuming cloud services in a pay-as-you-go model could qualify as an operating expenditure. Question number 45. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: a company can extend a private cloud by adding its own physical servers to the public cloud. Second statement: to build a hybrid cloud, you must deploy resources to the public cloud. And a private cloud must be disconnected from the internet. So first statement is true, the second one is false, and the third statement is false. So you cannot add physical servers to the public cloud. You can only deploy virtual machines in the public cloud. You can extend a private cloud by deploying a virtual servers in the public cloud. This would create a hybrid cloud. A hybrid cloud is a combination of the private cloud and a public cloud. Therefore, to create a hybrid cloud, you must deploy resources to a public cloud. And it is not true that a private cloud must be disconnected from the internet. Private clouds can be and most commonly are connected to the internet. Private cloud means the physical servers are managed by you. It does not mean that it is disconnected from the internet. Question number 46. Match the cloud model to the correct advantage. Instructions: to answer, drag the appropriate cloud model from the column on the left to its advantages on the right. Each cloud model may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So the cloud models are hybrid cloud, private cloud, and public cloud. So for public cloud, we have no required capital expenditure. The private cloud provides complete control over security. Hybrid cloud provides a choice to use on-premises or cloud-based services. So with the public cloud, there is no capital expenditure on server hardware, etc. You only pay for cloud resources that you use as you use them. And private cloud exists on premises, so you have complete control over security. The hybrid cloud is a mix of public cloud resources and on-premises resources. Therefore, you have a choice to use either. Question number 47. What is the first stage in the Microsoft Cloud Adoption Framework for Azure? And you have four options. Option A, adopt the cloud. Option B, make a plan. Option C, ready your organization. Option D, define your strategy. So the right answer is option D, define your strategy. So the following stages are: define strategy, plan, ready, adopt, and govern and manage. Question number 48. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: a company can extend an internal network by adding its own physical server to the public cloud. A private cloud must be disconnected from the internet. Part of a hybrid cloud is a public cloud. So the first statement is false. So the second statement is false and the third statement is true. So you cannot add physical servers to the public cloud. You can only deploy virtual services in the public cloud. You can extend a private cloud by deploying virtual servers in a public cloud. These would create a hybrid cloud. And a private cloud exists in cyberspace and is accessed via the internet. And hybrid cloud is a combination of the two cloud service deployment models that allow organizations to leverage the flexibility of the public cloud while maintaining specific data or applications on a private infrastructure. Question number 49. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So you must have physical servers to use cloud computing. You must have internet connectivity to use cloud computing. The cost to increase cloud computing capacity are less than the cost to increase the computing capacity of an on-premises data center. So the first statement is true and the second and third statements are false. So we don't need physical servers to use cloud computing. So we do need an internet connection to connect to the cloud services. So with cloud computing, many of the costs associated with an on-premises data center become the responsibility of the service provider. Instead of thinking about physical hardware and data center cost, cloud computing has a different set of costs. For accounting purpose, all of these costs are operational expenses. Question number 50. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: a single Microsoft account can be used to manage multiple Azure subscriptions. Two Azure subscriptions can be merged into a single subscription. A company can use resources from multiple subscriptions. So the right answers are, so the first statement is true. You can use the same account to manage multiple subscriptions. You can create an additional subscription for your account in the Azure portal. You may want an additional subscription to avoid hitting subscription limits, to create separate environments for security, or to isolate data for compliance reasons. The second statement is false. You cannot merge two subscriptions into a single subscription. However, you can move some Azure resources from one subscription to another. You can also transfer ownership of a subscription and change the billing type for a subscription. And third statement is true. A company can have multiple subscriptions and store resources in the different subscriptions. However, a resource instance can exist in only one subscription. Question number 51. Match the cloud computing benefits to the correct descriptions. To answer, drag the appropriate benefits from the column to the left to its description on the right. Each benefit may be used once, more than once, and not at all. Agility, geo-distribution, scalability. So the right answers are: for scalability, resources can be provisioned dynamically to meet changing demands. Geo-distribution, applications and data can be deployed to multiple regions. Agility, applications can be deployed, tested and launched rapidly. So Azure provides a built-in high availability and disaster recovery options to ensure maximum resilience for all workloads. Geo-distribution provides a turnkey way for you to host an API management instance in multi Azure data centers with automatically synchronized configuration around the world. Question number 52. Select the answers that correctly completes the sentence. Azure Site Recovery provides a dash for virtual machines. And you have four options. So the right answer is disaster recovery. So you set up disaster recovery for Azure VMs using Azure Site Recovery. Question number 53. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. When you are implementing a software as a service solution, you are responsible for, and you have four options. So the right answer is configuring the SaaS solution. So configuring the SaaS solution, software as a service, is a way of delivering applications over the internet as a service. Instead of installing and maintaining software, you simply access it via the internet, freeing yourself from complex software and hardware management. SaaS applications are sometimes called web-based software, on-demand software, or hosted software. Whatever the name, SaaS applications run on SaaS providers' servers. The provider manages access to the application, including security, availability, and performance. Question number 54. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. An Azure web app that queries on on-premises Microsoft SQL Server is an example of Dash Cloud. And you have four options. The right answer is hybrid cloud. So you can deploy a hybrid app with on-premises data that scales across cloud. So a hybrid cloud is a cloud computing environment that is made up of one or more private or public cloud providers like Azure. These host data, applications, and workloads that can be shared between clouds to create a streamlined system that efficiently works together to solve the common issues that arise from migrating to cloud environments. Question number 55. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. A Microsoft SQL Server database that is hosted in the cloud and has software updates managed by Azure is an example of, and you have four options. So the right option is platform as a service. So platform as a service is a complete development and deployment environment in the cloud with resources that enable you to deliver everything from simple cloud-based apps to sophisticated cloud-enabled enterprise applications. You purchase the resources you need from a cloud service provider on a pay-as-you-go basis and access them over a secure internet connection. So like infrastructure as a service, PaaS includes infrastructure, servers, storage, and networking, but also middleware, development tools, intelligent business intelligence services, database management systems, and more. Question number 56. Your organization has decided to adopt a work from home policy. As a part of the transition to remote work, the organization has made the decision to implement single sign-on and multi-factor authentication for all employees accessing resources in Azure cloud. Which of the following benefit of the cloud is applicable to this decision? And you have four options: security, scalability, unlimited storage, and reduced latency. So the right option is security. So the primary benefit of the cloud in this use case is security because the company has adopted single sign-on and multi-factor authentication as part of its remote employees login process. It has considered security as a beneficial feature of working in the cloud. Azure Cloud helps protect the your users' accounts and company data with a wide variety of multi-factor authentication verification methods such as push notifications, Microsoft Authenticator, phishing resistant Titan security keys, and using your Android or iOS device as a security key. Employees can work from virtually anywhere on any devices with single sign-on to thousands of pre-integrated apps in the cloud. Although scalability, unlimited storage, and redundancy latency are all benefits of the clouds, they are not the most relevant benefits in this case. Question number 57. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. You plan to deploy 20 virtual machines to an Azure environment to ensure that a virtual machine named VM1 cannot connect to the other virtual machines VM1 must. You have four options. So the right answer is be deployed to a separate virtual network. So Azure automatically routes traffic between subnets in a virtual network. Therefore,
all virtual machines in a virtual network can connect to the other virtual machines in the same virtual network, even if the virtual machines are on separate subnets with the virtual network. They can still communicate with each other. To ensure that a virtual machine cannot connect to other virtual machines, the virtual machine must be deployed to a separate virtual network. Question number 58. Which of the following is a use case for Azure Data Box? Choose two answers. And you have four options. Option 1, live migration to production in Azure. Option 2, online transfer of IoT data to Azure. Option 3, periodic uploads of an on-premises data to Azure. Option 4, one-time migration of on-premises data to Azure. So the right answer is option 3, periodic uploads of on-premises data to Azure. And option 4, on-time migration of an on-premises data to Azure. So data box is an external device that can be used to transfer terabytes of data into and out of Azure. Data box periodic can be used for periodic uploads. For example, in energy exploration, where video content is generated and oil rings and windmill farms, Databox can be used for one-time migration of a large amount of on-premises data to Azure. Migration with the data box might include moving a media library from offline tapes into Azure to create an online media library, migrating your VM farm, SQL Server and application to Azure, moving historical data to Azure for in-depth analysis and reporting using HD Insights, initial bulk transfer, when an initial bulk transfer is done using data box followed by incremental transfers over the network. So for example, backup solution partners such as Common Vault and Databox are used to move initial large historic backup to Azure. So once complete, the incremental data is transferred via the network to Microsoft Azure storage. Question number 59. Match the Azure service to the appropriate description. To answer, drag the appropriate service from the column on the left to its description on the right. Each service may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So the services are Azure Cosmos DB, Azure HD Insight, Azure Synapse Analytics. So the right options are for Azure Synapse Analytics, a fully managed data warehouse that has integral security at every level of scale at no extra cost. Azure Cosmos DB, a global distributed database that supports NoSQL. Azure HD Insights, managed Apache Hadoop cluster in the cloud that enables you to process massive amounts of data. So Azure Synapse Analytics is a limitless analytics service that brings together data integration, enterprise data warehousing, and big data analytics. It gives you the freedom to query data on your terms using either serverless or dedicated options at scale. Azure Synapse brings these words together with a unified experience to ingest, explore, prepare, transform, manage, and serve data for immediate BI and machine learning needs. Question number 60. Dash in Azure allows you to deploy apps with confidence, knowing that they can be fully recovered in an emergency. And you have four options. Option 1, high availability. Option 2, scalability. Option 3, disaster recovery. And option 4, geo distribution. So the right answer is option 3, disaster recovery. So disaster recovery is the ability to take advantage of cloud-based backup services, data replication, and geo distribution. You can deploy your apps with the confidence that comes from knowing that your data is safe in the event of a disaster. High availability differs from disaster recovery because it depends on the service level agreement that you choose. If you have an SLA in place, cloud-based apps can provide a continuous user experience with no apparent downtime, even when things go wrong. Scalability refers to the ability of apps in the cloud to scale vertically and horizontally, not to the ability to take advantage of cloud-based backup services in case
of a total loss of application data. Geo distribution refers to the ability to deploy apps and data to regional data center around the globe, thereby ensuring that your customers always have the best performance in their region. Question number 61. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: the archive access star is set at the storage account level. The hot access star is recommended for data that is accessed and modified frequently. The cool access star is recommended for long-term backups. So the first statement is false, the second one is true, and the third statement is false. So only the hot and cool access stars can set at the account level. The archive access stars can only be set at the blob level. So using scenarios for the hot access star include data that is in active use or is expected to be read from and returned to frequently, data that is staged for processing and eventually migration to the cool access star. And for the third statement is false, because using scenarios for the cool access star includes short-term backup and disaster recovery, older data not used frequently but expected to be available immediately when accessed, large data sets that needs to be stored cost effectively while more data is being gathered for future processing. Question number 62. Which Azure product helps you compare how much your current workloads cost in your on-premises environment and how much they would cost in Azure? And you have four options. Option 1, Azure. Option 2, total cost of ownership calculator. Option 3, pricing calculator. And option 4, cost management. So the right answer is option 2, total cost of ownership calculator. So if your organization is thinking about moving some or all of its IT workloads from an on-premises data center to Azure, one of the first things you will want to do is to compare the cost of two environments. These can be daunting task because not only do you have to figure out how much everything will cost on Azure, but you also have to make sure you include all of your current cost for your on-premises infrastructure. Fortunately, Microsoft provides a useful tool called the Total Cost of Ownership or TCO calculator. It uses industry averages for on-premises cost and of course the equivalent cost on Azure. With this tool, you can see how much money we could potentially save by moving our workloads to Azure. Question number 63. What is the most severe failure from which an Azure availability zone can be used to protect access to Azure services? And we have four options. Option A physical server failure. Option B, an Azure region failure. Option C, a storage failure. And option D, an Azure data center failure. So the right answer is option D, an Azure data center failure. So availability zones expand the level of control you have to maintain the availability of the applications and data on your VMs. An availability zone is a physically separate zone within an Azure region. There are three availability zones per supported Azure region. Each availability zone has a distinct power source, network, and cooling. By architecting your solutions to use replicated VMs in zones, you can protect your apps and data from the loss of a data center. If one zone is compromised, then replicated apps and data are instantly available in another zone. Question number 64. Dash allow you to define a repeatable set of governance tool and standard Azure resources that your organization require. And you have four options. Option 1, Azure Blueprints. Option 2, Azure Policy. Option 3, Azure DevOps. And option 4, Azure Resource Manager Templates. So the right answer is option 1, Azure Blueprints. So Azure Blueprints orchestrates the deployment of various resource templates and other artifacts such as role assignments, policy assignments, Azure Resource Manager templates, and resource groups. Question number 65. You have an Azure environment that contains multiple Azure virtual machines. You plan to implement a solution that enables the client computers on your on-premises network to communicate to the Azure virtual machines. You need to recommend which Azure resources must be created for the planned solution. Which two Azure resources should you include in the recommendation? Each correct answer represents part of the solution. And you have five options. Option a virtual network gateway. Option B, a load balancer. Option C, an application gateway. Option D, a virtual network. And option E, a gateway subnet. So the right answer is option a virtual network gateway, and option E, a gateway subnet. To implement a solution that enables the client computers on your on-premises network to communicate to the Azure virtual machines, you need to configure a VPN connection to connect to on-premises network to the Azure virtual network. The Azure VPN device is known as Virtual Network Gateway. The Virtual Network Gateway needs to be located in a dedicated subnet in the Azure virtual network. This dedicated subnet is known as a gateway subnet and must be named gateway subnet. Question number 66. Dash refers to the ability of your application to meet the commitments you make to your customers. And you have four options. Option 1, security. Option 2, reliability. Option 3, operational excellence. And option 4, performance efficiency. So the right answer is option 2, reliability. So reliability is the ability of a system to recover from failures and continue to function. Reliability encompasses the concepts of resiliency and availability. A reliable workload is one that is both resilient and available. The goal of resiliency is to return the application to a fully functioning state after a failure occurs. Availability is whether your users can access your workload when they need to. Question number 67. You attempt to create several managed Microsoft SQL Server instances in an Azure environment and receive a message that you must increase your Azure subscription limits. What should you do to increase the limit? And you have four options. Option A, create a service health alert. Option B, upgrade your support plan. Option C, modify an Azure policy. And option D, create a new support request. So the right answer is option D, create a new support request. Many Azure resources have code limits. The purpose of the code limit is to help you control your Azure costs. However, it is common to require an increase to the default quota. You can request a quota limit increase by opening a support request. In the support request, select service and subscription limits. For the issues type, select your subscription and the service you want to increase the quota for. For this question, you would select SQL database managed instance as the quota type. Question number 68. Your organization has moved its operations to the Azure cloud and wants to ensure that it enforces zero trust security principles. Which of the following is an example of how the organization can enforce the zero trust principle of assume breach? And you have four options. Option 1, apply sensitivity label to all documents. Option 2, encrypt files in transit and at rest. Option 3, create a policy that states that all confidential items cannot be viewed or modified. Option 4, use labels to verify user access to emails. The right answer is option 2, encrypt files in transit and at rest. When your organization enforces the zero trust principle of assume breach, items are automatically encrypted because the items can only be decrypted to be viewed by authorized users. Your sensitive data should also be protected using encryption and content marking. Encryption is a process by which data is converted into an unrecognizable format that can't be accessed unless decrypted by an authorized user or entity. When an item like an email or a file is encrypted, it is encrypted both in transit and at rest, stays encrypted even if it is taken outside of the organization. Question number 69. For each of the following statement, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: cloud computing provides elastic scalability. Customers can minimize capital expenditure by using a public cloud. So cloud computing leverages virtualizations to provide services to multiple customers simultaneously. So the right options are, so all the statements are true. In cloud computing, elasticity is defined as the degree to which a system is able to adapt to workload changes by provisioning and deprovisioning resources in an automatic manner, such that at each point in time the available resources match the current demand as closely as possible. In cloud computing, multi-tenancy means that multiple customers of a cloud vendor are using the same computing resources. Despite the fact that they share resources, cloud customers are not aware of each other and their data is kept totally separate. Question number 70. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Azure File is an example of infrastructure as a service. A DNS server that runs on an Azure virtual machine is an example of platform as a service. Microsoft Intune is an example of software as a service. So the right statements are: first statement is true, second statement is false, and the third statement is true. So Azure Files offers fully managed file shares in the cloud that are accessible via the industry standard server message block and network file system protocols and provide programmatic access via the Azure Files REST API. In this module, you will learn how you can meet your storage needs using Azure Files and Azure File Sync. Azure virtual machines are the Azure infrastructure as a service used to deploy persistent VMs with nearly any service workload that you want. So Microsoft Intune is a cloud-based endpoint management solution. It manages user access and simplifies apps and devices management across your many devices, including mobile phones, desktop computers, and virtual endpoints. Question number 71. You are leading a team of developers on a project whose goal is to improve customer experience on a credit card company's website. The solution requires custom code without the overhead of managing operating systems or infrastructure. Which of the following code offerings would you suggest to your client? And you have four options. Option 1, infrastructure as a service. Option 2, platform as a service. Option 3, on-premises infrastructure. And option 4, software as a service. So the right answer is option 2, platform as a service. Platform as a service allows the development, testing, and hosting of apps in the same environment but provides no user control over the infrastructure. It is the best choice for creating customized apps. Question number 72. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Statements are: each Azure subscription can contain multiple account administrators. Each Azure subscription can be managed by using a Microsoft account only. An Azure resource group contains multiple Azure subscriptions. So the right options are, all the statements are false. So you can assign service administrators and co-administrators in Azure portal, but there can only be one account administrator. So you need an Azure Active Directory account to manage a subscription, not a Microsoft account. An account is created in the Azure Active Directory when you create the subscription. Further accounts can be created in the Azure Active Directory to manage the subscription. And resource groups are logical containers for Azure resources. However, resources groups do not contain subscriptions. Subscriptions contains resource groups. Question number 73. Which Azure networking service offers an encrypted public connection between Azure networks and on-premises networks? And you have four options. Option 1, Azure Private Networks. Option 2, Virtual Private Networks VPNs. Option 3, Azure Express Route. Option 4, Virtual Network Pairing. The right answer is option 2, Virtual Private Networks. If you want to create a secure connection between a VNet and an on-premises network, then you can use either a VPN, which stands for Virtual Private Network, or Azure Express Route. A VPN sends encrypted traffic over the public internet, whereas Express Route communicates over a private, dedicated connection between your site and Microsoft Azure network. Express Route is much more expensive than a VPN, but it provides higher speed and reliability since it's a dedicated connection. Question number 74. You plan to create an Azure virtual machine. You need to identify which storage service must be used to store the unmanaged data disks of the virtual machine. What should you identify? To answer, select the appropriate service in the answer area. So you have the following options: the containers, file shares, tables, and queues. So the right answer is containers. So Azure containers are the backbone of the virtual desk platform for Azure Infrastructure as a Service. Both Azure OS and a data disk are implemented as a virtual disk where data is durably persisted in Azure storage platform and then delivered to the virtual machines for maximum performance. Azure disks are persisted in Hyper-V VHD format and stored as a page blob in Azure storage. Question number 75. What Azure feature replicates resources across regions that are at least 300 miles away from each other? And you have four options. Option 1, region pairs. Option 2, availability zones. Option 3, single region. And option 4, several regions. So the right answer is option 1, region pairs. So each Azure region is paired with another region within the same geography, such as US, Europe, or Asia. This approach allows for the replication of resources such as VM storage across geography, which should reduce the likelihood of natural disaster, civil unrest, power outages, or physical network outages affecting both regions at once. Additional advantages of region pairs include: in the event of a wider Azure outage, one region is prioritized over out of every pair to help reduce the time to restore applications. Planned Azure updates are rolled out to paired regions one at a time to minimize downtime and the risk of application outage. Data continues to reside within the same geography as it pairs for tax and law enforcement jurisdiction purposes. Question number 76. What does a customer provide in a software as a service model? And you have four options. Option A, application data. Option B, data storage. Option C, compute resources. And option D, application software. So the right answer is option A, application data. So software as a service provides a complete software solution which you purchase on a pay-as-you-go basis from a cloud service provider. You rent the use of an app for your organization and your users connect to it over the internet, usually with a web browser. All of the underlying infrastructure, middleware, app software, and app data are located in the service provider's data center. The service provider manages the hardware and software, and with the appropriate service agreement will ensure the availability and the security of the app and your data as well. Question number 77. On federated identity management, dash is one of entry that combines access to multiple resources behind it. And you have four options. Option 1, single registration. Option 2, single sign-on. Option 3, flow control. And option 4, proxy sign-on. So the right answer is option 2, single sign-on. So we have, of course, classic single sign-on. Now this is typically used for facilitating inter-organizational and inter-security domain access to resources by leveraging the federated identity management system. Classic single sign-on is basically a one point of entry which combines access to multiple resources behind it. Question number 78. You plan to deploy several Azure virtual machines. You need to ensure that the services running on the virtual machines are available if a single data center fails. Solution: you deploy the virtual machine to a scale set. Does this meet the goal? Right answer is option B. No, it does not meet the required goal. This answer does not specify that the scale set will be configured across multiple data centers, so this solution does not meet the goal. So Azure Virtual Machine scale sets let you create and manage a group of load balanced VMs. The number of VM instances can automatically increase or decrease in response to demand or a defined schedule. Scale sets provide high availability to your application and allow you to centrally manage, configure, and update many VMs. Virtual machines in a scale set can be deployed across multiple update domains and fault domains to maximize availability and resilience to outage due to data center outage and planned or unplanned maintenance events. Question number 79. You are an Azure administrator for an organization. You want to find out whether there is a problem with one of the virtual machines in your environment. Which monitoring feature should you use? And you have four options. Option 1, email alerts. Option 2, metrics. Option 3, application insights. And option 4, resource health. So the right answer is option 4, resource health. A resource is a specific instance of an Azure service such as virtual machine, web app, or SQL database. Resource health relies on signals from different Azure services to access whether a resource is healthy. If a resource is unhealthy, resource health analyzes additional information to determine the source of the problem. It also reports an action that Microsoft is taking to fix the problem and identify things that you can do to address it. Question number 80. Which Azure cost management module lets you drill down into your cost to find out where your organization is spending the most of Azure? So you have four options. Option 1, recommendations. Option 2, cost analysis. Option 3, budgets. And option 4, alerts. So the right answer is option 2, cost analysis. So the cost analysis module lets you drill down into your cost to find out where your organization is spending the most on Azure. Question number 81. Your company plans to migrate all its data and resources to Azure. The company's migration plan states that only platform as a service solution must be used in Azure. You need to deploy an Azure environment that meets the company's migration plan. What should you create? And you have four options. Option A, Azure virtual machines, Azure SQL databases, and Azure storage accounts. Option B, an Azure app service and Azure virtual machines that have Microsoft SQL Server installed. Option C, an Azure app service and Azure SQL databases. And option D, Azure storage accounts and web servers in Azure virtual machines. So the right answer is option C, an Azure app service and Azure SQL databases. Azure App Service and Azure SQL databases are examples of Azure PaaS solution. Therefore, this solution does meet the goal. Question number 82. When you transfer data to an Azure resource, it's known as dash traffic. And you have four options. Option 1, external. Option 2, internal. Option 3, ingress. And option 4, egress. So the right answer is option 3, ingress. So when you transfer data to an Azure resource, it's known as ingress traffic and the cost is free. Question number 83. Your company plans to move several servers to Azure. The company's compliance policy states that a server named FinServer must be on a separate network segment. You are evaluating which Azure resources can be used to meet the compliance policy requirements. Which Azure solution should you recommend? And you have four options. Option a resource group for FinServer and another resource group for all the other servers. Option B, a virtual network for FinServer and another virtual network for all the other servers. Option C, a VPN for FinServer and a virtual network gateway for each other server. Option D, one resource group for all the servers and a resource lock for FinServer. The right answer is option B, a virtual network for FinServer and another virtual network for all other servers. So networks in Azure are known as virtual networks. A virtual network can have multiple IP address spaces and multiple subnets. Azure automatically routes traffic between different subnets within a virtual network. The question states that FinServer must be on a separate network segment. The only way to separate FinServer from other servers in networking terms is to place the server in a different virtual network to the other servers. Question number 84. What should you do to bring Azure storage into your virtual network with a dedicated IP address? And you have four options. Option 1. Pair your Azure virtual network with an Azure storage VNet. Option 2. Create a site-to-site VPN with Azure VPN Gateway. Option 3. Create a private connection with Azure Express Route. Option 4. Create a private endpoint. The right answer is option 4, create a private endpoint. So a private endpoint is a network interface that uses a private IP address from your virtual network. This network interface connects you privately and securely to an Azure service. By enabling a private endpoint, you're bringing the service into your virtual network. Virtual network peering enables you to seamlessly connect two or more virtual networks in Azure. The virtual network appears as one for connectivity purpose. The traffic between virtual machine is peered. Virtual networks uses the Microsoft backbone infrastructure like traffic between virtual machines in the same network. Traffic is routed through Microsoft private network only. Azure supports the following types of peering. Virtual network peering, connecting virtual networks within the same Azure region. Global virtual network peering, connecting virtual network across Azure regions. Question number 85. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. A Microsoft SQL Server database that is hosted in the cloud and has software updates managed by Azure is an example of, and we have four options. So the right answer is platform as a service. So Azure SQL database is a fully managed platform as a service database engine that handles most of the database management functions such as upgrading, patching, backups, and monitoring without user involvement. Question number 86. You are an Azure administrator for a company with the main office in Seattle and satellite offices in New York and Chicago. Management has required syncing files shared between offices so that all locations have access to the most recent file versions. You recommend Azure File Sync. Which capabilities of File Sync would you identify as satisfying the requirement? And we have four options. Option 1, A local Windows server can be provisioned as a part of your Azure file sync deployment so that changes made to a server in one office automatically sync to the servers in all other offices. Option 2, the ability to use Azure Backup to backup on-premises data so that file metadata can be restored immediately and data recalled as needed for rapid disaster recovery. Option 3, the ability to move application that requires access between Azure and on-premises systems and provide write access to the same data across Windows Server and Azure files. And option 4, only recently accessed data located on local servers will be accessed and non-used data moves to Azure through cloud tiering. So the right answer is option 1. Azure File Sync is ideal for distributed access scenarios. For each of your offices, you can provision a local Windows server as a part of your Azure File Sync deployment. Changes made to the server in one office automatically sync to the servers in all other offices. Question number 87. An Azure administrator plans to run a PowerShell script that creates Azure resources. You need to recommend which computer configuration to use to run the script. Solution: run the script from a computer that runs my Chrome OS and uses Azure Cloud Shell. Does this meet the goal? The right answer is option A. Yes, it does meet the required goal. So a PowerShell script is a file that contains PowerShell cmdlets and code. The PowerShell script needs to be run in PowerShell. With the Azure Cloud Shell, you can run PowerShell cmdlets and scripts in a web browser. You log into the Azure portal and select the Azure Cloud Shell option. These will open a PowerShell session in the web browser. The Azure Cloud Shell has the necessary Azure PowerShell module installed. So to run a PowerShell script in the Azure Cloud Shell, you need to change to the directory where the PowerShell script is stored. Question number 88. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: an Azure subscription can be associated to multiple Azure Active Directory tenants. You can change the Azure Active Directory tenants to which an Azure subscription is associated. When an Azure subscription expires, the associated Azure Active Directory tenant is deleted automatically. So let's see the answers. So the first statement is false, the second statement is true, and the third statement is false. An Azure AD tenant can have multiple subscriptions, but an Azure subscription can only be associated to one Azure AD tenant. And you can change the Azure Active Directory tenant to which an Azure subscription is associated. If your subscription expires, you lose access to all the other resources associated with the subscription. However, the Azure AD directory remains in Azure. You can associate and manage the directory using a different Azure subscription. Question number 89. When using the Azure Site Recovery Service, what Azure storage type does Microsoft recommend for replication to Azure? And you have four options. Option 1, premium storage. Option 2, virtual storage. Option 3, locally redundant storage. And option 4, geo-redundant storage. So the right answer is option 4, geo-redundant storage. So you need an Azure storage account to store replicated data, and it must be in the same region as the recovery services vault. Replicated data is stored in Azure storage. The Azure VMs are created when failover occurs. While you can use geo-redundant storage or locally redundant storage, Microsoft recommends geo-redundant storage so that data is resilient if a region outage occurs or if the primary region cannot be recovered. Question number 90. When creating an Azure policy for a parent resource, what statement applies to child resources? And you have four options. Option 1, Policies are rejected by all child resources. Option 2, policies are inherited by all child resources. Option 3, policies are merged into all child resources. And option 4, policies apply only to parent resources. So the right answer is option 2, policies are inherited by all child resources. Resource policies enable you to establish conventions for resources in your organization. By defining conventions, you can control costs and more easily manage your resources. Policies are inherited by all child resources. So if a policy is applied to a resource group, it applies to all the resources in that resource group. Question number 91. Your company's infrastructure includes a number of business units that each need a large number of various Azure resources for everyday operation. The resources required by each business units are identical. You are required to sanction a strategy to create Azure resources automatically. Solution: you recommend that the Azure API management service be included in the strategy. Does the solution meet the goal? So the right answer is option B. No, it does not meet the required goal. So Azure API management service is a way to create and manage customers' APIs for existing backend services. Question number 92. Session timeout properties in Azure Virtual Desktop. You have four options. Option 1, allow you to configure the ability to end sessions when time limits are reached. Option 2, allow you to log suspicious user activity. Option 3, are configured via the global group policy on a group of session hosts. Option 4, should be configured after golden image creation. So the right answer is option 1, allow you to configure the ability to end sessions when time limits are reached. So let's start off by looking at exactly what session timeout properties are. The session timeout feature allows you to log off user sessions that have been inactive for a specified amount of time. It is configured via the local group policy on a session host. So it would be recommended to implement these during the golden image creation. This way it is deployed to all session hosts. The session timeout properties configuration includes setting time limits for disconnected sessions, active but idle remote desktop service sessions, and active remote desktop service sessions. And finally, you can configure the ability to end sessions when the time limits are reached. Question number 93. You plan to map a network drive from several computers that run Windows 10 to Azure storage. You need to create a storage solution in Azure for a planned mapped drive. What should you create? You have four options. Option A, an Azure SQL database. Option B, a virtual machine data disk. Option C, a file service in a storage account. And option D, a blob service in a storage account. So the right answer is option C, a file service in a storage account. So Azure Files is Microsoft easy to use cloud file system. Azure file shares can be seamlessly used in Windows and Windows servers. To use an Azure file share with Windows, you must either mount it, which means assigning it a drive letter, or mount point path or access it via its UNC path. Unlike other SMB shares you may have interacted with, such as those hosted on Windows Server, Linux Samba Server, or NAS device, Azure file shares do not currently support Kerberos authentication with your Active Directory or Azure Active Directory identity, although this is a feature we are working on. Instead, you must access your Azure file share with the storage account key for the storage account containing your Azure file share. The storage account key is an administrator key for a storage account, including administrator permissions to all files and folders with the file share you are accessing, and for all shell files and other storage resources, blobs, queues, tables, etc., contained within your storage account. Question number 94. Using automation to produce consistent and repeatable results is an example of. You have four options. Option 1, reliability. Option 2, security. Option 3, predictability. And option 4, performance efficiency. So the right answer is option 3, predictability. Automation has revolutionized how businesses operate, and this trend continues to evolve. Businesses have moved to automate manual process so that engineers can focus attention on tasks that add business value. Automating business solutions produces predictable results that allow engineers to focus more on creation rather than maintenance. Question number 95. You are tasked with deploying a critical LOB application which will be installed on a virtual machine. To Azure, you are informed that the application deployment strategy should allow for a guaranteed availability of 99.99%. You need to make sure that the strategy requires as little virtual machines and availability zones as possible. Solution: you include two virtual machines and one availability zone in your strategy. Does the solution meet the goal? So the right answer is option B. No, it does not meet the required goal. So Azure availability zones are connected by a high performance network with a round trip latency or less than 2 meters per second. They help your data stay synchronized and accessible when things go wrong. So each zone is composed of one or more data centers equipped with independent power, cooling, and networking infrastructure. Availability zones are designed so that if one zone is affected, regional services capacity and high availability are supported by remaining two zones. Question number 96. The dash authentication method in Azure removes the password and replaces it with something you have, plus something you are, or something you know. And you have four options. Option 1, multi-factor authentication. Option 2, passwordless. Option 3, security question. And option 4, encrypted. So the right answer is option 2, passwordless. Features like multi-factor authentications are the great way to secure your organization, but users often get frustrated with the additional security layer on top of having to remember their passwords. Passwordless authentication methods are more convenient because the password is removed and replaced with something you have plus something you are or something you know. Question number 97. Which of the following statements about resource locks in Microsoft Azure are true? And you have four options. Option 1. If two different administrators add locks to the same resource, then the most restrictive lock is applied. Option 2. A delete lock is more restrictive than a read-only lock. Option 3. A locked resource can only be deleted by an administrator. Option 4. If you want to apply a lock to all the resources in a resource group, you have to apply the lock to each resource individually. So the right answer is option 1. If two different administrators add locks to the same resource, then the most restrictive lock is applied. A read-only lock prevents this resource from being deleted or modified. So it's more restrictive than a delete lock. If two different administrators add locks to the same resource, then the most restrictive lock is applied. Even an administrator can't delete a locked resource, so they have to delete the lock before they can delete the resource. If you want to apply a lock to all the resources in a resource group, you only have to apply the lock to the resource group itself, and all the resources in it will inherit the lock. You can also do these at the subscription level for all the resources in a subscription. Question number 98. Your company plans to migrate to Azure. The company has several departments. All the Azure resources used to each department will be managed by a department administrator. What are two possible techniques to segment Azure for the departments? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And you have four options. Option A, multiple subscriptions. Option B, multiple Azure Active Directory directories. Option C, multiple regions. And option D, multiple resource groups. So the right answer is multiple subscriptions and option D, multiple resource groups. So an Azure subscription is a container for Azure resources. It is also a boundary for permissions to resources and for billing. You are charged monthly for all the resources in a subscription. A single Azure tenant can contain multiple Azure subscriptions. A resource group is a container that holds relevant resources in an Azure solution. The resource group can include all the resources for the solution or only those resources that you want to manage as a group. To enable each department administrator to manage the Azure resources used by that department, you will need to create a separate subscription per department. You can then assign each department administrator as an administrator for the subscription to enable them to manage all resources in that subscription. Question number 99. Azure Dash is a software solution that can connect existing on-premises servers or servers running on other cloud providers to Azure Resource Manager. And you have four options. Option 1, Stack. Option 2, ARC. Option 3, Outpost. And option 4, Tanzu. So the right answer is option 2, ARC. So Azure Arc is a software solution that can connect existing on-premises servers or servers running on other cloud providers to Azure Resource Manager. Question number 100. For each of the following statement, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: a single Microsoft account can be used to manage multiple Azure subscriptions. Two Azure subscriptions can be merged in a single subscription. A company can use resources from multiple subscriptions. So the right answers are: the first statement is true. So you can use the same account to manage multiple subscriptions. You can create an additional subscriptions for your account in an Azure portal. You may want an additional subscription to avoid hitting subscription limits, to create separate environments for security, or to isolate data for compliance resources. So the second statement is false. You cannot merge two subscriptions into a single subscription. However, you can move some Azure resources from one subscription to another. You can also transfer ownership of a subscription and change the building type for a subscription. The third statement is true. A company can have multiple subscriptions and store resources in the different subscriptions. However, a resource instance can exist in only one subscription. Question number 101. What is the goal of high availability and fault tolerance? And you have four options. Option 1, to keep your systems up and running should something fail within your architecture. Option 2, to prevent hardware from failing. Option 3, to keep the integrity of data intact in the event of system failure. And option 4, to keep the privacy of data intact in the event of security breach. And the right option is option 1, to keep your systems up and running should something fail within your architecture. So what's the difference between high availability and fault tolerance? They both ultimately have the same goal: to keep your systems up and running should something fail within your architecture. But there is a difference. High availability in Microsoft Azure is the ability of a cloud service to remain available by making sure that there is no single point of failure and to ensure a specified level of performance. Azure fault tolerance, the ability of an operating system to respond to a hardware or software failure, the ability of a system to continue operate despite failures and malfunctions, is referred to as a fault tolerance. Question number 102. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: Microsoft SQL Server 2019 installed on an Azure virtual machine is an example of platform as a service. Azure SQL database is an example of platform as a service. Azure Cosmos DB is an example of software as a service. So the right answers are, the first statement is false. So the second statement is true. And the third statement is false. So Azure virtual machines are the Azure infrastructure as a service used to deploy persistent VMs with nearly any server workload that you want. And Azure SQL database is a fully managed platform as a service database engine that handles most of the database management functions, such as upgrading, patching, backups, and monitoring without user involvement. And Azure Cosmos DB is a fully managed platform as a service. To begin using Azure Cosmos DB, you should initially create an Azure Cosmos account in your Azure resource group in the required subscription, and then databases, containers item under it. Question number 103. Which of the following is a benefit of cloud computing that keeps resources and services functioning over a long period of time? And you have four options. Option 1, agility. Option 2, elasticity. Option 3, scalability. And option 4, high availability. So the right answer is option 4, high availability. So high availability is the benefit of cloud computing that allows resources and services to continue functioning for a long period of time. Cloud providers usually generate an uptime of almost 100% for systems that are controlled by the cloud provider. This uptime guarantee is captured through a service level agreement. Question number 104. What is a feature of an Azure virtual network? And you have four options. Option A, resource cost analysis. Option B, packet inspection. Option C, geo redundancy. Option D, isolation and segmentation. So the right answer is option D, isolation and segmentation. Implement network segmentation patterns on Azure. A unified enterprise segmentation strategy guides technical teams to consistently segment access using networking, application, identity, and any other access controls. Create segmentation in your network footprint by defining perimeters. The main reason for segmentation are the ability to group related assets that are a part of workload operations, isolation of resources, governance policies set by the organization. Question number 105. Which of the following statements about Azure networking is correct? Choose three answers. And you have four options. Option 1, traffic between paired virtual network is routed over the public internet. Option 2, virtual network peering connects virtual networks within the same Azure region. Option 3, global virtual network peering connects virtual networks across Azure regions. Option 4, express route traffic is routed through a private connection. So the right answer is option 2, option 3, and option 4. So the traffic between virtual machines is paired virtual networks uses the Microsoft backbone infrastructure. Like traffic between virtual machines in the same network, traffic is routed through Microsoft private network only. Azure supports the following types of peering. Virtual network peering, connecting virtual networks within the same Azure region. Global virtual network peering, connecting virtual networks across Azure regions. Express route allows you to extend your on-premises networks into the Microsoft cloud over a private connection with the help of connectivity provider. And traffic between paired virtual networks is not routed over the public internet. Question number 106. Your organization wants to back up some of its on-premises workloads to the Azure cloud. Which cloud model would you recommend? And you have four options. Option 1, public. Option 2, multi-cloud. Option 3, private. And option 4, hybrid. So the right answer is option 4, hybrid. A hybrid cloud is a computing environment that uses both public and private clouds in an interconnected environment. A hybrid cloud environment can be used to allow a private cloud to surge for increased temporary demand by deploying public cloud resources. A hybrid cloud can be used to provide an extra layer of security. For example, users can flexibly choose which services to keep in the public cloud and which to deploy to their private cloud infrastructure. Question number 107. Your company's infrastructure includes a number of business units that each need a large number of various Azure resources for everyday operation. The resources required by each business units are identical. You are required to sanction a strategy to create Azure resource automatically. Solution, you recommend the Azure Resource Manager template be included in the strategy. Does the solution meet the goal? And you have two options, yes and no. So the right answer is option A, yes, it does meet the required goal. So Azure Resource Manager templates are JavaScript object notation JSON files that define the infrastructure and configuration of your project. Question number 108. In Azure App Service, a dash is the compute resource that Azure provides for hosting a website or web application. And you have four options. Option 1, Azure Application Template. Option 2, App Service Deployment Slot. Option 3, App Service Plan. Option 4, App Service Pipeline. So the right answer is option 3, App Service Plan. Azure App Service is used to create web and mobile apps for any platform or device. App Service includes the web and mobile capabilities that Microsoft previously delivered separately as Azure Websites and Azure Mobile Services. Question number 109. Azure's total cost of ownership calculator. And you have four options. Allows you to compare cost over any time period between 6 months and 10 years. Option 2, requires an Azure subscription to use. Option 3, uses industry average for on-premises costs. Option 4, involves only two steps. First, define your workloads. Second, view the report. So the right answer is option 3, uses industry averages for on-premises costs. So fortunately, Microsoft provides a useful tool called the total cost of ownership or TCO calculator. It uses industry averages for on-premises cost and of course the equivalent costs on Azure. So there are three steps to using it. First, define your workloads. Second, adjust the assumptions used by the TCO calculator. Third, view the report. You can choose any time period between 1 and 5 years to compare the cost. You don't need to have an Azure subscription to access it, of course, because the whole idea is to use it before you migrate your workloads to Azure. Question number 110. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are, you can create a resource group inside of another resource group. An Azure virtual machine can be multiple resource groups. A resource group can contain resources from multiple Azure regions. So let's see the right answers are. So the first two statements are false and the third statement is true. So first statement is false. A resource group is a container that holds related resources for an Azure solution. The resource group can handle all the resources for the solution or only those resources that you want to manage as a group. The second statement is false. Each resource can exist in only one resource group. The third statement is true. Resources from multiple different regions can be placed in a resource group. The resource group only contains metadata about the resources it contains. Question number 111. Which of the following is an example of a way in which Azure Advisor can help manage cost? And you have four options. Option 1, you can use Azure Advisor to identify underutilized machines so you can resize them. Option 2, you can use Azure Advisor to identify your subscriptions by name, location, and value. Option 3, you can use Azure Advisor to find less expensive third-party solutions that run on Azure. And option 4, you can use Azure Advisor to compare your current data center cost to running the same workloads on Azure. So the right answer is option 1. One of Azure Advisor's features is the ability to identify underutilized machines so you can save money by moving them to a smaller size. Azure Advisor does not find less expensive third-party solutions that run on Azure. Azure Advisor does not compare your current data center cost to running the same workloads on Azure. That functionality is provided by the TCO calculator. Question number 112. You plan to implement an Azure database solution. You need to implement a database solution that meets the following requirements. Can add data concurrently from multiple regions. Can store JSON documents. Which database service should you deploy? To answer, select the appropriate service in the answer area. So let's see, the right answer here is Azure Cosmos DB. So Azure Cosmos DB is Microsoft globally distributed multi-model database service. With a click of a button, Cosmos DB enables you to elastically and independently scale throughput the storage across any number of Azure regions worldwide. Azure Cosmos DB is a great way to store unstructured and JSON data combined with Azure functions. Cosmos DB makes storing data quick and easy with much less code than required for storing data in a relational database. Question number 113. Azure Dash gives you recommendations on how to reduce cost, such as identifying underutilized VMs that could be resized to a cheaper option or shut down entirely. And you have four options. Option 1, budget. Option 2, pricing calculator. Option 3, total cost of ownership calculator. And option 4, advisor. So the right answer is option 4, advisor. So Azure Advisor gives you recommendations on how to reduce cost, such as letting us know if you have underutilized VMs that could be resized to a cheaper option or shut down entirely. Question number 114. How can you use testing to predict outcomes in your cloud environment? And you have four options. Option 1, by identifying the source of errors that are reported by users. Option 2, by performing different functionality tests in pre-production and production environments. Option 3, by excluding infrastructure deployment models from test plans. And option 4, by performing scheduled security tests on application code in development and production environments. So the right answer is option 4, by performing scheduled security tests on application code in development and production environments. So by performing scheduled security tests on application code in development and production, it is possible to better predict outcomes for application performance in your environment. Identifying the source of errors, performing different functionality tests in pre-production and production environments, and excluding infrastructure deployment models from tests are not examples of using testing to predict outcomes in your cloud environment. Question number 150. Your company plans to migrate all its data and resources to Azure. The company's migration plan states that only platform as a service solution must be used in Azure. You need to deploy an Azure environment that meets the company's migration plan. Solution: you create an Azure app service and Azure virtual machines that have Microsoft SQL Server installed. Does this meet the goal? And the right answer is option B. No, it does not meet the required goal. So Azure App Service is a PaaS, platform as a service. However, Azure virtual machines are an infrastructure as a service. Therefore, this solution does not meet the required goal. Question number 116. What is the main advantage of using Azure Container Instance rather than standard containers? And you have four options. Option 1, improved security. Option 2, improved performance. Option 3, improved resilience. And option 4, improved scalability. So the right answer is option 1, improved security. So while Azure container instances are easy to deploy, the main advantage of using them is the security that the hypervisor isolation provides for each container group. With this type of isolation available, you can be sure that your organization's container aren't sharing their OS kernel with other containers. Question number 117. Your company plans to start using Azure and will migrate all its network resources to Azure. You need to start the planning process by exploring Azure. What should you create first? And you have four options. Option A subscription. Option B, a resource group. Option C, a virtual network. And option D, a management group. So the right answer is option A subscription. So the first thing you create in Azure is a subscription. You can think of an Azure subscription and as an Azure account. You get billed per subscription. A subscription is an agreement with Microsoft to use one or more Microsoft cloud platforms or services for which charges occur based on either a per user license fee or on cloud-based resource consumption. Microsoft Software as a Service-based cloud offerings charge per user license fees. Microsoft Platform as a Service and Infrastructure as a Service cloud offerings charged based on cloud resource consumption. You can also use a trial subscription, but the subscription expires after a specific amount of time or consumption charges. You can convert a trial subscription to a paid subscription. Organizations can have multiple subscriptions for Microsoft Cloud offerings. Question number 118. Your business is transitioning from an entirely on-premises IT environment to one hosted entirely in the private cloud. All on-premises physical servers and resources will migrate to virtual cloud resources on hardware owned by your company and managed by your IT staff. You will need to purchase new hardware to host the virtualized resources. You're forecasting your IT resources cost for required compute, networking, and storage, and analyzing how expenses will change as a result of your cloud migration. How do you forecast the company's business expense will change while it transits to the private cloud? Choose two answers. And you have four options. Option one, your operational expenditure for IT resources will increase. Option two, your capital expenditure for IT resource will increase. Option 3, your operational expenditure for IT resources will decrease. And option 4, your operational expenditure for IT resources will not change. So the right answer is option 1, your operational expenditure for IT resources will increase. And option 2, your capital expenditure for IT resources will increase. So moving from an on-premises environment to a private cloud environment is essentially changing your current physical resources to virtual ones and hosting those virtual resources on potentially new and different on-premises hardware. As a result, you are creating a new set of operational expenditure with your virtualized resources. You're also adding new capital expense because you are purchasing new hardware to host virtualized resources. Question number 119. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the following statements are: with software as a service, you must apply software updates. With infrastructure as a service, you must install the software that you want to use. And Azure Backup is an example of platform as a service. So the right answers are, so the first statement is false and the second and third statements are true. So software as a service is a cloud-based software delivery model in which the cloud provider develops and maintains cloud application software, provides automatic software updates, and makes software available to its customer via the internet on a pay-as-you-go basis. Azure Backup is architected from the ground up as a first-class PaaS service in Azure, as described in Approach 3, and delivers on the cloud promises customers expect as they cloud transform their IT infrastructure. Question number 120. Which Azure storage replication option provides maximum durability within a single region? And you have four options. Option 1, geo-redundant storage. Option 2, locally redundant storage. Option 3, read access geo-redundant storage. Option 4, zone redundant storage. So the right answer is option 4, zone redundant storage. So zone redundant storage maintains 3 copies of your data. GRS is replicated 3 times across 2 to 3 facilities, either within a single region or across 2 regions, providing higher durability than LRS. ZRS ensures that your data is durable within a single region. Question number 121. Your organization uses Azure as its cloud provider. The organization has deployed a virtual machine and installed a SQL database on it. Who is responsible for the data that gets ingested into the database? And you have four options. Option 1, the cloud service provider. Option 2, the organization using Azure. Option 3, both the cloud server provider and the organization. And option 4, a third-party data management company. So the right answer is option 2, the organization using Azure. In a cloud computing environment, some responsibility is shared. However, the responsibility sometimes depends on the situation. If you're using cloud SQL database, the cloud provider would be responsible for maintaining the actual database. However, you are still responsible for the data that gets ingested into the database. If you deployed a virtual machine and installed an SQL database on it, you would be responsible for database patches and updates, as well as maintaining the data and information stored in the database. A third-party data management company would not be a solution to managing data ingested into the SQL database because it might not be the most secure option for the organization. Question number 122. What are the two benefits of cloud computing? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. And you have four options. Option A enables the rapid provisioning of resources. Option B has increased administrative complexity. Option C has the same configuration option as on-premises. Option D shifts capital expenditure to operating expenditure. So the right answer is option A enables the rapid provisioning of resources, and option D shifts capital expenditure to operating expenditure. So Azure allows you to build, deploy and manage apps more quickly and easily without having to buy or maintain the underlying infrastructure. Azure provides flexibility between capital expenditure and operational expenditure. Capital expenditure generates benefits over a long period. These expenditures are generally non-recurring and result in the acquisition of the permanent assets. Building an application could qualify as a capital expenditure. Example, Azure reserved instances help Azure most active customers save a long-term VM using reserving VMs in advance at a discounted price by committing to a 1 or 3 year benefits. Operating expenditures are ongoing cost of doing business. Consuming cloud services in a pay-as-you-go model could qualify as an operating expenditure. Example, you pay for a service or product as you use it, that is pay-as-you-go pricing. Question number 123. Which Azure product provides 4 key features: cost analysis, budgets, alerts, and recommendations? And you have four options. Option 1, cost management. Option 2, pricing calculator. Option 3, total cost of ownership calculator. And option 4, advisor. So the right answer is option 1, cost management. When you want to get serious about controlling your costs, the place to go is Azure Cost Management. It provides four key features: cost analysis, budgets, alerts, and recommendations. Question number 124. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: all the Azure resources deployed to a resource group must use the same Azure region. If you assign a tag to a resource group, all the Azure resources in that resource group are assigned to the same tag. If you assign permissions for a user to manage a resource group, the users can manage all the Azure resources in that resource group. So the right answers are, so the first statement is false. So Azure resources deployed to a single resource group can be located in different regions. The resource groups only contains metadata about the resources it contains. When creating a resource group, you need to provide a location for that resource group. You may be wondering, why does a resource group need a location? And if the resources can have different locations than the resource group, why does the resource group location matter at all? The resource group stores metadata about the resources. When you specify a location for a resource group, you are specifying where the metadata is stored. For compliance reasons, you may need to ensure that your data is stored in a particular region. So the second statement is false. The tags for resources are not inherited by default for their resource group. And third statement is true. A resource group can be used to scope access control for administrative actions. By default, permissions set at the resource level are inherited by the resources in resource group. Question number 125. Which of the following resources are required for an Azure virtual machine? Choose two. And you have four options. Option 1, public IP address. Option 2, network interface. Option 3, data disks. Option 4, OS disks. So the right answer is option 2, network interface, and option 4, OS disks. The virtual machine is considered a resource that needs the network interface to communicate in the network. Then creating a virtual machine using the Azure portal, the portal creates a network interface with the default settings for you. If you would rather specify all your network interface settings, you can create a network interface with custom settings and attach the network interface to a virtual machine when creating the virtual machine. You can also create a network interface and add it to an existing virtual machine. So every virtual machine has one attached operating system disk. That OS disk has a pre-installed OS which was selected when the VM was created. The disk contains the boot value. Question number 126. Which of the following should you enable to link to a service that powered by Azure Private Link? And you have four options. Option 1, public endpoint. Option 2, private endpoint. And option 3, a virtual private network. And option 4, a public network. So the right answer is option 2, private endpoint. A private endpoint is a network interface that uses a private IP address from your virtual network. This network interface connects you privately and securely to a service that's powered by Azure Private Link. By enabling a private endpoint, you are bringing the service into the virtual network. The service could be an Azure service such as Azure Storage, Azure Cosmos DB, Azure SQL Database, your own service using Private Link service. Question number 127. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Azure Cosmos DB is an example of a dash offering. So the right answer is platform as a service. So Azure Cosmos DB is an example of platform as a service cloud database provider. Azure Cosmos DB is a fast NoSQL database with SLA-backed speed and availability, automatic and instant scalability, and open source APIs for MongoDB and Cassandra. Question number 128. For each of the following statements, Select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: Azure virtual networks deployed to the same Azure region are connected by default. Each Azure virtual network in a single resource group must have a unique name. The Azure Virtual Network's address space must be unique within a subscription. So let's see the right answers here. So the first statement is false. You would need to set up the VNet connections, for example, with peering. So you can connect virtual networks to each other with virtual network peering. These virtual networks can be in the same region or different regions. Once virtual networks are paired, resources in both virtual networks can communicate with each other. So the second statement is true. So all the Azure resources types have a scope that defines the level that the resource names must be unique. A resource must have a unique name within its scope. For example, a virtual network has a resource group scope, which means that there can be only one network named VNet Prod West US 001 in a given resource group. And the third statement is true. As you build your network in Azure, it is important to keep in mind the following universal design principles. Ensure non-overlapping address spaces. Make sure your VNet address space does not overlap with your organization other network ranges. Question number 129. Which term represents the ability to increase the computing capacity of a virtual machine by adding memory or CPUs? And you have four options. Option A, agility. Option B, vertical scaling. Option C, horizontal scaling. And option D, elasticity. So the right answer is option B, vertical scaling. So vertical scaling, also known as scale up and scale down, means increasing or decreasing virtual machine sizes in response to your workload. Compare this behavior with horizontal scaling, also referred to as scale out and scale in, where the number of VMs is altered depending on the workload. Question number 130. Your company is planning to migrate all their virtual machines to an Azure pay-as-you-go subscription. The virtual machines are currently hosted on the Hyper-V host in a data center. You are required to make sure that the intended Azure resolution uses the correct expenditure model solution. You should recommend that use of the scalable expenditure model. Does the solution meet the goal? So the right answer is option B. No, it does not meet the required goal. Question number 131. Select the answers that correctly completes the sentence. Auto scaling is an example of, and you have four options. So the right answer is elasticity. An Azure virtual machine scale set can automatically increase or decrease the number of VM instances that run your application. This automated and elastic behavior reduces the management overhead to monitor and optimize the performance of your application. Azure Elasticity as a service is referred to a cloud service that enables in automatically scaling Azure hosted resources in par with the demand and configured parameters. It provides Azure administrators with the ability to auto scale Azure infrastructure and resources as and when needed. Question number 132. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: building a data center infrastructure is an example of operational expenditure cost. Monthly salaries for technical personnel are an example of operational expenditure cost. Leasing software is an example of operational expenditure cost. So the right answers are, so the first statement is false and the other two statements are true. So building a data center infrastructure is capital expenditure, not operational expenditure. So operational expenditure is an ongoing cost such as staff salaries. Operational expenditure is ongoing cost such as leasing software. If you purchased software is one of purchase, that would be capital expenditure, but leasing software is ongoing, so it's operational expenditure. Question number 133. Your company plans to deploy several custom applications to Azure. The application will provide invoicing services to the customers of the company. Each application will have several prerequisite applications and services installed. You need to recommend a cloud deployment solution for all the applications. What should you recommend? And you have three options. Option A, software as a service. Option B, platform as a service. Option C, infrastructure as a service. So the right answer is option C, infrastructure as a service. So infrastructure as a service is an instant computing infrastructure provisioned and managed over the internet. The infrastructure as a service provider manages the infrastructure while you purchase, install, configure, and manage your own software. Question number 134. A Dash is a private connection between your organization on-premises location and the Azure data center. And you have four options. Option 1, Azure VPN connection. Option 2, Azure Active Directory. Option 3, VPN gateway. Option 4, Azure Express Route. So the right answer is option 4, Azure Express Route. So Express Route is an Azure service that lets you create private connections between Microsoft data centers and infrastructure that you on your premises or in a co-location facilities. Express Route connections don't go over the public internet and offers high security, reliability, and speeds with lower latencies that typically connections over the internet. Question number 135. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate options in the answer area. Data that is stored in the archive access tier of an Azure storage account. And you have four options. So let's see the right answer here. Must be rehydrated before the data can be accessed. So Azure Storage offers different access tiers, hot, cool, and archive. The archive access tier has the lowest storage cost, but it has higher data retrieval cost compared to the hot and cool tiers. Data in the archive tier can take several hours to retrieve. While a blob is in archive storage, the blob data is offline and can't be read, overwritten, or modified. To read or download a blob in archive, you must first rehydrate it to an online tier. Example, usage scenarios for the archive access tier include long-term backup, secondary backup, and archival datasets, original data that must be preserved even after it has been processed into final usable form, compliance and archival data that needs to be stored for a long time and is hardly ever accessed. Question number 136. Integrating Azure Platform as a Service with Microsoft Defender for cloud apps allows you to also identify anomalies in Azure Dash logs. And you have four options. Option 1, portal. Option 2, threat. Option 3, security. And option 4, activity. So the right answer is option 4, activity. So Azure PaaS service that Defender for cloud can protect include services such as an Azure App Service, Azure SQL, Azure Storage Account and others. Integrating with Microsoft Defender for cloud apps allows you to also identify anomalies in Azure activity logs. Question number 137. You plan to deploy a critical line of business application to Azure. The application will run on an Azure virtual machine. You need to recommend a deployment solution for the application. The solution must provide a guaranteed availability of 99.99%. What is the minimum number of virtual machines and the minimum number of availability zones you should recommend for the deployment? To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area. So minimum number of virtual machines and minimum number of availability zones. So let's see if the right answers are. So you need a minimum of 2 virtual machines with each one location in a different availability zone. So availability zones is a higher availability offering that protects your application and data from data center failures. So availability zones are the unique physical locations within an Azure region. So each region is made up of one or more data center equipped with independent power, cooling, and networking. To ensure resiliency, there is a minimum of 3 separate zones in all enabled regions. The physical separation of availability zones within a region protects application and data from data center failure. So zone redundant services replicates your applications and data across availability zones to protect from single point of failure. With availability zones, Azure offers industry best 99.99% virtual machine uptime SLA. Question number 138. A dash for a managed instance enables data access to your managed instance for outside the virtual network. And you have four options. Option 1, private endpoint. Option 2, public endpoint. Option 3, secure endpoint. And option 4, network endpoint. So the right answer is option 2, public endpoints. A public endpoint for a managed instance enables data access to your managed instance from outside the virtual network. You are able to access your managed instances from multi-tenant Azure services like Power BI, Azure App Service, or an on-premises network by using the public endpoint on a managed instance. You do not need to use a VPN, which can help avoid VPN throughput issues. Question number 139. Which cloud computing model includes on-premises and cloud-based resources? And you have three options. Option A, hybrid. Option B, public. And option C, private. So the right answer is option A, hybrid. A hybrid cloud, sometimes called a cloud hybrid, is a computing environment that combines an on-premises data center with a public cloud, allowing data and applications to be shared between them. Some people define hybrid cloud to include multi-cloud configurations where an organization uses more than one public cloud in addition to their on-premises data center. Question number 140. In the shared responsibility model, which areas are the solo responsibilities of public cloud customers for SaaS, PaaS, and infrastructure as a service services? Choose two answers. And you have four options. Option 1, client device security. Option 2, data protection. Option 3, network hardware. Option 4, physical security of cloud, public cloud infrastructure. So the right answer is option 1, client device security. And option 2, data protection. So the security of the client device that is being used by customer to access cloud application is the customer's responsibility. Data protection is the responsibility of the customer, although the customer can use some cloud services to help protect its data. Network security is shared responsibility. The cloud vendor provides a fundamental level of network security while the customer is responsible for configuring certain types of network security in infrastructure as a service and platform as a service models. Maintenance of the server operating system is handled by the customer in the infrastructure as a service model and is handled by the cloud vendor in platform as a service and software as a service models. Question number 141. Which Azure service should you use to collect events from multiple resources into a centralized repository? And you have four options. Option A, Azure Events Hubs. Option B, Azure Analysis Services. Option C, Azure Monitor. Option D, Azure Stream Analytics. So the right answer is option A, Azure Event Hubs. Azure Event Hubs is a big data streaming platform and event ingestion service. It can receive and process millions of events per second. Data sent to an event hub can be transformed and stored by using any real-time analytics provider or batching storage adapters. Azure Event Hubs can be used to ingest, buffer, store, and process your stream in real time to get actionable insights. Event Hubs uses a partitioned consumer model, enabling multiple applications to process the stream concurrently and letting you control the speed of processing. Azure Events Hubs can be used to capture your data in in near real time in an Azure blob storage or Azure data lake storage or for long-term retention or micro batch processing. Question number 142. Which of the following statements about Azure cost and VM management is true? And you have four options. Option 1, resources themselves do not cost anything. The resource groups contain them incur charges. When a VM is stopped, it will not incur any more charges. If you need to move a VM reservation to another region, you have to make a new reservation and exchange the old one for the new one. Deleting a VM automatically deletes all its data disk and public IP addresses as well. So the right answer is option 3. If you need to move a VM reservation to another region, you have to make a new reservation and exchange the old one for a new one. So the location of the resource group is irrelevant, and resource groups themselves do not cost anything. The resource contained in them incur charges. When you make a reservation, you need to choose which reservation the VM will reside in. You will need to move it into another region. You have to make a new reservation and exchange the old one for a new one. And if a VM is stopped, it could still incur charges. Even deleting the VM won't necessarily delete all the associated resources that you have to pay for. So by default, data disk and public IP addresses persist after a VM has been deleted. So you will need to delete them separately. Question number 143. Your company's developers intend to deploy a large number of custom virtual machines on a weekly basis. They will also be removing these virtual machines during the same week it was deployed. 60% of the virtual machines have Windows Server 2016 installed, while the other 40% has Ubuntu Linux installed. You are required to make sure that the administrative effort needed for this process is reduced by employing a suitable Azure service solution. You recommend the use of Azure DevTest Labs. Does the solution meet the goal? So the right answer is yes, it does meet the required goal. So Azure DevTest Labs enable you to quickly create environments using reusable templates and artifacts. You can test the latest version of your application by quickly provisioning Windows and Linux environments using reusable templates and artifacts. Question number 144. Which of the following is an example of infrastructure as a service? Choose two answers. And you have four options. Option 1, on-demand access to a complete ready-to-use cloud-hosted platform for developing, running, maintaining, and managing applications. Option 2, on-demand access to ready-to-use cloud-hosted application software. Option 3, on-demand access to cloud-hosted physical and virtual server storage and networking. Option 4, on-demand access to a virtual machine VM running Windows Server 2016. So the right answer is option 3 and option 4. So IaaS or infrastructure as a service is on-demand access to cloud-hosted physical and virtual servers, storage and networking. Access to a Windows virtual machine is an example of infrastructure as a service. PaaS or platform as a service is on-demand access to a complete ready-to-use cloud-hosted platform for developing, running, maintaining and managing applications. SaaS or software as a service is an on-demand access to ready-to-use cloud-hosted application software. Question number 145. Which Azure App Service pricing tiers allows you to run your apps in a private dedicated environment in an Azure data center? And you have four options. Option 1, basic and standard. Option 2, premium only. Option 3, standard only. Option 4, isolated only. So the right answer is option 4, isolated only. The isolated service plan is designed to run mission critical workloads that are required to run in a virtual network. The isolated plan allows customers to run their apps in a private, dedicated environment in an Azure data center. Question number 146. You have been informed by your superiors of the company's intentions to automate server deployment to Azure. There is, however, some concern that administrative credentials could be uncovered during this process. You are required to make sure that during the deployment, the administrative credentials are encrypted using a suitable Azure solution. You recommend the use of Azure multi-factor authentication. Does the solution meet the goal? So the right answer is option B. No, it does not meet the required goal. Azure multi-factor authentication adds an additional layer to the authentication process, but it doesn't keep your credentials safe. Question number 147. Your organization is moving to the Azure cloud in order to take advantage of the consumption-based expense model of cloud computing. Which of the following is an advantage of the consumption-based expense model? Choose two answers. And the options are: option 1, the ability to make one-time upfront expenditures to purchase or secure tangible resources. Option 2, the importance of estimating future resource needs. Option 3, the ability to pay for more resources when they are needed. Option 4, the ability to stop paying for resources that are no longer needed. So the right answer is option 3 and option 4. So this consumption-based model has many benefits, including no upfront costs, no need to purchase and manage the costly infrastructure that users might not use to its fullest potential, the ability to pay for more resources when they are needed, the ability to stop paying for resources that are no longer needed. Question number 148. Your company's Active Directory forest includes thousands of user accounts. You have been informed that all network resources will be migrated to Azure. Thereafter, the on-premises data center will be retired. You are required to employ a strategy that reduces the effect on users once the planned migration has been completed. Solution: you plan to require Azure multi-factor authentication. Does the solution meet the goal? So the right answer is option B. No, it does not meet the required goal. Multi-factor authentication is the process in which users are prompted during the sign-in process for an additional form of identification, such as a code on their cell phone or a fingerprint scan. Question number 149. Dash is an application that is utilized by your end users to connect into your Azure virtual desktop environment. And you have four options. Option 1, a remote desktop protocol. Option 2, the remote desktop client. Option 3, Azure AD. Option 4, Universal Connection Manager. So the right answer is option 2, the remote desktop client. So let's start by explaining what the remote desktop client is. This is an application that is utilized by your end users to connect into your Azure virtual desktop environment. Question number 150. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. You have several virtual machines in an Azure subscription. You create a new subscription and you have the following options. So let's see the right option here. So the right option is the virtual machines can be moved to the new subscription. So you can move a VM and its associated resources to a different subscription by using Azure portal. Moving between subscription can be handy if you originally created a VM in a personal subscription and now want to move it to your company subscription to continue your work. You do not need to start the VM in order to move it, and it should continue to run during the move. Question number 151. To use the Azure command line interface as an alternative to installing the Azure CLI, you can use Azure Dash, which has the Azure CLI pre-installed. And you have four options. Option 1, app configuration. Option 2, Visual Studio. Option 3, Cloud Shell. Option 4, DevOps. So the right answer is option 3, Cloud Shell. So to use the command line interface from your desktop, you need to install the Azure CLI, but an alternative is to use Azure Cloud Shell, which has the Azure CLI pre-installed. Question number 152. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Dash enables Azure resources to be deployed close to users. And you have four options: elasticity, geo distribution, high availability, scalability. So the right answer is geo distribution. Because of geo distribution, you can deploy apps and data to regional data centers around the globe, thereby ensuring that your customers always have the best performance in their region. Question number 153. Which of the following statements regarding Azure portal and role-based access control is correct? And you have four options. Option 1, Azure portal and rollback access control operate within the data plane. Option 2, Azure portal and role-based access control operates within the central plane. And option 3, Azure portal and role-based access control operates within the resource plane. Option 4, Azure portal and role-based access control operates within the application plane. So the right answer is option 2. A useful concept to understand is the idea of the control plane, sometimes also called the management plane. The Azure portal is mostly at least concerned with the control plane. Control plane operates are CRUD operations on Azure resources. Examples of control plane operations are creating a new SQL database server, configuring a network security group firewall, deleting an Azure storage account, modifying the identity and access management permissions on an Azure resource group, or auditing control plane operations, perhaps to see the recent permission changes on Azure resource groups. Question number 154. You are required to deploy an artificial intelligence AI solution in Azure. You want to make sure that you are able to build, test, and deploy predictive analytics for the solution. You should make use of Azure Machine Learning Studio. Does the solution meet the goal? The right answer is option A. Yes, it does meet the required goal. So Machine Learning Studio is a drag and drop tool you can use to build, test, and deploy predictive analytics solution. Question number 155. Your company's Active Directory forest includes thousands of user accounts. You have been informed that all network resources will be migrated to Azure. Thereafter, the on-premises data center will be retired. You are required to employ a strategy that reduces the effect on users once the planned migration has been completed. Solution: you plan to sync all the Active Directory users account to Azure Active Directory. Does the solution meet the goal? Right answer is option A. Yes, it does meet the required goal. So all users can be synced from on-premises to Azure AD using AD Connect. Question number 156. In designing a cloud solution that will be deployed on the Azure cloud, a company wants to make sure its customers' experience is minimally affected by any cloud resource failure. Which of the following benefits of cloud computing should the company prioritize in its design plan? And you have four options. Option 1, scalability. Option 2, elasticity. Option 3, high availability. And option 4, agility. So the right answer is option 3, high availability. So there are several benefits that a cloud environment has over a physical environment. With high availability, your cloud-based application can provide a continuous user experience with no apparent downtime, even when things go wrong. Question number 157. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. An availability zone in Azure has physical separate location. We have four options. The right answer is within a single Azure region. Availability zone is high availability offering that protects your application and data from data center failure. Availability zones are unique physical locations within an Azure region. Question number 158. Your organization needs to develop a storage tier policy for data that is considered to be short-term backup and disaster recovery data. Which storage tier would you assign to this data? And you have four options: hot, cool, warm, and archive. So the right answer is option 2, cool. The cool access tier has lower storage cost and higher access cost compared to the hot storage. This tier is intended for the data that will remain in the cold tier for at least 30 days. Example, usage scenarios for the cool access tier include short-term backup and disaster recovery, older data not used frequently but expected to be available immediately when accessed, and large data sets that need to be stored cost effectively while more data is being gathered for future processing. Question number 159. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Data that is stored in an Azure storage account automatically has at least 3 copies. All data that is copied to an Azure storage account is backed by automatically to another Azure data center. An Azure storage account can contain up to 2 terabyte of data and up to 1 million files. So the right answers are the first statement is true and the other two statements are false. There are different replication options available with a storage account. The minimum replication option is locally redundant storage, LRS. With LRS, data is replicated synchronously 3 times within the premier region. Data is not backed up automatically to another Azure data center, although it can be depending on the replication option configuration for the account. Locally redundant storage, LRS, is the default, which maintains 3 copies of the data in the data center. Geo-redundant storage has cross-regional replication to protect against regional outdates. Data is replicated synchronously 3 times in the primary region, then replicated asynchronously to the secondary region. The third statement is false. The limits are much higher than that. The current storage limit is 2 petabyte for US and America and 500 terabyte for all other regions, including the UK, with no limit on the number of files. Question number 160. Your company uses logic apps to manage its workflows. User 1 should be able to read, enable, and disable Azure logic apps. You need to determine to which role-based access control rule user 1 should be added. Your solution should follow the principle of least privilege. To which role should you add user 1? And you have four options. Option 1, logic apps contributor. Option 2, logic apps operator, option 3 contributor, and option 4 owner. So the right answer is option 2 logic apps operator. The logic app operator role allows you to read, enable and disable logic apps, but you can't edit or update them. Logic apps contributor lets you manage the logic apps but not edit them. Contributor grants full access to manage all resources but does not allow you to assign roles in Azure, rollback access control, manage assignments in Azure blueprints, or share image galleries. Owner grants you full access to app configuration data but not logic apps. Question number 161. Your company plans to migrate all its data and resources to Azure. The company's migration plan states that only platform as a service solution must be used in Azure. You need to deploy an Azure environment that meets the company migration plan. Solution: you create an Azure app service and Azure storage accounts. Does this meet the goal? The right answer is option B. No, it does not meet the required goal. Azure storage account is infrastructure as a service. Question number 162. The cost of an Azure virtual network gateway is based on which of the following? And you have four options. Option 1, hourly compute cost and egress data transfer. Option 2, hourly compute cost and inbound inter-VNet data transfer. Option 3, hourly compute cost only. Option 4, inbound inter-VNet data transfer only. So the right answer is option 1, hourly compute cost and egress data transfer. So the cost of an Azure virtual network gateway is based on hourly compute cost and egress data transfer. Inter-VNet data transfer is free. Question number 163. Match the cloud computing benefits to the appropriate descriptions. To answer, drag the appropriate benefit from the column on the left to its description on the right. Each benefit may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So the benefits are disaster recovery, geo distribution, high availability, scalability. So the right answers are: for scalability, increase the compute capacity of apps in the cloud. High availability, provide a continuous user experience with no apparent downtime. Geo distribution ensures that users always have the best experience by deploying apps to all the regions where there are users. Question number 164. Your company works with many different IoT devices and sensors. It requires an Azure service that is secure with built-in communication for internet connected devices. Which service would you recommend? And you have four options. Option 1, IoT Hub. Option 2, IoT Central. Option 3, Azure Sphere. And option 4, Azure Digital Twins. So the right answer is option 3, Azure Sphere. So Azure Sphere is a secured high-level application platform with built-in communication and security features for internet-connected devices. IoT Hub is the managed hub for bi-directional communication between IoT and devices. IoT Central is an IoT application platform that reduces the burden and cost of developing, managing, and maintaining enterprise-grade IoT solutions. Azure Digital Twin is a platform as a service for IoT spatial intelligence. Question number 165. Your company uses Azure and is running a warehouse that stores IoT devices. You need one of your workers to have full access to management and content operations of all versions downloads for the devices. To which role should you assign her? Use the concept of least privilege. And you have four options. Option 1, device update content administrator. Option 2, device update administrator. Option 3, Device Update Deployments Administrator, and option 4, Device Update Deployments Reader. So the right answer is option 2, Device Update Administrator. Device Update Administrators gives you full access to management and content operations. Device Update Content Administrator grants you full access to content operations but not management operations. Device Update Deployment Administrator grants you full access to management operations but not content operations. Device Update Deployment Reader gives you read access to management operations but does not allow making changes. Question number 166. Which cloud computing benefit provides continuous user access to a cloud-based application with minimal downtime? And you have four options. Option A, agility. Option B, scalability. Option C, elasticity. And option D, high availability. So the right answer is option D, high availability. So high availability is a quality of computing infrastructure that is important for mission critical systems. High availability permits the computing infrastructure to continue functioning even when certain components fail. Question number 167. Your company is growing rapidly. Demand for your products outstrips your data center capacity. You are thinking about migrating some of your production workloads to Azure. Which calculator would you use to estimate the cost? And you have four options. Option 1, TCO calculator. Option 2, pricing calculator. Option 3, cloud economics. And option 4, Azure hybrid benefit. So the right answer is option 1, TCO calculator. The Azure total cost of ownership calculator is used to estimate your workloads and would be an appropriate cost calculation tool to use before migrating some of your production workloads to Azure. Azure's pricing calculator is used when you want to get an Azure product pricing estimate. The Azure hybrid benefit is for Windows Server and SQL Server, and the cloud economics tool is used to draft business cases. Question number 168. You need to identify the type of failure for which an Azure availability zone can be used to protect access to Azure services. What should you identify? And you have four options. Option A, a physical server failure. Option B, an Azure region failure. Option C, a storage failure. And option D, an Azure data center failure. So the right answer is option D, an Azure data center failure. Availability zones expand the level of control you have to maintain the availability of the applications and data on your VMs. An availability zone is a physically separated zone within an Azure region. There are three availability zones per supported Azure region. Each availability zone has a distinct power source, network, and cooling. By architecting your solutions to use replicated VMs in zones, you can protect your apps and data from the loss of a data center. If one zone is compromised, then replicated apps and data are instantly available in another zone. Question number 169. Which of these is commonly used to build conversational client applications that include social media applications, chatbots, and speech-enabled desktop applications? And you have four options. Option 1, Q&A Maker. Option 2, LUIS. Option 3, speech to text. Option 4, text to speech. So the right answer is Q&A Maker. Q&A Maker is commonly used to build conversational client applications, which include social media applications, chatbots, and speech-enabled desktop applications. LUIS, Language Understanding Intelligence Service, is a cloud-based conversational AI service that applies custom machine learning intelligence to a user conversational natural language text to predict overall meaning and pull out relevant detailed information. Speech to text, also known as speech recognition, enables the real-time transcription of audio streams into text. Text to speech enables your applications, tools, or devices to convert text into human-like synthesized speech. Question number 170. You are tasked with deploying Azure virtual machines for your company. You need to make use of the appropriate cloud deployment solution. Solution: you should make use of infrastructure as a service. Does the solution meet the goal? So the right answer is option A. Yes, it does meet the required goal. So virtual machines and Azure storage accounts is infrastructure as a service. Question number 171. Your company's developers intend to deploy a large number of custom virtual machines on a weekly basis. They will also be reviewing these virtual machines during the same week it was deployed. 60% of the virtual machines have Windows Server 2016 installed, while the other 40% has Ubuntu Linux installed. You are required to make sure that the administrative effort needed for this process is reduced by employing a suitable Azure service. Solution: you recommend the use of Microsoft Managed Desktop. Does the solution meet the goal? So the right answer is option B. No, it does not meet the required goal. Microsoft Managed Desktop brings together Microsoft 365 Enterprise, cloud-based device management by Microsoft, and security monitoring, enabling you to free your IT team to focus on core business needs. Currently, the Microsoft Managed Desktop service is offered only by invitation. Question number 172. Which of the following is a process that prompts a user for an additional form of identification during login? And you have four options. Option 1, multi-factor authentication. Option B, self-service password reset. Option C, single sign-on. And option D, password encryption. So the right answer is option 1, multi-factor authentication. Multi-factor authentication is the process in which a user is prompted to provide additional identification at login. Self-service password reset is a feature that allows users to update their passwords or unlock their account using a web server, web browser. Single sign-on automatically signs users in when they are on their corporate devices connected to your corporate network. Password encryption is the process by which passwords used at login are encrypted. Question number 173. Where an Azure service feature is in private preview, what does this mean? And you have four options. Option 1, the feature is being beta tested by Microsoft Azure employees only. Option 2, the feature is being beta tested by enterprise subscription Azure customers only. Option 3, the feature is being beta tested by a limited number of Azure customers only. Option 4, the feature is finished and only available for Azure customers with enterprise subscriptions. So the right answer is option 3. So there are two types of previews, private and public. The private preview is only available to certain customers for evaluation purposes. The public preview is available to all Azure customers. Question number 174. You plan to extend your company's network to Azure. The network contains a VPN appliance that uses an IP address of 131.107.200.1. So you need to create an Azure resource that defines the VPN appliance in Azure. Which Azure resource should you create? To answer, select the appropriate resource to the answer area. So you have the following services. Let's see the right answer here. So the right answer is local network gateways. So a local network gateway is an object in Azure that represents your on-premises VPN device. A virtual network gateway is the VPN object at the Azure end of the VPN. A connection is what connects the local network gateway and the virtual network gateway to bring up the VPN. The local network gateway typically refers to your on-premises location. You give the site a name by which Azure can refer to it, then specify the IP address of the on-premises VPN devices to which you will create a connection. You also specify the IP address prefixes that will be routed through the VPN gateway to the VPN device. The address prefixes you specify are the prefixes located on your on-premises network. If your on-premises network changes or you need to change the public IP address for the VPN device, you can easily update the values later. Question number 175. You have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1. You sign into the Azure portal and create a resource group named RG1. From Azure documentation, you have the following command that creates a virtual machine named VM1. AZ-VM create resource group RG1, and the following command. You need to create VM1 in subscription 1 by using the command. So solution, from a computer that runs Windows 10, install Azure CLI. From PowerShell, sign into Azure and then run the command. Does this meet the goal? The right answer is option A. Yes, it does meet the required goal. The command can be run from PowerShell or the command prompt if you have the Azure CLI installed. Question number 176. Your company plans to migrate all its data and resources to Azure. The company's migration plan states that only platform as a service solution must be used in Azure. You need to deploy an Azure environment that meets the company migration plan. Solution, you create Azure virtual machines, Azure SQL databases, and Azure storage accounts. Does this meet the goal? The right answer is option B. No, it does not meet the required goal. Virtual machines are examples of infrastructure as a service. So infrastructure as a service is an instant computing infrastructure provisioned and managed over the internet. Question number 177. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true. Otherwise, select no. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. A platform as a service solution that hosts web apps in Azure provides full control of the operating systems that host applications. A platform as a service solution that hosts web apps in Azure can be provided with additional memory by changing the pricing tier. A platform as a service solution that hosts a web application in Azure can be configured to automatically scale the number of instances based on demand. The right answer is the first statement is false. And a PaaS solution does not provide access to the operating system. The Azure Web Apps Service provides an environment for you to host your web application. Behind the scenes, the web apps are hosted on virtual machines running IaaS. However, you have no direct access to the virtual machines, the operating system, or IaaS. So the second statement is true. The pricing tiers are differentiated by the amount of compute in vCores that can be provisioned, memory per vCore, and the storage technology used to store the data. The third statement is true. A PaaS solution that hosts web apps in Azure does provide the ability to scale the platform automatically. This is known as auto scaling. Behind the scenes, the web apps are hosted on virtual machines running IaaS. Autoscaling means adding more load balanced virtual machines to host the web apps. Question number 178. You are planning a strategy to deploy numerous web servers and database servers to Azure. This strategy should allow for connection types between the web servers and database servers to be controlled. Solution: you include a local network gateway in your strategy. Does the solution meet the goal? So the right answer is option B. No, it does not meet the required goal. So a local network gateway represents the hardware or software VPN device in your local network. Use these with a connection to set up a site-to-site VPN connection between an Azure network, virtual network, and your local network. Question number 179. What are three primary characteristics of Azure services that are specially mentioned in a service level agreement? Choose three. And you have four options. Option 1, performance, connectivity, uptime, and security. So the right options are option 1, 2, and 3, performance, connectivity, and uptime. So Microsoft Azure SLA defines three primary characteristics of Azure service: performance, target, uptime, and connectivity guarantees. It should be noted that the free and shared tiers of many services do not come with an SLA. Question number 180. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So if you have Azure resources deployed to every region, you can implement availability zones in all the regions. Only virtual machines that run Windows Server can be created in availability zones. Availability zones are used to replicate data and applications to multiple regions. So the right options are, so all the three statements are false. So not all Azure regions support availability zones, and regions that support availability zones support Linux virtual machines as well. So the third statement is false. Availability zone is a high availability offering that protects your applications and data from data center failure. Availability zones are unique physical locations within an Azure region. Each zone is made up of one or more data centers equipped with independent power, cooling, and networking. To ensure resiliency, there's a minimum of three separate zones in all enabled regions. The physical separation of availability zones within a region protects applications and data from data center failure. Zone redundant services replicate your applications and data across availability zones to protect from single point of failure with availability zones. Azure offers industry best 99.99% VM uptime SLA. Question number 181. An organization is planning a move to an Azure cloud-based solution. However, executive management is concerned about the security of company's data. According to the shared responsibility model, which security responsibility is always maintained by the cloud customer for all cloud deployment types? Choose two answers. And the options are identity, data, virtual operating system, and physical network. So the right options are option 1, identities, and option 2, data. So whether your workloads run on premises or in the cloud, you always own your data and identities. So you are responsible for the security of them. You're always responsible for your on-premises resources along with any cloud components you control. Whether your workloads are hosted in the cloud or on-premises, you always retain the responsibility of your data, your endpoints, your accounts, and access management. Question number 182. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. North America is represented by a single Azure region. Every Azure region has multiple data centers. Data transfer between Azure services located in different Azure regions are always free. So the right options are, so first statement is false. North America has several Azure regions including West US, Central US, South Central US, East US, and Canada East. So the second statement is true. Azure operates in multiple data centers around the world. These data centers are grouped into geographic regions, giving you flexibility in choosing where to build your applications. Statement 3 is false. Outbound data transfer is charged at a normal rate and inbound data transfer is free. Question number 183. Your company has Azure SQL databases with Synapse Analytics running as a part of your operations. You plan on running these solutions for over 1 year. You want to save cost on these instances to reduce your operational expenses. Which instance pricing model would you select? And you have four options. Option 1, spot pricing. Option 2, reserved pricing. Option 3, pay as you go. And option 4, standard pricing. So the right answer is option 2, reserved pricing. Reserved pricing for SQL databases and Synapse Analytics would save your company up to 72% as compared to pay-as-you-go pricing. Question number 184. You are tasked with deploying a critical LOB application which will be installed on a virtual machine. To Azure, you are informed that the application deployment strategy should allow for a guaranteed availability of 99.99%. You need to make sure that the strategy requires as little virtual machines and availability zones as possible. Solution: you include 2 virtual machines and 2 availability zones in your strategy. Does the solution meet the goal? So the right answer is option A. Yes, it does meet the required goal. For all virtual machines that have 2 or more instances deployed across 2 or more availability zones in the same Azure region, we guarantee you will have virtual machine connectivity to at least one instance at least 99.99% of the time. Question number 185. Which statement is true regarding the cost of virtual machines? And we have four options. Option 1. The cost is the same irrespective of the region in which the VM is provisioned. Option 2. The cost of virtual machine differ from region to region. Option 3. As long as you are using Azure, you can be assured that the cost will be the same. Option 4. You should not worry about the cost of the VMs and provision them in any possible region. So the right answer is option 2. The cost of virtual machines differ from region to region. One key fact to note is that each region can have a different price for the same virtual machines. Yes, your one design consideration is to provision virtual machines which host application as close as possible to the end user, but you also need to take a note of the area in which it is provisioned. It's best to use the pricing calculator provided by Microsoft to get an indicative cost of hosting a virtual machine in a particular region. Question number 186. You plan to deploy several Azure virtual machines. You need to ensure that the services running on the virtual machines are available if a single data center fails. Solution: you deploy the virtual machines to 2 or more scale sets. Does this meet the goal? So the right answer is option B. No, it does not meet the required goal. This answer does not specify that the scale set will be configured across multiple data centers, so this solution does not meet the goal. Azure Virtual Machine scale sets lets you create and manage a group of load balanced VMs. The number of VMs instances can automatically increase or decrease in response to demand or a defined schedule. Scale sets provide high availability to your application and allow you to centrally manage, configure, and update many VMs. Virtual machines in a scale set can be deployed across multiple update domains and fault domains to maximize availability and resilience to outages due to data center outages. and planned or unplanned maintenance events. Question number 187. Which Azure subscription design strategy organizes subscriptions and account based on profit and loss category, division or profit center? And you have four options. Option 1, the geographic strategy. Option 2, the business unit strategy. And option 3, the functional strategy. And option 4, the resource strategy. So the right answer is option 2, the business unit strategy. The functional strategy organizes subscriptions and accounts along functional lines such as finance, sales, or IT support using a management group hierarchy. The business unit strategy groups subscription and accounts based on profit and loss category. Business unit, division, profit center, or similar business structure using a management group hierarchy. For organizations with global operations, the geographic strategy groups subscription and accounts based on geographic regions using a management group hierarchy. Question number 188. You need to be notified when Microsoft plans to perform maintenance that can affect the resources deployed to an Azure subscription. What should you use? And you have four options. Option A, Azure Monitor. Option B, Azure Service Health. Option C, Azure Advisor. And option D, Microsoft Trust Center. So the right answer is option B, Azure Service Health. Azure Service Health provides a personalized view of the health of the Azure services and regions you are using. This is the best place to look for service impacting communication about outages, planned maintenance activities, and other health advisories because the authenticated service health experience knows which services and resources you currently use. Question number 189. Which of the following cost saving option is available to enterprise customers only? And you have four options. Option 1, reserved VM instances. Option 2, Azure hybrid benefit. Option 3, dev test pricing. And option 4, 15% discount on public prices. So the right answer is option 4, 15% discount on public prices. The Web Direct method is a pay-as-you-go plan, billed monthly. Web Direct customers pay public general prices for Azure services. When using the Web Direct plan, review the additional options for saving, such as Azure reserved VM instances, Azure hybrid benefit, and dev test pricing. Enterprise agreement customers can enjoy saving of between 15 to 45% over the public Azure prices. Question number 190. Match the Azure services service to the correct description. So to answer, drag the appropriate service from the column on the left to its description on the right. Each service may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So the services are Azure Sphere, IoT Central, and IoT Hub. So let's see the right answers. So for IoT Hub, a managed service that provides bidirectional communication between IoT device and Azure. And for IoT Central, a fully managed software as a service solution to connect, monitor, and manage IoT devices at scale. Azure Sphere, a software and a hardware solution that provides communication and security features for IoT devices. Azure Sphere is a secured high-level application platform with built-in communication and security features for internet-connected devices. It comprises a secured, connected, crossover microcontroller unit, a custom high-level Linux-based operating system, and a cloud-based security service that provides continuous renewable security. Question number 191. You work at a threat intelligence and event monitoring company. You plan to migrate your workload to Azure. Which Azure service would you select? And you have four options. Option 1, Microsoft Defender for Cloud. Option 2, Azure Sentinel. Option 3, Azure Advisor. And option 4, Azure Monitor. The right answer is option 2, Azure Sentinel. So Azure Sentinel is a scalable, cloud-native security information event management and security orchestration automated response solution delivering intelligence, security analytics, and threat intelligence across the enterprise. Question number 192. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. A Windows Virtual Desktop session host can run Windows 10 only. A Windows Virtual Desktop host pool that include 20 session hosts supports a maximum of 20 simultaneous user connections, and Windows Virtual Desktop supports desktop and app virtualization. So the right answers are the first two statements are false, the third statement is true. So a Microsoft Windows Virtual Desktop makes migration to a centralized virtual computing system simple and cost effective. Question number 193. Which Azure Active Directory license includes privileged identity management? And you have four options. Option 1, free. Option 2, premium P1. Option 3, premium P2. And option 4, Office 365 apps. The right answer is option 3, premium P2. The premium 2 license includes privileged identity management. The other license types do not. Question number 194. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Dash can calculate cost saving due to reduced electricity consumption as a result of migrating on-premises Microsoft SQL servers to Azure. So the right answer is the Azure Total Cost of Ownership TCO calculator. So Azure Total Cost of Ownership calculator estimates the cost savings you can realize by migrating your workloads to Azure. Question number 195. To answer this question, review the statement below and decide if the statement is correct as it is, or if the underlined portion of the statement needs to be replaced with one of the choices below. Considering the concept of shared responsibility regarding cloud security, Azure bears the highest degree of responsibility for security with SaaS model services. And the options are the statement is correct. Option 2, PaaS model services. Option 3, infrastructure as a service model service. And option 4, machine learning services. So the right answer is option 1, the statement is correct. So software as a service is the cloud computing service model where Microsoft Azure or another cloud service provider offers the highest level of service management, meaning they take care of a great deal of day-to-day service management. These can include responsibilities including data center security, virtual machine and network control, as well as application controls. Question number 196. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. You can use availability zones in Azure to protect Azure virtual machines from a data center failure. You can use availability zones in Azure to protect Azure virtual machines from a region failure. You can use availability zones in Azure to protect Azure managed disks from a data center failure. So the right options are, so first statement is true. Availability zones expand the level of control. You have to maintain the availability of the applications and data on your VMs. So the second statement is false and the third statement is true. So availability zones are unique physical locations within an Azure region. Each zone is made up of one or more data centers equipped with independent power, cooling and networking. To ensure resilience, there are a minimum of 3 separate zones in all enabled regions. The physical separation of availability zones within a region protects application and data from data center failure. With availability zones, Azure offers industry-best 99.99% VM uptime SLA by architecting your solution to use replicated VMs in a zones. You can protect your applications and data from the loss of the data center. If one zone is compromised, then replicated apps and data are instantly available in another zone. Question number 197. Which of the following is a benefit of serverless computing? And you have four options. Option 1. Serverless computing provides optimum traffic bursting. Option 2. Serverless computing removes any CPU throughput limitations. Option 3. Serverless computing eliminates the need for developers to deploy and manage infrastructure. Option 4. Serverless computing eliminates the need for application security and performance monitoring. So the right answer is option 3. Serverless computing eliminates the need for developers to deploy and manage infrastructure. So like platform as a service, serverless computing enables developers to build application faster by eliminating the need for them to manage infrastructure. With serverless applications, the cloud service provider automatically provision, scale and manages the infrastructure required to run the code. Serverless architectures are highly scalable and event driven, only using resources when a specific function or trigger occurs. Question number 198. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So an Azure region, and you have four options. So the right answer is, so an Azure region contains one or more data centers that are connected by using a low latency network. So a region is a set of data centers deployed within a latency defined perimeter and connected through a dedicated regional low latency network. So Microsoft Azure currently has 55 regions worldwide. Regions are divided into availability zones. Availability zones are physically separate locations within an Azure region. Each availability zone is made up of one or more data center equipped with independent power, cooling and networking. Question number 199. So which metric always increase your network cost no matter how your Azure topology is constructed? And you have four options. Option 1, the amount of outbound data. Option 2, the amount of inbound data. Option 3, port speed. And option 4, data transfers within the same availability zone. So the right answer is option 1, the amount of outbound data. So Azure networking costs are strictly limited to egress or outbound bandwidth. All incoming data to Azure data center is free, while the cost of outgoing data begins after the first 5 gigabytes per month, and it's tied based on usage. Question number 200. You plan to deploy several Azure virtual machines. You need to ensure that the services running on the virtual machines are available if a single data center fails. Solution: you deploy the virtual machines to two or more resource groups. Does this meet the goal? So the right answer is option B. No, it does not meet the required goal. A resource group is a logical container for Azure resources. When you create a resource group, you specify which location to create the resource group in. However, when you create a virtual machine and place it in the resource group, the virtual machine can still be in a different location. Therefore, creating multiple resource groups, even if they are in a separate data center, does not ensure that the services running on the virtual machine are available if a single data center fails. Question number 201. You are running data experiments in sandboxes. The experiments are not part of production workloads and are not critical to business operations. Which Azure support plan should you use? And you have four options. Option 1, Premier. Option 2, Developer. Option 3, Standard. And Option 4, Professional Direct. So the right answer is Option 2, Developer. The developer support plan is appropriate in this case because it is suited for trial and non-production environments. The Premier support tier is suitable for enterprise level support needs, while Standard and Professional Direct are suitable for production workloads and business critical dependencies. Question number 202. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. To use Azure Active Directory credentials to sign into a computer that runs Windows 10, the computer must be joined to Azure AD. Users in Azure Active Directory are grouped by using resource groups. And Azure Active Directory group supports dynamic membership rules. The right answers are the first statement is true, the second statement is false, and the third statement is true. So Azure Active Directory, part of Microsoft Entra, is an enterprise identity service that provides single sign-on, multi-factor authentication, and conditional access to guard against 99.9% of cybersecurity attacks. Question number 203. Your company is running several important production Azure workloads. When an issue occurs, an Azure support team response is required within 1 hour. Which Azure support plan should you choose in order to meet this requirement? And you have four options. Option 1, Developer. Option 2, Standard. Option 3, Professional Direct. And Option 4, Premier. So the right answer is Option 2, Standard. The standard support plan is best suited for production workloads environments and includes critical business impact, case severity support response times within 1 hour. The developer support plan is best for trial and non-production environments. The professional direct support plan is best for business critical dependence. And the premier support plan provides enterprise level support for business seeking fuller support for Azure services across the enterprise, not simply for production workloads. Question number 204. You plan to deploy several Azure virtual machines. You need to ensure that the services running on the virtual machines remain available if a single data center fails. What are two possible solutions? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. And you have four options. Option A, deploy the virtual machines to two or more availability zones. Option B, deploy the virtual machines to two or more resource groups. Option C, deploy the virtual machines to a scale set. Option D, deploy the virtual machines to two or more regions. The right answer is option A, deploy the virtual machines to two or more availability zones. And option D, deploy the virtual machines to two or more regions. Azure is composed of a globally distributed data center infrastructure supporting thousands of online services and spanning more than 100 highly secure facilities worldwide. The infrastructure is designed to bring applications closer to users around the world, preserving data residency and offering comprehensive compliance and resiliency option for customers. Azure has 58 regions worldwide and is available in 140 countries and regions. A region is a set of data centers that is interconnected via a massive and resilient network. The network includes content distribution, load balancing, redundancy, and data link layer encryption by default for all Azure traffic within a region or traveling between regions. With more global regions than any other cloud provider, Azure gives you the flexibility to deploy applications where you need them. Question number 205. Dash Cloud model is hosted, managed, and owned by the individual company using it, giving greater and more direct control of its data. Enterprises who wish to keep a tighter grasp of security control may adopt these architecture. As a result, the hardware is usually held on premises. And you have four options: private, public, hybrid, community. The right answer is private. Private cloud allows for organization to manage and host their own cloud infrastructure while still adopting the same cloud characteristics as other cloud models. They also allow for greater control of security as the resources are typically housed on site, but these comes at an additional capital expenditure cost compared to a public cloud model. Question number 206. You need to purchase a third-party virtual security appliance that you will deploy to an Azure subscription. What should you use? And you have four options. Option A, Azure subscription. Option B, Azure Security Center. Option C, Azure Marketplace. And option D, Microsoft Store. The right answer is option C, Azure Marketplace. So Azure Marketplace shop a comprehensive app marketplace with thousands of certified partners apps that can be tailored to your needs, deploy seamlessly while simplifying billing and procurement. Question number 207. Which of the following contain links to resources explaining how Microsoft handles security, privacy, compliance, and transparency? And you have four options. Option 1, Trust Center. Option 2, Service Trust Portal. Option 3, Azure Portal. And option 4, the Security Center. The right answer is option 1, Trust Center. The Trust Center contains a collection of links to resources about how Microsoft handles security, privacy, compliance, and transparency. Question number 208. Match the serverless solutions to the correct characteristics. To answer, drag the appropriate serverless solution from the column on the left to its characteristics on the right. Each serverless solution may be used once, more than once, not at all. So the serverless solutions, we have Azure Functions, Azure Logic Apps. So the right answers are, for executive codes, we have Azure Functions, and is always stateful, we have Azure Logic Apps. For runs only in the cloud, we have Azure Logic Apps. So Azure Functions always you to implement, allows you to implement your system's logic into readily available blocks of code called functions. Different functions can run anytime you need to respond to critical events. And Azure Logic Apps can have multiple stateful and stateless workflows. An Azure Logic App is a cloud-based platform for creating and running automated workflows that integrate your apps, data, services, and systems. Question number 209. An IT company is running a project that requires different departments to participate. The company is looking for an Azure solution that will allow employees to collaborate, share code, and build and deploy apps. Which service should you recommend? And you have four options. Option 1, Azure Data Factory. Option 2, Azure Databricks. Option 3, Azure DevOps. And option 4, Azure HT Insights. The right answer is option 3, Azure DevOps. Azure DevOps provides developers service for support teams to plan work, collaborate on code development, and build and deploy applications. Question number 210. Match the Azure governance feature to the correct description. Instruction: to answer, drag the appropriate feature from the column on the left to its description on the right. Each feature may be used once, more than once, and not at all. The features are Azure Blueprints, Azure Policy, Azure Resource Logs, and Azure Tags. So the right options are Azure Policy restrict which virtual machine types can be created in a subscription. Azure Tags identify Azure resources that are associated with specific cost centers. And for Azure Blueprints, deploy a complete Azure application environment, including resources, configuration, and role assignments. So Azure Blueprints simplify large-scale Azure deployment by packaging key environments artifacts such as Azure Resource Manager templates, role-based access controls, and policies in a single blueprint definition. Easily apply the blueprint to new subscriptions and environments and fine-tune control and management through versioning. Question number 211. A fingerprint is which form of proof for WFA within Azure Active Directory? And you have four options. Option 1, knowledge factor. Option 2, possession factor. Option 3, inherence factor. And option 4, identity factor. So the right answer is option 3, inherence factor. So there are three types of factors used to authenticate a user request via multi-factor authentication. A knowledge factor, something the user knows. A possession factor, something the user owns, such as email address and mobile phone. An inherence factor, something that confirms identity via physical characteristics, such as fingerprint or other biometric. Question number 212. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. An availability zone in Azure has physical separate locations, and you have four options. So the right answer is within a single Azure region. So an availability zone is a physically separate zone within an Azure region. There are three availability zones per supported Azure region. Each availability zone has a distinct power source, network, and cooling. By designing your solution to use replicated VMs in zones, you can protect your apps and data from the loss of a data center. Question number 213. Which Azure service or feature gives you access to advanced algorithm that process images and return information based on specific visual features? And you have four options. Option 1, computer vision. Option 2, custom vision. Option 3, image moderator API. And option 4, Blink image search API. So the right answer is option 1, computer vision. So Azure Computer Vision is a service that gives you access to advanced algorithm that process images and return information based on the visual features you are interested in. Question number 214. Match the Azure services to the correct descriptions. Instruction: to answer, drag the appropriate Azure service From the column on the left to its description on the right, each service may be used once, more than once, not at all. So the services are Azure Functions, Azure App Service, Azure Virtual Machines, and Azure Container Instances. So the right answers are Azure Virtual Machines providing operating system virtualization. Azure Container Instances provide portable environments for virtualized applications, and Azure App Service for use to build, deploy, and scale web apps. Azure Functions to provide a platform or serverless code. So Azure Container Instances is a managed service that allows you to run containers directly on the Microsoft Azure public cloud without requiring the use of virtual machines. Develop apps fast without managing virtual machines or having learn new tools. It's just your application in a container running in the cloud. So Azure App Service is a fully managed platform for building web applications. Applications run and scale with ease on both Windows and Linux based environments. So Azure Functions is a cloud-based serverless service that allows running event-triggered code in a scalable way without providing or managing infrastructure. Question number 215. Which of the following application security service provides centralized protection for your web application from common exploits and vulnerabilities? And you have four options. Option 1, Web Application Firewall. Option 2, Application Security Group. Option 3, Azure Firewall. Option 4, Azure Front Door. The right answer is option 1, Web Application Firewall. A web application firewall provides centralized protection of your web application from common exploits and vulnerabilities. Question number 216. To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So you have several virtual machines in an Azure subscription. You create a new subscription and you have following options. So the right option is the virtual machines can be moved to a new subscription. So the virtual machines can be moved to a new subscription. You can move a VM and its associated resources to a different subscription by using the Azure portal. Question number 217. Which of the following is an Azure serverless compute service that enables users to run event-triggered code without having to provision or manage infrastructure? And you have four options. Option 1, Azure Functions. Option 2, Azure Logic Apps. Option 3, Virtual Machines. Option 4, Azure App Service. The right answer is option 1, Azure Functions. Azure Function is a serverless compute service that enables users to run event-triggered code without having to provision or manage infrastructure. Because it is a trigger-based service, it runs a script or piece of code in response to a variety of events. Question number 218. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Azure Advisor provides recommendations on how to improve the security of an Azure Active Directory environment. Azure Advisor provides recommendations on how to reduce the cost of running Azure virtual machines. Azure Advisor provides recommendations on how to configure the network settings on Azure virtual machines. So the right answer is the first statement is false. Azure Advisor provides you with a consistent, consolidated view of recommendations for all your Azure resources. It integrates with Azure Security Center to bring you security recommendations. You can get security recommendations from the Security tab on the Advisor dashboard. Examples of recommendations include restricting access to virtual machines by configuring network security groups, enabling storage encryption, installing vulnerability assessment solutions. However, Azure Advisor does not provide recommendations on how to improve the security of an Azure AD environment. The second statement is true. Advisor helps You optimize and reduce your overall Azure spend by identifying ideal and underutilized resources. You can get cost recommendations from the cost tab on the advisor dashboard. Third statement is false. So Azure Advisor does not provide recommendations on how to configure network settings on Azure virtual machines. Question number 219. Which of the following can help a company compare the cost of on-premises data centers and Azure? And you have four options. Option 1, Azure Advisor. Option 2, Azure TCO Calculator. Option 3, Azure Price Calculator. And option 4, Azure Cost Management Tool. So the right answer is option 2, Azure TCO Calculator. So Azure Total Cost of Ownership TCO Calculator tool will help you estimate your current cost for hosting your on-premises resources. Then it will display the cost saving over 3 to 5 year period when hosting the same resource in Azure. Question number 220. A team of developers at your company plans to deploy and then remove 50 virtual machines each week. All the virtual machines are configured by using Azure Resource Manager templates. You need to recommend which Azure service will minimize the administrative effort required to deploy and remove the virtual machines. What should you recommend? And you have four options. Option A, Azure Reserved Virtual Machine Instances. Option B, Azure Dev Test Labs. Option C, Azure Virtual Machine Scale Sets. And option D, Azure Virtual Desktop. So the right answer is option B, Azure Dev Test Labs. So Dev Test Labs creates labs consisting of pre-configured bases or Azure Resource Manager templates. By using Dev Test Labs, you can test the latest versions of your applications by doing the following tasks. Quickly provision Windows and Linux environments by using reusable templates and artifacts. Easily integrate your deployment pipeline with Dev Test Labs to provision on-demand environments. Scale up your load testing by provisioning multiple test agents and create pre-provisioned environments for training and demos. Question number 221. Which of the following Azure security roles allow you to create a key vault and gain full access to and control over it? And you have four options. Option 1, tenant. Option 2, vault owner. Option 3, vault consumer. And option 4, security principal. So the right answer is option 2, vault owner. An Azure user with the security role of vault owner can create a key vault and gain full access to and control over it. The tenant is the organization that owns and manages a specific instance of Microsoft Cloud Services. It's most often used to refer to the set of Azure and Microsoft 365 services for an organization. Vault consumers can perform actions on the assets inside the key vault when the vault owner grants the consumer access. The available actions depend on the permissions granted. Security principal is a security identity that user created apps, services, and automation tools use to access specific Azure resources. Question number 222. You have an Azure environment. You need to create a new Azure virtual machine from a tablet that runs the Android operating system. What are three possible solutions? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. And you have five options. Option A, use Bash in Azure Cloud Shell. Option B, use PowerShell in Azure Cloud Shell. And option C, use the Power Apps portal. Option D, use the Security and Compliance Admin Center. Option E, use the Azure portal. So the right answer is option A and option B and E. So the Android tablet device will have a web browser, Chrome, that's enough to connect to the Azure portal. The Azure portal offers three ways to create a VM. using the graphical portal, or using the Azure Cloud Shell using Bash, or using the Azure Cloud Shell using PowerShell. Question number 223. Which of the following Azure services protects your resources from denial of service attacks with always on monitoring and automatic network attack mitigation? And you have four options. Option 1, Microsoft Defender for Cloud. Option 2, Azure DDoS protection. Option 3, Azure Firewall. And option 4, Azure Monitor. So the right answer is option 2, Azure DDoS protection. So Azure DDoS protection enables you to protect your Azure resources from denial of service attacks with always on monitoring and automatic network attack mitigation. Question number 224. Match the Azure services to the correct descriptions. Instruction to answer: drag the appropriate Azure service from the column on the left to its description on the right. Each service may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So the Azure services: Azure Machine Learning, Azure Synapse Analytics, Azure IoT Hub, Azure Functions. So the right options are: Azure Synapse Analytics provides a cloud-based enterprise data warehouse. Azure Machine Learning uses past training to provide predictions that have high probability. Azure Functions provides serverless computing functionalities, and Azure IoT Hub process data for millions of sensors. So Azure SQL Synapse Analytics is a cloud-based platform as a service offering from Microsoft. It is a large-scale distributed MPP relational database technology in the same class of competitors as Amazon, Redshift, and Snowflake. Azure Machine Learning uses past training to provide predictions that have high probability. An Azure Function is a serverless compute service that lets you run event-triggered code without having to explicitly provision or manage infrastructure. And you can use Azure IoT Hub to build IoT solutions with reliable and secure communication between millions of IoT devices and a cloud-hosted solution backend. You can connect virtually any device to IoT Hub. Question number 225. When using an infrastructure as a service cloud deployment model in the Azure cloud, which components are implemented by Azure rather than Azure Customer? So choose three answers, and the options are: data center security, physical host hardware, software security, and physical network hardware. So the right answer is option 1, 2, and option 4. So information infrastructure as a service quickly scales up and down with demand, letting an organization pay only for what it uses. So infrastructure as a service helps an organization avoid the expense and complexity of buying and managing their own physical servers and other data center infrastructure. Each resource is offered as a separate service component, and the organization only needs to rent a particular one for as long as they need it. A cloud computing service provider manages the infrastructure while the customer purchases, installs, configures, and manages their own software operating system, middleware, and applications. Question number 226. What can you use to automatically send an alert if an administrator stops an Azure virtual machine? And you have four options. Option A, Azure Advisor. Option B, Azure Service Health. Option C, Azure Monitor. And option D, Azure Network Watcher. So the right answer is option C, Azure Monitor. Alerts in Azure Monitor proactively notify you of interesting data and patterns in your monitoring data. There are no pre-configured alert rules for virtual machines, but you can create your own based on data collected by VM Insights. Question number 227. What service is used to create, update, and delete resources in your Azure account? And you have four options. Option 1, Azure Resource Manager. Option 2, Azure Resource Mover. Option 3, Azure API Management. And option 4, Azure Active Directory. So the right answer is option 1, Azure Resource Manager. Azure Resource Manager is the deployment and management service for Azure. It provides a management layer that enables you to create, update, and delete resources in your Azure account. You use management features such as access control, logs, and tags to secure and organize your resources after deployment. Azure Resource Mover is used to move multiple resources between Azure regions. The Azure Active Directory Enterprise Identity Service provides single sign-on and multiple factor authentication to help protect your users from 99.9% of cybersecurity attack. Question number 228. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Azure Advisor can generate a list of Azure virtual machines that are protected by Azure Backup. If you implement the security recommendations provided by Azure Advisor, your company's secure score will decrease. To maintain Microsoft support, you must implement the security recommendations provided by Azure Advisor within a period of 30 days. So the right answers are all the statements are false. So Azure Advisor does not generate a list of virtual machines that are protected by Azure Backup. Azure Advisor does, however, generate a list of virtual that are not protected by Azure Backup. You can view a list of virtual machines that are protected by Azure Backup by viewing the protected items in the Azure Recovery Service Vault. If you implement the security recommendations, your company score will increase, not decrease. So there is no requirement to implement the security recommendations provided by Azure Advisor. The recommendations are just that, recommendations. They are not requirements. Question number 229. A web development company requires a managed hosting environment so that its developers can upload their web application without provisioning or administrating the host servers and installing software patches. Which cloud deployment model would you recommend for them as they migrate to the Azure cloud? And you have four options. Option 1, infrastructure as a service. Option 2, platform as a service. And option 3, software as a service. And option 4, infrastructure as code. So the right answer is option 2, platform as a service. So the platform as a service cloud service model is a managed hosting environment. The cloud provider manages the virtual machines and networking resources, and the cloud tenant deploys their applications into the managed hosting environment. For example, Azure App Services provides a managed hosting environment where developers can upload their web application without having to worry about the physical hardware and software requirements. Question number 230. Your company plans to deploy an artificial intelligence solution in Azure. What should the company use to build, test, and deploy predictive analytics solution? And you have four options. Option A, Azure Logic Apps. Option B, Azure Machine Learning Designer. Option C, Azure Batch. And option D, Azure Cosmos DB. So the right answer is option B, Azure Machine Learning Designer. Azure Machine Learning Designer lets you visually connect datasets and modules on an interactive canvas to create machine learning models. Question number 231. What is the IoT application platform that reduces the burden and cost of developing, managing, and maintaining enterprise-grade IoT solutions? And you have four options. Option 1, IoT Central. Option 2, IoT Hub. And option 3, Event Hub. And option 4, Azure Sphere. So the right answer is option 1, IoT Central. So the correct response is IoT Central because it is an IoT application platform that reduces the burden and cost of developing, managing, and maintaining enterprise-grade IoT solutions. IoT Hub is the managed hub for bidirectional communication between IoT and devices. Event Hub is a real-time, fully managed data ingestion service. Azure Sphere is a secured high-level application platform with built-in communication and security features for internet-connected devices. Question number 232. You have an Azure web app. You need to manage the settings of the web app from an iPhone. What are two Azure management tools that you can use? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And you have 5 options. Option A, Azure CLI. Option B, the Azure portal. Option C, Azure Cloud Shell. Option D, Windows PowerShell. And option E, Azure Storage Explorer. So the right answer is option B and option C. So the Azure portal is the web-based portal for managing Azure. Being web-based, you can use the Azure portal on an iPhone. Azure Cloud Shell is a web-based command line for managing Azure. You access the Azure Cloud Shell from the Azure portal. Being web-based, you can use the Azure Cloud Shell on an iPhone. Question number 233. You need to view and update the Microsoft Defender for cloud permissions. To which role should you be assigned? And you have 4 options. Option 1, security reader. Option 2, security assessment contributor. Option 3, security admin. And option 4, security operator. So the right answer is option 3, security admin. Security admin views and updates permissions for Microsoft Defender for cloud, same permissions as the security reader role, and can also update the security policy and dismiss alert and recommendations. Question number 234. Your company plans to deploy several million sensors that will upload data to Azure. You need to identify which Azure's resources must be created to support the planned solution. Which two Azure resources should you identify? Each correct answer represents part of the solution. And you have 5 options. Option A, Azure Data Lake. Option B, Azure Queue Storage. Option C, Azure File Storage. Option D, Azure IoT Hub. And option E, Azure Notification Hubs. So the right answer is option A and option D. So IoT Hub provides data for millions of sensors. IoT Hub is a managed service hosted in the cloud that acts as a central message hub for bi-directional communication between your IoT application and the device it manages. You can use Azure IoT Hub to build IoT solutions with reliable and secure communication between millions of IoT devices and a cloud-hosted solution backend. You can connect virtually any device to IoT Hub. So there are two storage services IoT Hub can route messages to: Azure Blob Storage and Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 accounts. So Azure Data Lake Storage accounts are hierarchical namespace enabled storage accounts built on top of blob storage. Both of these use blobs for their storage. Question number 235. To answer this question, review the statement below and decide if the statement is correct as it is, or if the underlined portion of the statement needs to be replaced with one of the choices below. One common requirement to use software as a service model service on a public cloud is installation on your host machine. So you have 4 options. Option 1, the statement is correct. Option 2, configuration of scaling and availability settings. Option 3, internet access. And option 4, configuration of your application code. So the right answer is option 3, internet access. So software as a service allow for the delivery of an application that can be widely distributed and accessed. An example of these would be Google's email service, Gmail. This email-based application is fully managed and is accessed over the internet. There are no requirements to install any software on your local device to be able to use it. They are usually simple in their design, focusing on the ease of use to appeal to the wider audience. From a user perspective, these offers the least amount of customizations to the application itself. Question number 236. You plan to deploy a website to Azure. The website will be accessed by users worldwide and will host large video files. You need to recommend which Azure feature must be used to provide the best video playback experience. What should you recommend? And you have four options. Option A, an application gateway. Option B, an Azure Express route circuit. Option 3, a content delivery network. And option D, an Azure Traffic Manager profile. So the right answer is option C, a CDN, which is Content Delivery Network. So a content delivery network is a distributed network of servers that can efficiently deliver web content to users. So a content delivery networks store cached content on edge servers in a point of presence locations that are close to the end users to minimize latency. Question number 237. You are an administrator and need to assign a role to a new employee. The employee is responsible for managing the configuration of all virtual machines. To which role should you assign them? Use the principle of least privilege. And you have four options. Option 1, virtual machine contributor. Option 2, virtual machine user. Option 3, virtual machine administrator. And option 4, classic virtual machine contributor. So the right answer is option 1, virtual machine contributor. So a virtual machine contributor can create and manage virtual machines, manage disks and disk snapshots, install and run the software, reset the password of the root user of the virtual machine using VM extensions, and manage local user accounts using VM extensions. This role does not grant you management access to the virtual network or storage account the virtual machines are connected to. This role does not allow you to assign roles in Azure RBAC. Question number 238. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. From Azure Service Health, an administrator can view the health of all the services in an Azure environment. From Azure Service Health, an administrator can create a rule to be alerted if an Azure service fails. From Azure Service Health, an administrator can prevent a service failure. So the right answers are, the first statement is true. Azure Service Health consists of three components: Azure Status, Azure Service Health, and Azure Resource Health. Azure Service Health provides a personalized view of the health of the Azure services and regions you are using. The second statement is true. The best way to use Service Health is to set up Service Health alerts to notify you via your preferred communication channels when service issues, planned maintenance, or other changes may affect the Azure services and regions you use. The third statement is false. You can use Resource Health to view the health of a virtual machine. However, you cannot use Resource Health to prevent a service failure affecting the virtual machine. Azure Service Health provides information about the health of your individual cloud resources, such as a specific virtual machine instance. Question number 239. A new employee is using Azure Key Vault. He is responsible for managing the Key Vault. To which role should you assign him? Use the principle of least privilege. And you have four options. Option 1, Key Vault contributor. Option 2, Key Vault administrator. Option 3, Key Vault reader. And option 4, Key Vault certificates officer. So the right answer is option 1, Key Vault contributor. So a Key Vault contributor allows you to manage key vaults. Question number 240. Match the Azure service to the correct definition. So to answer, drag the appropriate Azure services from the column on the left to its description on the right. Each service may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So Azure Advisor, Azure Cognitive Service, Azure Application Insights, and Azure DevOps. So let's see the right answers are. So Azure DevOps, an integrated solution for the deployment of code. Azure Advisor, a tool that provides guidance and recommendations to improve an Azure environment. Azure Cognitive Services, a simplified tool to build intelligent artificial intelligence applications. Azure Application Insights monitors web applications. So Azure DevOps is Microsoft primary software development and deployment platform. So DevOps influences the application lifecycle throughout its plan, develop, deliver, and operate phases. Advisor is a personalized cloud consultant that helps you follow best practices to optimize your Azure deployments. It analyzes your resources configuration and usage telemetry and then recommends solutions that can help you improve the cost effectiveness, performance, high availability, and security of your Azure resources. And Azure Cognitive Services are APIs, SDKs, and services available to help developers build intelligent applications without having direct AI or data science skills or knowledge. Azure Cognitive Services enable developers to easily add cognitive features into their applications. So Azure Application Insight detects and diagnoses anomalies in web apps. Question number 241. So when calculating Azure network data transfer rates, remember that outbound transfer rates will vary slightly based on dash where the network resource is located. And you have four options. Option 1, availability zone. Option 2, data center. Option 3, region. And option 4, zone. So the right answer is option 4, zone. So outbound data transfer rates vary slightly based on the zone. There are currently four zones, zone 1 through 3 and DE zone 1. Question number 242. When an Azure service feature is in public preview, what does this mean? And you have four options. Option 1, the feature is being beta tested by Microsoft Azure employees only. Option 2, the feature is available to a limited number of Azure customers for beta testing. Option 3, the feature is available only enterprise subscription Azure customers for beta testing. And option 4, the feature is available for all Azure customers for beta testing. So the right answer is option 4. The feature is available for all Azure customers for beta testing. So there are two types of previews, public and private. The private preview is only available to certain Azure customers for evaluation purpose. The public preview is available to all Azure customers. Question number 243. Match the Azure services to the correct description. So to answer, drag the appropriate Azure services from the column on the left to its description on the right. Each service may be used once, more than once, and not at all. So Azure HD Insights, Azure Data Lakes Analytics, Azure SQL Synapse Analytics, and Azure SQL Database. So the right answers are for Azure SQL Database, a managed relational cloud database service. Azure SQL Synapse Analytics, a cloud-based service that leverages massively parallel processing to quickly run complex queries across petabytes of data in a relational database. Azure Data Lake Analytics can run massively parallel data transformation and processing programs across petabytes of data. And Azure HD Insights, an open source framework for the distributed processing and analysis of big data sets in cluster. So SQL Server is a relational database service. Azure SQL Database is a managed SQL service database in Azure The SQL Server is managed by Microsoft. You just have access to the database. And Azure SQL Synapse Analytics is a cloud-based platform as a service offering from Microsoft. And you can access big data jobs in seconds with Azure Data Lake Analytics, and Azure HT Insights is a fully managed, full spectrum open source analytics service in the clouds for enterprises. Question number 244. The Azure Cost Management tool can help you answer which question? And you have four options. Option 1, how much would I save by migrating to the cloud? Option 2, what will my Azure resource cost once I deploy it? Option 3, which deployed Azure resources are underutilized? Option 4, how have other developers addressed the deployment issues I have encountered? So the right answer is option 3, which deployed Azure resources are underutilized. So the cost blade redirects you to the Azure Cost Management tool in the portal. This tool provides insights into how well your resources are being utilized and identify underutilized or unused resources. If you choose to follow the recommendations of the Azure Advisor, you can remove unused resources and configure the remaining resources to more closely match the actual demand for them. Additionally, the Azure Cost Management tool provides the ability to perform a cost analysis, set up budgets to control costs, and view cost alerts defined in your budget. Question number 245. You need to identify which blades in the Azure portal must be used to perform the following tasks. View security recommendations, monitor the health of Azure services, browse available virtual machine images. Which blade should you identify for each task? To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area. So the tasks are monitor the health of Azure resources services, browse available virtual machine images, and view security recommendations. And you have four options each. So let's see the right answers here. So monitor the health of Azure services. We have monitor, and Azure Marketplace provides access and information on solutions and services available from Microsoft and their partners. So browse available virtual machine images, we have Marketplace. And for view security recommendations, we have Advisor. Azure Advisors provides you with the consistent, consolidated view of recommendations for all your Azure resources. It integrates with Azure Security Center to bring you security recommendations. Question number 246. Which of these Azure services is a scalable, cloud native security information event management and security orchestration automated response solution delivering intelligent security analytics and threat intelligence across the enterprise? And we have four options. Option 1, Azure Sentinel. Option 2, Microsoft Defender for Cloud. Option 3, Azure Advisor. And option 4, Azure Monitor. So the right answer is option 1, Azure Sentinel. So Azure Sentinel is a scalable cloud native security information event management and security orchestration automated response solution delivering intelligent security analytics and threat intelligence across the enterprise. Question number 247. You have an Azure environment. You need to create a new Azure virtual machine from a tablet that runs the Android operating system. Solution. You use Bash in Azure Cloud Shell. Does this meet the goal? So the right answer is option A. Yes, it does meet the required goal. So with Azure Cloud Shell, you can create virtual machines using Bash or PowerShell. Azure Cloud Shell is an interactive, authenticated, browser accessible shell for managing Azure resources. It provides the flexibility of choosing the shell experience that best suits the way you work, either Bash or PowerShell. Question number 248. You are an administrator who must assign a role to a new employee. That employee needs to be able to have read-only access to all resources. To which role should you assign them? Use the principle of least privilege. And you have four options. Option 1, user access administrator. Option 2, contributor. And option 3, reader. And option 4, owner. So the right answer is option 3, reader. So the reader role allows the employee read-only access to all resources. Question number 249. You have an on-premises application that sends email notifications automatically based on a rule. You plan to migrate the application to Azure. You need to recommend serverless computing solutions for the application. What should you include in the recommendation? And you have four options. Option A web app. Option B, a server image in Azure Marketplace. Option C, a logic app. And option D, an API app. So the right answer is option C, a logic app. So Azure Logic Apps is a cloud service that helps you schedule, automate, and orchestrate tasks, business process, and workflows when you need to integrate apps, data, system, and services across enterprise or organizations. Logic App simplifies how you design and build scalable solutions for app integration, data integration, system integration, enterprise application integration, and business to business communications, whether in the cloud, on premises, or both. Question number 250. Which Azure service allow you to estimate the cost of resources you plan to deploy in the future? And you have four options. Option 1, Azure Advisor. Option 2, Pricing Calculator. Option 3, Azure Cost Management. Option 4, the Premier Tier Support Plan. So the right answer is option 2, Pricing Calculator. So for the planning phase of an Azure deployment, Microsoft provides an excellent online tool to assist in estimating your Azure cost. This tool allows you to select and estimate the cost of deploying resources to Azure. Of course, to generate the best cost estimate, you will need to know exactly what resources you plan to deploy to Azure and their compute and storage requirements. For example, Azure virtual machines are available in a range of sizes based on the number of CPU cores and memory. Question number 251. So in a platform as a service deployment model, Microsoft Azure manages which of the following components of an Azure based solution? Choose three. And you have four options. Option 1, the hosted applications. Option 2, the compute and storage hardware. Option 3, the database patching and software updates. Option 4, the virtual operating systems. So the right answer is option 2, 3, and 4. So platform as a service is a complete development and deployment environment in the cloud with resources that enable you to deliver everything from simple cloud-based apps to sophisticated cloud-enabled enterprise applications. Platform as a service includes infrastructure, server, storage, and networking, but also middleware development tools, business intelligence services, database management systems, and more. Platform as a service is designed to support the complete web application lifecycle, building, testing, deploying, managing, and updating. Question number 252. An Azure administrator plans to run a PowerShell script that creates Azure resources. You need to recommend which computer configuration to use to run the script. Solution: run the script from a computer that runs Linux and has the Azure CLI tools installed. Does this meet the goal? So the right answer is option B. No, it does not meet the required goal. So a PowerShell script is a file that contains PowerShell CMDlets and code. A PowerShell script needs to be run in PowerShell. PowerShell can now be installed on Linux. However, the question states that the computer has Azure CLI tools, not PowerShell installed. Therefore, this solution does not meet the required goal. Question number 253. Who provision infrastructure to host serverless resources on the Azure cloud? And you have four options. Option 1, both Microsoft Azure and Azure customers. Option 2, no one. Host infrastructure is not required for serverless resources. Option 3, Azure customers. And option 4, Microsoft Azure. So the right answer is option 4, Microsoft Azure. So serverless computing is a cloud computing execution model in which the cloud provider, Microsoft Azure, allocates machine resources on demand, taking care of the servers on behalf of Azure customers. Question number 254. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Azure Blob Storage is a, and you have four options. So the right answer is, so Azure Blob Storage is a storage service optimized for very large objects such as video files and bitmaps. So Azure Blob Storage is Microsoft Object Storage solution for the cloud. Blob storage is optimized for storing massive amount of unstructured data. Question number 255. Which Express route connectivity model allows you to connect directly into Microsoft Global Network at one of several peering locations strategically distributed across the world? And you have four options. Option 1, Cloud Exchange co-location. Option 2, point-to-point Ethernet connection. Option 3, any-to-any connection. Option 4, Express Route Direct. So the right answer is option 4, Express Route Direct. So there are four express route connectivity models allowing you to create a connection between your on-premises network and the Microsoft cloud in four different ways. These models are Cloud Exchange, co-location, point-to-point Ethernet connection, any-to-any connections, and Express Route Direct. Connectivity providers may offer one or more connectivity models. Question number 256. Arrange the storage account redundancy options from the least redundant to the most redundant. To answer, move all options from the list of options to the answer area. Arrange them in the correct order. So redundancy options, we have zone redundant storage, geo redundant storage, and local redundant storage. So the right order is LRS, ZRS, and ZRS. So LRS copies your data synchronously 3 times within a single physical location in the primary region. So LRS is the least expensive replication option, but it isn't recommended for applications require high availability or durability. So ZRS copies your data synchronously across 3 Azure availability zones in the primary region. For applications require high availability, Microsoft recommends using ZRS in a primary region and also replicating to a secondary region. And ZRS copies your data synchronously 3 times within a single physical location in the primary region using LRS. It then copies your data synchronously to a single physical location in secondary region that is hundreds of miles away from the primary region. So ZRS offers durability for storage resource of at least 99.999% over a given year. Question number 257. Which Azure service is an example of the platform as a service model? And you have four options. Option 1, Azure App Service. Option 2, Azure Virtual Networks. Option 3, Azure Virtual Machines. And option 4, Azure Data Box. So the right answer is option 1, Azure App Service. The data box uses actually hardware to migrate data to the Azure cloud. So this service does not fall within any traditional cloud model such as infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, or software as a service. Azure Virtual Machines and Azure Virtual Networks are prime examples of infrastructure as a service. because they offer virtualized hardware but allow the cloud user to control and customize almost all other aspects of the service. Azure App Service manages the infrastructure for virtual machines used to host applications, so it allows developers to build on these managed infrastructures and with a moderate amount of control compared to software as a service. Question number 259. You have an Azure environment that contains 10 web apps. To which URL should you connect to manage all the Azure resources? To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area. So the right answer is portal.azure.com. The Azure portal is a web-based management interface where you can view and manage all your Azure resources in one unified hub, including web apps, databases, virtual machines, virtual networks, storage, and Visual Studio team projects. Question number 259. Microsoft Azure combines which of the following components within an availability set to manage planned and unplanned outages? And you have four options. Option 1, recommended region and alternate regions. Option 2, update domains and fault domains. Option 3, foundational services and specialized services. Option 4, virtual machine scaling sets. So the right answer is option 2, update domains and fault domains. An availability set in an Azure region is a combination of a fault domain and an update domain. Question number 260. You plan to store 20 terabyte of data in Azure. The data will be accessed infrequently and visualized by using Microsoft Power BI. You need to recommend a storage solution for the data. Which two solutions should you recommend? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. And you have five options. Option A, Azure Data Lake. Option B, Azure Cosmos DB. Option C, Azure SQL Data Warehouse. Option D, Azure SQL Database. And option E, Azure Database for PostgreSQL. So the right answer is option A, C, and option C. So you can use Power BI to analyze and visualize data stored in Azure Data Lake and Azure SQL Data Warehouse. Azure Data Lake includes all of the capabilities required to make it easy for developers, data scientists, and analysts to store data of any size and shape and at any speed and do all types of processing and analytics across platforms and languages. It removes the complexities of ingestion and storing all your data while making it faster to get up and running with batch, streaming, and interactive analytics. It also integrates seamlessly with operational stores and data warehouses so that you can extend current data applications. Question number 261. When calculating Azure network data transfer rates, remember that outbound transfer rates will vary slightly based on dash where the network resource is located. And you have four options. Option 1, availability zone. Option 2, data center. Option 3, region. And option 4, zone. So the right answer is option 4, zone. Outbound data transfer rates vary slightly based on the zone. There are currently four zones, Zone 1 through 3 and DE Zone 1. To learn what zone your data center is in, select the region from the drop-down box. The zone number in the table will change to reflect the zone number of the selected region and will display the outbound data transfer rates for that region and zone. Question number 262. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Azure resources can only access other resources in the same resource group. If you delete a resource group, all the resources in the resource group will be deleted. A resource group can contain resources from multiple Azure regions. So the first statement is false. A resource can interact with resources in other resource groups. So the second statement is true. Deleting the resource group will remove the resource group as well as all the resources in that resource group. These can be useful for the management of resources. For example, a virtual machine has several components, the VM itself, virtual disk, network adapter, etc. By placing the VM in its own resource group, you can delete the VM along with all its associated components by deleting the resource group. Another example is when creating a test environment, you could place the entire test environment, network components, virtual machines, etc. in one resource group. You can then delete the entire test environment by deleting the resource group. So the third statement is true. Resources from multiple different regions can be placed in a resource group. The resource group only contains metadata about the resources it contains. Question number 263. Which of the following can help a company compare the costs of on-premises data centers and Azure? And you have four options. Option 1, Azure Advisor. Option 2, Azure TCO Calculator. Option 3, Azure Price Calculator. Option 4, Azure Cost Management Tool. So the right answer is option 2, Azure TCO Calculator. So the Azure Total Cost of Ownership Calculator tool will help you estimate your current cost for hosting your on-premises resources. Then it will display the cost saving over 3 to 5 year period when hosting the same resource in Azure. Question number 264. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Application Insights is a feature of, and you have four options. So the right answer is Azure Monitor. So the Application Insights is a feature of Azure Monitor that provides extensible application performance management and monitoring for live web apps. Question number 265. When implementing an infrastructure as a service solution on the Azure cloud, which service components are managed by Microsoft Azure? Choose two answers. And you have four options. Option 1, physical data centers. Option 2, data. Option 3, operating systems. And option 4, network hardware. So the right answer is option 1, physical data centers, and option 4, network hardware. So for infrastructure as a service solution, the cloud provider will be responsible for the tangible aspects, things like servers and network hardware and the physical data centers that host the hardware. The customer will typically be responsible for securing and managing operating systems on servers, network configurations, applications that are deployed, identity management, and of course, data. Question number 266. Select the answers that correctly completes the sentence. An Azure container instance is an example of an Azure, and you have four options. So the right answer is option compute service. So the term compute refers to the hosting model for the computing resources that your application runs on. For Azure, these include Azure container instances, the fastest and simplest way to run a container in Azure without having to provision any virtual machines and without having to adopt a higher level service. Question number 267. Which statement is generally true when it comes to cloud expenditure? We have four options. Option 1, cloud computing offers a reduction in your capital expenditure spend. Option 2, cloud computing offers a reduction in your operating expenditure spend. Option 3, cloud computing offers a reduction in both your capital expenditure and operating expenditure spend. And option 4, cloud computing offers a comparable spend between your operating existing on-premises environment. So the right answer is option 1. So with cloud computing, you are not investing long-term physical assets where the cost is spread over its useful life. Instead, you are paying for short-term resources required to meet ongoing operational business requirements and are therefore classed as operating expenditure cost. When you have invested capital expenditure into a resource, you are then fixed with that asset. Even if it fails, you still have the, to pay for it. Compare that to the operational expenditure cost of cloud services. You only pay when you are using it, and you can upgrade at any point or stop using the resource altogether and your cost will cease. Question number 268. You plan to deploy several Azure virtual machines. You need to ensure that the services running on the virtual machines are available if the data center fails. Solution: you deploy the virtual machine to two or more regions. Does this meet the goal? So the right answer is option A. Yes, it does meet the required goal. By deploying the virtual machines to two or more regions, you are deploying the virtual machines to multiple data centers. These will ensure that the services running on the virtual machines are available if a data center fails. Azure operates in multiple data centers around the world. These data centers are grouped into geographic regions, giving you flexibility in choosing where to build your applications. You create Azure resources in defined geographic regions like West US, North Europe, and Southeast Asia. You can review the list of regions and their locations. Within each region, multiple data centers exist to provide for redundancy and availability. Question number 269. Which metrics always increase your network cost no matter how your Azure topology is constructed? And you have four options. Option 1, the amount of outbound data. Option 2, the amount of inbound data. Option 3, port speed. Option 4, data transfer within the same availability zone. So the right answer is option 1, the amount of outbound data. So Azure networking costs are strictly limited to egress or outbound bandwidth. All incoming data to Azure data centers is free, while the cost of outgoing data begins after the first 5 gigabytes per month, and it's tied based on usage. Question number 270. So this question requires that you evaluate the underlying text to determine if it is correct. One of the benefits of Azure SQL database warehouse is the high availability is built into the platform. So instructions: review the underlying text. If it makes the statement correct, select no changes needed. If the statement is incorrect, select the answer choice that makes the correct statement. And the options are: option A, no changes needed; option B, automatic scaling; option C, data compression; and option D, versioning. So the right answer is option A, no changes needed. Azure Data Warehouse is a platform as a service offering from Microsoft. As with all platform as a service services from Microsoft, SQL Data Warehouse offers an availability SLA of 99.9%. Microsoft can offer 99.9% availability because it has high availability features built into the platform. Question number 271. The Azure Cost Management tool can help you answer which question? And you have four options. Option 1, how much would I save by migrating to the cloud? Option 2, what will my Azure resource cost once I deploy it? Option 3, which deployed Azure resources are underutilized? Option 4, how have other developers addressed the deployment issues I have encountered? The right answer is option 3, which deployed Azure resources are underutilized. So the cost plate redirects you to the Azure Cost Management tool in the portal. This tool provides insights into how well your resources are being utilized and identify underutilized or unused resources. If you choose to follow the recommendations of the Azure advisor, you can remove unused resources and configure the remaining resources to more closely match the actual demand for them. Additionally, the Azure Cost Management tool provides the ability to perform a cost analysis, set up budgets to control cost, and view cost alerts defined in your budget. Question number 272. You plan to deploy several Azure virtual machines. You need to ensure that the services running on the virtual machines are available if a single data center fails. Solution: you deploy the virtual machines to two or more availability zones. Does this meet the goal? So the right answer is option A. Yes, it does meet the required goal. So availability zones expand the level of control you have to maintain the availability of the applications and data on your VMs. An availability zone is a physically separate zone within an Azure region. There are three availability zones per supported Azure region. Each availability zone has the distinct power source, network, and cooling. By architecting your solution to use replicated VMs in zones, you can protect your apps and data from the loss of the data center. If one zone is compromised, then replicated apps and data are instantly available in another zone. Question number 273. A company wants to utilize cloud technology and is considering the best cloud model for its business. It prefers to use a remote shared infrastructure that can be provisioned on demand and typically accessed over the internet. Which cloud computing model would best meet this company's requirement? And you have four options. Option 1, a private cloud model. Option 2, a public cloud model. And option 3, a matrix cloud model. And option 4, a hybrid cloud model. So the right answer is option 2, a public cloud model. A public cloud model is one where a vendor makes available the use of shared infrastructure, including but not limited to compute, storage, database, and network resources that can be provisioned on demand and typically accessed over the internet for public usage. A private cloud is different from a public cloud in that the infrastructure is privately hosted, managed, and owned by the individual company using it, giving that company greater and more direct control of its data. Question number 274. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So when you need to delegate permissions to several Azure virtual machines simultaneously, you must deploy the Azure virtual machines. And you have four options. So the right answer is to the same resource group. So a resource group is a logical container for Azure resources. Resource groups makes the management of Azure resources easier. With a resource group, you can allow a user to manage all resources in the resource group, such as virtual machines, websites, and subnets. The permissions you apply to the resource group apply to all resources contained in the resource group. Question number 275. Which of the following can be used along with the Microsoft Defender for Cloud to help visualize and analyze security alerts? And you have four options. Option 1, Application Insights. Option 2, Power BI. Option 3, Data Factory. And option 4, Azure Advisor. The right answer is option 2, Power BI. So the Power BI dashboard for Microsoft Defender for Cloud enables you to visualize, analyze, and filter recommendations and security alerts from anywhere, including your mobile device. Use the Power BI dashboard to reveal trends and attack patterns, view security alerts by resource or source IP address, and unaddressed security risk by resource or age. Question number 276. You need to manage containers. Which two services can you use? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. And you have five options. Option A, Azure Virtual Desktop. Option B, Azure Virtual Machines. Option C, Azure Functions. Option D, Azure Container Instances. And option E, Azure Kubernetes Services. So the right answer is option D, Azure Container Instances, and option E, Azure Kubernetes Services. So run Docker containers on demand in a managed serverless Azure environments. Azure Container Instances is a solution for any scenario that can operate in isolated containers without orchestration. Run event-driven applications, quickly deploy from your container deployment pipelines, and run data processing and build jobs. You can manage containers at scale with a fully managed Kubernetes container management and orchestration service that integrates with Azure Active Directory. Azure Kubernetes Service is a robust and cost-effective container orchestration service that helps you deploy and manage containerized applications in seconds, where additional resources are designed automatically without the headache of managing additional servers. Question number 277. Deploy your application resources into separate dash if you want them to remain available in the event of data center outage. And you have four options. Option A, availability sets. Option 2, availability zones. Option 3, scale sets. And option 4, resource groups. So the right answer is option 2, availability zones. So availability sets offer protection against different types of failures and maintenance in a single data center, but availability zones offer protection against the failure of an entire data center because your distribution resources among multiple data centers. Question number 278. Match the cloud service models to the appropriate offerings. To answer, drag the appropriate model from the column on the left to its offering on the right. Each model may be used once, more than once, not at all. So the models are infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. So the right answers are platform as a service. We have Azure App Service. So Azure App Service is a fully managed platform for building web applications. Platform as a service is a complete development and deployment environment in the cloud with resources that enable you to deliver everything from simple cloud-based apps to sophisticated cloud-enabled enterprise applications. And for infrastructure as a service, Azure Virtual Machines. So Windows Azure Virtual Machines, an infrastructure as a service offering in Windows Azure, was released back in 2012. And software as a service, we have Microsoft Dynamics 365. So Dynamics 365 is a set of interconnected modular software as a service application and services designed to both transform and enable your core customers, employees, and business activities. Question number 279. Which Azure Management Service can provide the status of specific instances as well as log of recent platform events? And we have four options. Option 1, Azure Status. Option 2, Azure Backup. Option 3, Azure Resource Health. Option 4, Microsoft Defender for Cloud. The right answer is option 3, Azure Resource Health. So Azure Resource Health helps you diagnose and get support when an Azure service problem affects your resources. It informs you about the current and past health of your resources, and it provides technical support to help you mitigate problems. Question number 280. What is the function of a site-to-site VPN? And you have four options. Option A, provides a secure connection between a computer on a public network and the corporate network. Option B, provide a dedicated private connection to Azure that does not travel over the internet. Option C, provides a connection from an on-premises VPN device to an Azure VPN gateway. So the right answer is option C, provides a connection from an on-premises VPN device to an Azure VPN gateway. So a site-to-site VPN gateway connection is used to connect your on-premises network to an Azure virtual network over an IPsec VPN tunnel. So this type of connection requires a VPN device located on premises that has an external facing public IP address assigned to it. Question number 281. You would like to follow security best practices for your Azure VMs. Which service below will monitor your Azure resources and provide recommendations to address security vulnerabilities, including any missing network security groups, unencrypted disks, or missing security or software patches? And you have four options. Option 1, Microsoft Defender for Cloud. Option 2, Azure Network Watcher. Option 3, Log Analytics. And option 4, Azure Key Vault. So the right answer is option 1, Microsoft Defender for Clouds. So Microsoft Defender for Clouds is the source of the comprehensive monitoring of all the aspects of security of the virtual machine. It also provides its recommendations through Azure Advisor. Its recommendations consist of not only configuration changes but also potential partner solutions such as web application firewalls. Question number 282. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. So you can use the Azure File Sync agent to sync on-premises data to an Azure, and you have four options. So the right answer is option File Share. So the Azure File Share Sync agent enables data on a Windows server to be synchronized with an Azure File Share. Question number 283. Complete the following statements. Authentication determines, and the options are: authentication determines what you can do. Option 2, who you are. Option 3, where you are. Or option 4, the number and type of resources you create, update, or delete. So the right answer is option 2, authentication determines who you are. So authentication is one aspect of controlling access to resources along with authorization. Authentication verifies your identity or who you are. Authorization, on the other hand, determines what resources you have access to and the actions you can perform on those resources. Question number 284. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. An Azure region, and you have four options. So the right answer is contains one or more data centers that are connected by using a low latency network. So each Azure region features data centers displayed within a latency defined perimeter. They are connected through a dedicated regional low latency network. This design ensures that Azure services within any region offer the best possible performance and security. Question number 285. What is Azure Active Directory? And you have four options. Option 1, Azure Cloud-based Identity and Access Management Service. Option 2, Azure Cloud-based Resource Policy Management. Option 3, Azure Cloud-based Threat Detection Service. And option 4, Azure Cloud-based Key and Secrets Management Service. So the right answer is option 1, Azure Cloud-based Identity and Access Management. So Azure Active Directory is Microsoft Azure's cloud-based identity and access management service. It can be used to access internal and external resources. Question number 286. Your company has an Azure subscription that contains resources in several regions. You need to ensure that administrators can only create resources in those regions. What should you use? And you have four options. Option A read-only lock. Option B, an Azure policy. Option C, a management group. And option D, a reservation. So the right answer is option B, an Azure policy. So Azure policy helps to enforce organizational standards and to access compliance at scale through its compliance dashboard. It provides an aggregated view to evaluate the overall state of the environment. With the ability to drill down to the per resource, per policy granularity, it also helps to bring your resources to compliance through bulk remediation for existing resources and automatic remediation for new resources. Question number 287. Dash provide a graphical way to model business process as a series of steps. And you have four options. Option 1, Azure Logic App. Option 2, Azure Service Fabric. Option 3, Azure Functions. And option 4, API Apps. So the right answer is option 1, Azure Logic Apps. So the term workflow is used to represent the steps of a business process in a logical manner. The Azure Logic Apps type provides a graphical way to represent a workflow. Question number 288. You plan to deploy a service to Azure virtual machines. You need to ensure that the service will be available if a data center fails. What should you use as a part of the virtual machine deployment? And you have four options. Option A, availability sets. Option B, proximity placement groups. Option C, host groups. And option D, availability zones. So the right answer is option D, availability zones. So Azure availability zones are physically separate locations within Azure region that are tolerant to local failures. Failures can range from software and hardware failures to events such as earthquakes, floods, and fires. Tolerance to failures is achieved because of redundancy and logical isolation of Azure services. To ensure resiliency, a minimum of 3 separate availability zones are present in all availability zone enabled regions. Question number 289. You have deployed multiple Azure Virtual Machine instances and an Azure SQL database instance within an Azure Virtual Network to support the same application. Which feature does Azure use to show that these deployments from separate services are related in some way, while also allowing Azure users to manage them together? And you have four options. Option 1, an Azure Resource Group. Option 2, an Azure Management Group. Option 3, an update domain. And option 4, an availability set. So the right answer is option 1, an Azure Resource Group. So an Azure Resource Group is a manageable item. Virtual machines, storage accounts, web apps, databases, and virtual networks are all examples of resources. Resource groups, subscriptions, management groups, and tags are also example of resources. A resource group is a container that holds related resources for an Azure solution. The resource group includes those resources that you want to manage as a group. Question number 290. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Dash is a highly secure IoT solution that includes a microcontroller unit and a customized Linux operating system. And you have four options. So the right answer is Azure Sphere. So Microsoft Azure Sphere hardware and service designed to better secure Internet of Things devices. Azure Sphere consists of Microsoft certified microcontroller, single chip computer with processors, storage, memory, and IoT capabilities, plus the Azure Sphere Linux based OS and the Azure Sphere Cloud Security Service. Question number 291. Which statement is true regarding the cost of virtual machines? And you have four options. Option 1, the cost is same irrespective of the region in which the VM is provisioned. Option 2, the cost of virtual machine differs from region to region. Option 3, as long as you are using Azure, you can be assured that the cost will be the same. Option 4, you should not worry about the cost of the VMs and provision them in any possible region. So the right answer is option 2, the cost of virtual machine differs from region to region. One key fact to note is that each region can have a different price from the same virtual machines. So yes, your one design consideration is to prevent virtual machines which host applications as close as possible to the end user, but you also need to take note of the area in which it is provisioned. It's best to use the pricing calculator provided by Microsoft to get an indicative cost of hosting a virtual machine in a particular region. Question number 292. You need to purchase a third-party virtual security appliance that you will deploy to an Azure subscription. What should you use? And you have four options. Option A, Azure subscription. Option B, Microsoft Defender for cloud. Option C, Azure Microsoft. And option D, Microsoft Store. So the right answer is option C, Azure Marketplace. So you can access these enhanced network security features by using an Azure partner solution. You can find the most current Azure partner network security solutions by visiting the Azure Marketplace and searching for security and network security. Some third-party resellers services available on Azure Marketplace now consume your enterprise agreement Azure prepayment balance. Question number 293. Which service can you use to prevent employees from sending out confidential business records or data? And you have four options. Option 1, Azure Information Protection. Option 2, Azure Policy. Option 3, Azure Key Vault. And option 4, Azure Monitor. So the right answer is option 1, Azure Information Protection. So legitimate users might accidentally reveal confidential information. Azure Information Protection or AIP can help with that. AIP lets you label information as confidential either manually or using rules you create. These alone will help keep people from inadvertently sending confidential information outside of the organization, but you can also configure AIP to actually prevent it from happening. For example, if someone attaches a confidential document to an email and then tries to send the email to the person outside of the company, AIP can stop the email from being sent. Question number 294. You have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1. You sign into the Azure portal and create a resource group named RG1. From Azure documentation, you have the following command that creates a virtual machine named VM1. So the following command, you need to create VM1 in subscription 1 by using the command. Solution from Azure portal, launch Azure Cloud Shell and select PowerShell. Run the command in the Cloud Shell. Does this meet the goal? And the right answer is option A, yes, it does meet the required goal. So the command can be run in Azure Cloud Shell, although this question says you select PowerShell rather than Bash, and AZ command will work in PowerShell. So the Azure Cloud Shell is a free interactive shell. It has common Azure tools pre-installed and configured to use with your account. To open the Cloud Shell, just select Try It from the upper right corner of a code block. You can also launch Cloud Shell in a separate browser tab by going to question number 295. Your company intend to subscribe to an Azure support plan. The support plan must allow for new support requests to be opened. Which of the following are support plans that will allow these? Answer by dragging the correct options from the list to the answer area. So the options are Basic, Developer, Standard, Professional Direct, and Premier. So the right order is Basic, Developer, Standard, and Professional Direct. So as Premier is now only supported for an existing user until 1st of July 2022, but not for new users. Question number 296. Several support engineers plan to manage Azure by using the computer shown in the following table. You need to identify which Azure management tools can be used for each computer. What should you identify to each computer? To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area. So we have the following tables. So let's see the right answers for the computer 1, 2, and 3. So with the computer 1, we have Azure CLI, the Azure portal, and Azure PowerShell, and the same answer for all the computers. So previously, the Azure CLI was the only option for managing Azure subscription and resources from the command line on Linux and Mac OS. Now with the open source and cross-platform release of PowerShell, you will be able to manage all your Azure resources from Windows, Linux and Mac OS using your tool of choice, either the Azure CLI or Azure PowerShell CMD-lets. The Azure portal runs in a web browser, so you can be used in either operating systems. Question number 297. A company wants to ensure its cloud services providers provides 99.99% availability. In which document should the company include this request? And you have four options. Option 1, customer agreement. Option 2, service level agreement. Option 3, acceptable use policy. And option 4, terms of service. So the right answer is option 2, service level agreement. So the customer agreement describes the overall relationship between the customer and provider. The acceptable use policy prohibits activities that providers consider to be improper or outright illegal use of their service. The terms of service describes the client obligations when using the service. Question number 298. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So you can access Compliance Manager from the, and you have four options. So the right answer is option Microsoft 365 Admin Center. So to go to the Microsoft Purview Compliance portal and sign in with your Microsoft 365 Global Administrator account, select Compliance Manager on the left navigation pan. You will arrive at your Compliance Manager dashboard. Question number 299. So which Azure service is used to ensure Azure resources compile with rules and regulations set by your business or industry-wide regulations? And you have four options. Option 1, Azure Active Directory. Option 2, Azure Monitor. Option 3, Azure Policy. And option 4, Azure Status. So the right answer is option 3, Azure Policy. So Azure Policy helps accomplish these. Azure Policy is an Azure service used to create, assign, and manage policies that enforce different rules over Azure resources. In doing so, such resources remain compliant with corporate standards and SLAs. Azure Policy accomplishes these by evaluating deployed resources and scanning for those not compliant with the policies that have been defined. Question number 300. You have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1. You sign in to the Azure portal and create a resource group named RG1. From Azure documentation, you have the following command that creates a virtual machine named VM1. So you need to create VM1 in Subscription 1 by using the command. From a computer that runs Windows 10, install Azure CLI. From a command prompt, sign in to the Azure and then run the command. Does these meet the goal? So the right answer is option A. Yes, it does meet the required goal. So the command can be run from PowerShell or the command prompt if you have the Azure CLI installed. Question number 301. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. You can only manage cloud services from Windows devices. You can manage cloud services from the command line. You can manage cloud services by using a web browser. So the right options are, so the first statement is false and the second and third statement are true. So easily manage your Azure storage accounts in the cloud from Windows, Mac OS or Linux using Azure Storage Explorer. Azure Cloud Services can be managed in Azure Automation by using the PowerShell CMDlets that are available in the Azure PowerShell tools. So question number 302. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So Dash is an Apache Spark-based analytics service. And the options are Azure Databricks, Azure Data Factory, Azure DevOps, Azure Synapse Analytics. So the right option here is
Azure Databricks. Azure Databricks is an Apache Spark-based analytics platform. The platform consists of several components including mlib. Mlib is a machine learning library consisting of common learning algorithms and utilities, including classification, regression, clustering, collaborative filtering, dimensionality reduction, as well as underlying optimization primitives. Question number 303. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are Azure Monitor can monitor the performance of on-premises computers. Azure Monitor can send alerts to Azure Active Directory security groups. Azure Monitor can trigger alerts based on data in the Azure Log Analytics workspace. So the right options here are, so all the statements are true. Azure Monitor maximizes the availability and performance of your applications and services by delivering a comprehensive solution for collecting, analyzing, and acting on telemetry from your cloud and on-premises environments. Alerts in Azure Monitor proactively notify you of critical conditions and potentially attempt to take corrective actions. Azure Monitor uses target resource, which is the scope and signals available for alerting. A target can be any Azure resource. Example targets are a machine, a virtual machine, a storage account, a virtual machine scale set, a log analytics workspace, or an application insights resource. Question number 304. Which Azure service provides a set of version control tools to manage code? And the options are Azure Repos, Azure Dev Test Labs, Azure Storage, Azure Cosmos DB. So the right answer here is option A, Azure Repos. Azure Repos is a set of version control tools that you can use to manage your code. Question number 305. You need to manage Azure by using Azure Cloud Shell. Which Azure portal icon should you select? To answer, select the appropriate icon in the answer area. So the right option here is the arrow. You can access Azure Cloud Shell in the Azure portal by clicking the icon. Azure Cloud Shell is an interactive, authenticated, browser accessible shell for managing Azure resources. It provides the flexibility of choosing the shell experience that best suits the way you work, either Bash or PowerShell. Cloud Shell enables access to a browser-based command line experience built with Azure management tasks in mind. Question number 306. You have a virtual machine named VM1 that runs Windows Server 2016. VM1 is in the East US Azure region. Which Azure service should you use from the Azure portal to view service failure notifications that can affect the availability of VM1? And the options are Azure Service Fabric, Azure Monitor, Azure Virtual Machines, Azure Advisor. So the right answer here is option B, Azure Monitor. Question number 307. Your Azure environment contains multiple Azure virtual machines. You need to ensure that a virtual machine named VM1 is accessible from the internet over HTTP. Solution: you modify an Azure Traffic Manager profile. Does this meet the goal? And the options are yes or no. So the right answer here is option B, no. It does not meet the required goal. Azure Traffic Manager is a DNS-based load balancing solution. It is not used to ensure that the virtual machine named VM1 is accessible from the internet over HTTP. To ensure that a virtual machine named VM1 is accessible from the internet over HTTP, you need to modify a network security group or Azure firewall. In this question, we need to add a rule to a network security group or firewall, Azure firewall, to allow the connection to the virtual machine on port 80. Question number 308. Your company plans to deploy several web servers and several database servers to Azure. You need to recommend an Azure solution to limit the types of connections from the web servers to the database servers. What should you include in the recommendation? The options are network security group, Azure service bus, a local network gateway, a router filter. So the right answer here is option A, network security groups. A network security group works like a firewall. You can attach a network security group to a virtual network or individual subnets within the virtual network. You can also attach a network security group to a network interface assigned to a virtual machine. You can use multiple network security groups within a virtual network to restrict traffic between resources such as virtual machines and subnets. You can filter network traffic to and from Azure resources in an Azure virtual network with a network security group. A network security group contains security rules that allow or deny inbound network traffic to or outbound network traffic from several types of Azure resources. Question number 309. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. From Dash, you can view which user turned off a specific virtual machine during the last 14 days. So the right answer here is Azure Activity Log. You would use the Azure Activity Log, not access control, to view which user turned off a specific virtual machine during the last 14 days. Activity logs are kept for 90 days. You can query for any range of dates as long as the starting date isn't more than 90 days in the past. So in this question, we would create a filter to display shutdown operation on the virtual machine in the last 14 days. Question number 310. Which service provides network traffic filtering across multiple Azure subscriptions and virtual networks? And the options are Azure Firewall, option B, an application security group, option D, Azure DDoS protection, option D, a network security group. So the right answer here is option A, Azure Firewall. You can restrict traffic to multiple virtual networks in multiple subscriptions with a single Azure Firewall. Azure Firewall is a managed cloud-based network security service that protects your Azure virtual network resources. It's a fully stateful firewall as a service with built-in high availability and unrestricted cloud scalability. You can centrally create and enforce the log application and network connectivity policies across subscriptions and virtual networks. Azure Firewall uses a static public IP address for your virtual network resources, allowing outside firewalls to identify traffic originating from your virtual network. Match the Azure service to the correct definition. Instructions to answer: drag the appropriate Azure service from the column on the left to its description on the right. Each service may be used once, more than once, or not at all. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the options we have: Azure Databricks, Azure Functions, Azure App Service, and Azure Application Insights. So the right options for the statements are: Azure Functions provides the platform for serverless code. Azure Databricks, a big data analysis service for machine learning. Azure Application Insights detects and diagnoses anomalies in web apps. Azure App Service hosts web apps. Question number 312. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: you must have internet connectivity to manage cloud services. You must install the management app to manage cloud services. You can manage cloud services from any modern web browser. So the right options are: the first statement is true, the second one is false, and the third statement is true. Cloud services can be managed through portal.azure.com. In the cloud services area of the Azure portal, you can update a service role or a deployment, promote a stage deployment to production. Link services to your cloud services so that you can see the resources dependencies and scale the resources together. Delete a cloud service or a deployment. Which Azure network service allow you to deploy a web application firewall to control access to network resources? And the options are Azure Traffic Manager, Azure Application Gateway, Azure Load Balancer, Azure Virtual Private Network. So the right option here is option 2, Azure Application Gateway. The application gateway is a network appliance you can put in front of your application to provide load balancing, SSL termination, cookie-based session affinity, and some more features. You, if you use the version of the application gateway that comes with the WAF, you get a layer 7 firewall designed to defend common web vulnerabilities and exploits such as SQL injection and cross-site scripting. The particular WAF bundle with the application gateway has protections for vulnerabilities listed in the OWASP core rule set. So question number 314. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: Azure PowerShell modules can be installed on Mac OS. Azure Cloud Shell can be accessed from a web browser on a Linux computer. The Azure portal can only be accessed from a Windows device. So the right options are: the first two statements are true and the third statement is false. You can install the AZ PowerShell module locally on Windows, macOS, and Linux. It can also be used from a browser through Azure Cloud Shell or inside a Docker container. So question number 315. A support engineer plans to perform several Azure management tasks by using the Azure CLI. You install the CLI on a computer. You need to tell the support engineer which tools to use to run the CLI. Which two tools should you instruct the support engineer to use? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And the options are Command Prompt, Azure Resource Explorer, Windows PowerShell, Windows Defender Firewall, and Network and Sharing Center. So the right answer here is option A and option C. For Windows, the Azure CLI is installed via an MSI, which gives you access to the CLI through the Windows command prompt, CMD, or PowerShell. Question number 316. You have an Azure environment. You need to create a new Azure virtual machine from a tablet that runs the Android operating system. Solution: you use PowerShell in Azure Cloud Shell. Does this meet the goal? So the right option is option A. Yes, it does meet the required goal. Azure Cloud Shell is a browser-based shell experience to manage and develop Azure resources. Cloud Shell offers a browser-accessible, pre-configured shell experience for managing Azure resources without the overhead of installing, versioning, and maintaining a machine yourself. Being browser-based, Azure Cloud Shell can be run on a browser from a tablet that runs the Android operating system. So question number 317, you have an Azure environment. You need to create a new Azure virtual machine from a tablet that runs the Android operating system. Solution, you use the Power Apps portal. Does this meet the goal? So the right option here is option B. No, it does not meet the required goal. Power Apps lets you quickly build business applications with little or no code. It is not used to create Azure virtual machines. Therefore, this solution does not meet the goal. Power Apps portal allow organizations to create websites which can be shared with users external to their organization, either anonymously or through the login provider of their choice like LinkedIn, Microsoft account, other commercial login providers. So question number 318. You have an Azure environment. You need to create a new Azure virtual machine from a tablet that runs the Android operating system. Solution, you use the Azure portal. Does this meet the goal? So the right option here is option A. Yes, it does meet the required goal. The Azure portal is a web-based unified console that provides an alternative to command line tools. With the Azure portal, you can manage your Azure subscription using a graphical user interface. You can build, manage, and monitor everything from simple web apps to complex cloud deployments. Create custom dashboards for an organized view of resources. Configure accessibility option for an optimal experience. Being web-based, the Azure portal can be run on a browser from a tablet that runs the Android operating system. Question number 319. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Dash provides in-depth information about security, privacy, compliance offerings, policies, and features across Microsoft Cloud products. So the right option here is option the Microsoft 365 Compliance Admin Center. So Microsoft 365 Compliance is now called Microsoft Purview, and the solutions within the compliance area have been rebranded. When you first visit the compliance portal, the card section on the home page shows you at a glance how your organization is doing with data compliance, what solutions are available for your organization, and a summary of any active alerts. From here, you can review the Microsoft Purview Compliance Manager card, which leads you to the Compliance Manager solution. Compliance Manager helps simplify the way you manage compliance. Review the new solution catalog card, which links to collections of integrated solutions you can use to help you manage end-to-end compliance scenarios. The solution's capabilities and tools might include a combination of policies, alerts, reports, and more. Review the active alerts card, which includes a summary of the most active alerts and includes a link where you can view more detailed information such as severity, status, category, and more. So question number 320, select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. You can manage an on-premises Windows server as an Azure resource by using. So the right option here is option Azure Arc. Azure Arc simplifies governance and management by delivering a consistent multi-cloud and on-premises management platform. Azure Arc provides a centralized, unified way to manage your entire environment together by projecting your existing non-Azure or on-premises resources into the Azure Resource Manager. Manage virtual machines, Kubernetes clusters, and databases as if they are running in Azure, etc. Question number 321. An Azure administrator plans to run a PowerShell script that creates Azure resources. You need to recommend which computer configurations to use to run the script. Solution: run the script from a computer that runs Windows 10 and has the Azure PowerShell module installed. Does this meet the goal? So the right option here is option A. Yes, it does meet the required goal. A PowerShell script is a file that contains PowerShell CMDlets and code. A PowerShell script needs to be run in PowerShell. In this question, the computer has the Azure PowerShell module installed. Therefore, this solution does meet the required goal. So question number 322. Match the Azure services to correct description. To answer, drag the appropriate Azure service from the column on the left to its description on the right. Each service may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So the services are Azure Functions, Azure App Service, Azure Virtual Machines, and Azure Container Instances. So the right options here are Azure Virtual Machines provide operating system virtualization. Azure Container Instances provide portable environment for virtualized applications. Azure App Service used to build, deploy, and scale web apps. Azure Functions provide a platform for serverless code. Question number 323. Which service provides serverless computing in Azure? Azure Virtual Machine, Azure Functions, Azure Storage Account, Azure Dedicated Hosts. So the right answer here is option B, Azure Functions. Azure Functions provide a platform for serverless code. Azure Functions is a serverless compute service that lets you run event-triggered code without having to explicitly provision or manage infrastructure. Question number 324. An Azure administrator plans to run a PowerShell script that creates Azure resources. You need to recommend which computer configuration to use to run the script. Which three computers can run the script? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And the options are a computer that runs Mac OS and has PowerShell Core 6.0 installed. Option B, a computer that runs Windows 10 and has the Azure PowerShell module installed. Option C, a computer that runs Linux and has the Azure PowerShell module installed. Option D, a computer that runs Linux and has the Azure CLI tools installed. Option E, a computer that runs Chrome OS and use Azure Cloud Shell. So the right answer here is option B, C, and option E. Question number 325. You have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1. You sign into the Azure portal and create a resource group named RG1. From Azure documentation, you have the following command that creates a virtual machine named VM1. AZ-VM create resource group RG1 name VM1 image Ubuntu LTS generate SSH keys. You need to create VM1 in subscription 1 by using the command. Solution from the Azure portal, launch Azure Cloud Shell and select bash. Run the command in Cloud Shell. Does this meet the required goal? So the right answer here is option A. Yes, it does meet the required goal. The command can be run in the Azure Cloud Shell. The Azure Cloud Shell is a free interactive shell. It has common Azure tools pre-installed and configured to use with your account. To open the Cloud Shell, just select try it from the upper right corner of a code block. You can also launch Cloud Shell in a separate browser tab by going through shell.azure.com/bash. So question number 326. A company has several business units. Each business unit requires 20 different Azure resources for daily operations. All the business units require the same type of Azure resources.
You need to recommend a solution to automate the creation of the Azure resources. What should you include in the recommendations? The options are option A, Azure Resource Manager templates. Option B, virtual machine scale sets. Option C, the Azure API management service. And option D, management groups. So the right answer here is option A, Azure Resource Manager templates. You can use Azure Resource Manager template to automate the creation of the Azure resource. Deploying resources through templates is known as infrastructure as code. To implement infrastructure as a code of your Azure solution, use Azure Resource Manager templates. The template is a JavaScript object notation file that defines the infrastructure and configuration of your project. The template uses declarative syntax, which lets you state what you intend to deploy without having to write the sequence of programming command to create it. In the template, you specify the resources to deploy and the properties of those resources. Question number 327. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: you can use Azure Cost Management to view cost associated to management groups. You can use Azure Cost Management to view cost associated to resource groups. You can use Azure Cost Management to view the usage of virtual machines during the last 3 months. So the right options are: the first statement is false and the second and third statement is true. Question number 328. What can you use to identify underutilized or unused Azure virtual machines? And the options are Azure Advisor, Azure Cost Management plus Billing, Azure Reservations, Azure Policy. So the right answer here is option A, Azure Advisor. Azure Advisor helps you optimize and reduce your overall Azure spend by identifying ideal and underutilized resources. You can get cost recommendations from the cost tab on the Advisor dashboard. Question number 329. Which node in the Azure portal should you use to assign a user the reader role for a resource group? To answer, select the node in the answer area. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the right answer is Overview and Access Control IAM. The question number 330. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Dash is an Apache Spark based analytics service. So the right answer here is option Azure Databricks is an Apache Spark based analytics service. So Azure Databricks is a fast, easy, and collaborative Apache Spark based big data analytics service designed for data science and data engineering. So question number 331. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So you must have internet connectivity to manage cloud services. You must install the management app to manage cloud services. You can manage cloud services from any modem web browser. So the right options are, so the first statement is true, the second one is false, and the third statement is true. Cloud services can be managed through portal.azure.com. If the cloud services area of the Azure portal, you can update a service role or a deployment, promote a staged deployment to production, link resources to your cloud service so that you can
see the resources dependencies and scale the resources together, delete a cloud service or a deployment. Question number 332. Match the Azure service to the correct definition. To answer, drag the appropriate Azure service from the column on the left to its description on the right. So we have Azure Databricks, Azure Functions, Azure App Service, Azure Application Insights. So the right options here is Azure Functions provide the platform for serverless code, Azure Databricks, a big data analysis service for machine learning, Azure Application Insights, which detects and diagnoses anomalies in web apps, Azure App Service hosts web apps. Question number 333. An Azure administrator plans to run a PowerShell script that creates Azure resources. You need to recommend which computer configuration to use to run the script. Solution: run the script from a computer that runs Windows 10 and has the Azure PowerShell module installed. Thus, these meet the goal. So the right option here is option A. Yes, it does meet the required goal. A PowerShell script is a file that contains PowerShell CMDlets and code. A PowerShell script needs to be run in PowerShell. In this question, the computer has the Azure PowerShell module installed. Therefore, this solution meets the required goal. Match the Azure services to the correct description. To answer, drag the appropriate Azure service from a column on the left to its description on the right. Each service may be used once, more than once, or not at all. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So we have the following services: Azure Functions, Azure App Service, Azure Virtual Machines, Azure Container Instances. So the right statements are: Azure Virtual Machines provide operating system virtualization. Azure Container Instances provide portable environment for virtualized applications. Azure App Service used to build, deploy, and scale web apps. Azure Functions provide a platform for serverless code. Question number 335. Which service provides serverless computing in Azure? The options are Azure Virtual Machines, Azure Functions, Azure Storage Account, Azure Dedicated Hosts. So the right option here is option B, Azure Functions. Azure Functions provide a platform for serverless code. Azure Functions is a serverless compute service that lets you run event-triggered code without having to explicitly provision or manage infrastructure. So question number 336, you have an Azure environment. You need to create a new Azure virtual machine from a tablet that runs the Android operating system. What are three possible solutions? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And the options are: use Bash in Azure Cloud Shell, use PowerShell in the Azure Cloud Shell, use the Power Apps portal, use the Security and Compliance Admin Center, or option E, use the Azure portal. So the right options are option A, B, and option C. The Android tablet device will have a web browser, Chrome, that's enough to connect to the Azure portal. The Azure portal offers three ways to create a VM: using the graphical portal, using the Azure Cloud Shell using Bash, using the Azure Cloud Shell using PowerShell. Question number 337. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. After you create a virtual machine, you need to modify the, and you have four options: to allow connections to TCP port 8080 on the virtual machine. So the right option here is Network Security Group NSG.
For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So you can create custom Azure roles to control access to resources. A user account can be assigned to multiple Azure roles. A resource group can have the owner role assigned to multiple users. So the right options are the first two statements are true and the third statement is false. Your Azure environment contains multiple Azure virtual machines. You need to ensure that a virtual machine named VM1 is accessible from the internet over HTTP. Solution: you modify a network security group NSG. Does this meet the goal? So the right option here is option A. Yes, it does meet the required goal. Your Azure environment contains multiple Azure virtual machines. You need to ensure that a virtual machine named VM1 is accessible from the internet over HTTP. Solution: you modify a DDoS protection plan. Does this meet the goal? So the right option here is option B. No, it does not meet the required goal. You have an Azure environment that contains 10 virtual networks and 100 virtual machines. You need to limit the amount of inbound traffic to all the Azure virtual networks. What should you create? And the options are one application security group ASG, 10 virtual network gateways, 10 Azure Express route circuits, one Azure firewall. So the right option here is option D, one Azure firewall. So this question requires that you evaluate the underlying text to determine if it is correct. Azure Key Vault is used to store secrets from Azure Active Directory user accounts. So instructions: review the underlying text. If it makes the statement correct, select no, changes needed. If the statement is incorrect, select the answer choice that makes the statement correct. So the options are no change is needed, Azure Active Directory administrator accounts, personal identifiable information, server applications. So the right option here is option D, server applications. Your company plans to automate the deployment of servers to Azure. Your manager is concerned that you may expose administrative credentials during the deployment. You need to recommend an Azure solution that encrypts the administrative credentials during the deployment. What should you include in the recommendation? And you have the following four options: Azure Key Vault, Azure Information Protection, Azure Security Center, Azure Multi-Factor Authentication. So the right option here is option A, Azure Key Vault. You plan to deploy several Azure virtual machines. You need to control the ports that devices on the internet can use to access the virtual machines. What should you use? And the options are a network security group, an Azure Active Directory role, an Azure Active Directory group, an Azure Key Vault. So the right answer here is option A network security group. You plan to implement several security services for an Azure environment. You need to identify which Azure services must be used to meet the following security requirements: monitor threats by using sensors, enforce Azure multi-factor authentication based on a condition, Which Azure service should you identify for each requirements? So select the appropriate options in the answer area. Monitor threats by using sensors and enforce Azure MFA based on a condition. So the right options are, so for the first one, Azure Advanced Threat Protection ATP, and for the second statement, Azure Active Directory Identity Protection. Your Azure environment contains multiple Azure virtual machines. You need to ensure that a virtual machine named VM1 is accessible from the internet over HTTP. What are two possible solutions? Each correct answer presents a complete solution. So the options are modify an Azure Traffic Manager profile, modify a network security group, modify a DDoS protection plan, and modify an Azure firewall. So the right option here is option B, modify a network security group. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate options in the answer area. You can enable just-in-time VM access by using. So the right option here is Azure Security Center. So for each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are, you can associate a network security group to a virtual network subnet. You can associate a network security group to a virtual network. You can associate a network security group to a network interface. So the right options are, the first statement is true, the second one is false, and the third one is true. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. After you create a virtual machine, you need to modify the, you have four options to allow connections to TCP port 8080 on a virtual machine. So the right option here is Network Security Group NSG. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Azure Distributed Denial of Service Protection is an example of protection that is implemented at the, and you have the following four options. So the right answer here is networking layer. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Microsoft Sentinel uses playbooks to, and you have the following four options. So the right answer here is automatically responds to threats. You need to configure an Azure solution that meets the following requirements. Secures websites from attacks, generates reports that contains details of attempted attacks. What should you include in the solution? And you have the following four options: Azure Firewall, a network security group, Azure Information Protection, DDoS protection. So the right option here is option D, DDoS protection. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. So you have the following four options. Enables user to authenticate to multiple applications by using single sign-on, SSO. So the right option here is Azure Active Directory, Azure AD. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. A network security group will block all network traffic by default. Application security groups can be specified as part of network security group rules. Network security groups always include inbound security rules and outbound security rules. So the right options are the first statement is false and the second and third statements are true. Match the term to the appropriate description. To answer, drag the appropriate term from the column on the left to its description on the right. Each term may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So the terms are authorization, multi-factor authentication, and single sign-on. So let's see the right options or right statements for each terms are. So for single sign-on, the ability to use the same credentials to access multiple resources and applications from different providers. Authorization, the process of identifying the access level of a user or service. Multi-factor authentication requires several elements to identify a user or a service. You have an Azure subscription. You need to review your secure score. What should you use? And the options are Azure Monitor, Microsoft Entra ID Visor, Help plus Support, Microsoft Defender for Cloud. So the right options are option D, Microsoft Defender for Cloud. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. You can enable just-in-time VM access by using, and we have the following four options. So the right option here is Microsoft Defender for Cloud. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. We can view your company's regulatory compliance report from, and you have the following four options. So the right option here is Microsoft Defender for Cloud. So you need to collect and automatically analyze security events from Azure Active Directory, Microsoft Entra ID, which is what should you use? The options are Microsoft Sentinel, Azure Synapse Analytics, Microsoft Entra ID Connect, or Azure Key Vault. So the right option here is option A, Microsoft Sentinel. So you have an Azure Sentinel workspace. You need to automate responses to threats detected by Azure Sentinel. What should you use? The options are Adaptive Network Hardening in Azure Security Center, option B, Azure Service Health, option C, Azure Monitor Webhooks, and option D, Adaptive Application Controls in Azure Security Center. So the right answer here is option C, Azure Monitor Workbooks. So match the Azure services benefits to the correct descriptions. So the services are Azure Active Directory, Azure Key Vault, Azure Lighthouse, Microsoft Defender for Cloud, and Microsoft Sentinel. So the right services for the statements are Azure Sentinel provides security information event management SIEM functionality. Microsoft Defender for Cloud display the secure score for an Azure subscription. Azure Key Vault store passwords for use by Azure function applications. So which Azure service can you use as a security information and event management solution? And you have the following four options: Azure Analysis Service, Microsoft Sentinel, Azure Information Protection, Azure Cognitive Services. So the right option here is option B, Azure Microsoft Sentinel. So select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. An Azure policy initiative definition is And we have the following four options. So the right option here is collection of policy definitions. So which resources can be used as a source for a network security group inbound security rule? And the options are service tags only. Option B, IP addresses, service tags, and application security groups. Option C, application security groups only. And option D, IP addresses only. So the right option here is option B, IP addresses, service tags, and application security groups. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Azure Sentinel uses playbooks too, and we have the following four options. So the right answer here is automatically respond to threats. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So we have the following four options. In Azure, Firewall enables users on the internet to access a server on a virtual network. So the right option here is Network Address Translation NAT rules. So to complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Azure Distributed Denial of Service DDoS protection is an example of protection that is implemented at the, and we have the following four options: application layer, compute layer, network layer, and perimeter layer. So the right option here is networking layer. So for each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: Azure Firewall will encrypt all the network traffic sent from Azure to the internet. A network security group will encrypt all the network traffic sent from the Azure to the internet. Azure virtual machines that run Windows Server 2016 can encrypt network traffic sent to the internet. So the right options are all the three statements are false. So for each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: Azure Security Center can monitor Azure's resources and on-premises resources. All Azure Security Center features are free. The third statement is: from Azure Security Center, you can download a regulatory compliance report. So the right options are, so the first statement is true, and the second statement is false, and the third statement is true. You need to complete the defense in depth strategy used in a data center. What should you do? To answer, drag the appropriate layer to the correct position in the model. Each layer may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So you may need to drag the split bar between pans or scroll to view the content. So the right options are, the layers are perimeter, application, physical security. So let's check the right options here. So the first one is physical security, and the second one is perimeter, and the last one is application. So you have an Azure virtual machine named VM1. You plan to encrypt VM1 by using Azure Disk Encryption. Which Azure resource must you create first? And the options are an Azure storage account, an Azure key vault, an Azure information protection policy, or an encryption key. So the right option here is option B, an Azure key vault. So which Azure service should you use to store certificates? And the options are Azure Security Center, an Azure storage account, an Azure key vault, Azure information protection. So the right option here is option C, Azure Key Vault. So for each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. The statements are: Azure Sentinel stores collected events in an Azure storage account. Azure Sentinel can remediate incidents automatically. Azure Sentinel can collect Windows Defender firewall logs from Azure virtual machines. So the right options are, all the three statements are true. So match the Azure service to the correct description. The services are Azure Active Directory, Azure Key Vault, Azure Lighthouse, Azure Security Center, and Azure Sentinel. So let's see the right services for the statements are: Azure Sentinel analyze security log files from Azure virtual machines. Azure Security Center display the secure score for an Azure subscription, and Azure Key Vault for store passwords for use by Azure function applications.